Chapter 951, Grindelwald. Have it. Pierce was at a loss. If they had sufficient evidence, why didn't they just expose Grindelwald in public? Yvonne remained mysterious and didn't explain much. After instructing Pierce and the others to follow the plan, he blessed himself with an illusion spell, and the whole person disappeared in the corridor. In the afternoon, there was a sudden knock on the door in the office of the President of Congress. "Come in." Wilkinson took the silver raven in his hand into his robe and said solemnly. The next moment, the closed door was opened. Connor led an aura to push the door in. When he saw Wilkinson alone in the office, he couldn't help frowning and said complainingly, "Your Excellency, why are you here alone? Those auras who protect you? How can they be so negligent?" "Don't worry, Connor, this office is very well protected, and there are many secret guards outside. No one can sneak in. I stay here very safe." Wilkinson waved his hand and said comfortingly. Then he turned around and asked, "How is the investigation of those French wizards? Is there any progress?" "It's the same. The aurors of the Department of Mysteries tested their memories and found nothing," Connor replied. Wilkinson nodded, got up from the chair, and continued to ask slowly. "Since Bruno is okay, what about Yvonne Halls in England? I heard that he was not restless this morning. After the attack, he frequently contacted the ministers. Have you figured out his intentions?" "I have sent someone to find out. The Mr. Hall seems to be investigating the real culprit of the attack." The aura who listened to the surveillance said that Mr. Hall suspected a problem within the Magic Congress of North America. Connor hesitated said. "Oh, he thought so. But we did a thorough investigation last night, and the results are obvious. It seems that Yvonne Halls is going to separate us so as to aggravate the distrust of the wizards' representatives in the Magic Congress," Elkinson said with a sneer. "But, Your Excellency, I think Mr. Halls may have some truth in what he said. If Grindelwald disguised himself as a high-ranking official in Congress, then he would go beyond his guards and kill the two ministers to make sense. So is there any omission in the search last night?" Connor said deliberately. Wilkinson stared at Connor in silence for a while, then said in a playful softly. "Personally, I am willing to trust every colleague in the Magic Congress, but since you think so, then I allow you to conduct some investigations in private, just remember to keep it secret to avoid panic." "I see, the chairman. I'll do it right now," Connor responded, winking at the aura next to him, and then turned and walked towards the office door. The moment the two turned their heads, Wilkinson reached into his sleeve and slowly pulled out a magic wand. The soul comes out of the orifice. Wilkinson waved his wand quickly and cast the spell silently, aiming at Connor who was about to open the door. However, the latter was clearly prepared, and while Wilkinson cast the spell, he leaned down and fought hard and dodged it dangerously. Wilkinson probably didn't expect Connor's reaction to be so fast. He paused involuntarily. It was within a second of this time that an indescribable sense of crisis came to his mind. Wilkinson's whole body was erected, and his head was tilted subconsciously. The invisible magical blade slashed past his side, and the sharp wind cut a gap in his cheek. The wooden table was also neatly divided into two parts, and it collapsed to the ground. Wilkinson stepped back in a row, looking at the aura who was following Connor, frowned slightly, and said affirmatively. "Yvonne Halls." In his impression, only the genius wizard of England could use such a powerful magic. The fact is just as Wilkinson thought. After confirming his identity, Yvonne also had no intention of disguising. His figure gradually changed to his original appearance. He looked down at Connor who was lying on the ground, joking. Said. "I'm right? Director Connor, if you insist on coming in alone to test this Mr. Chairman, you're probably dead." "Thank you, Sir Halls, you saved my life." Connor climbed up from the ground in embarrassment, looked at Wilkinson in front of him, and said with palpitations. Although Wilkinson had no intention of killing him just now, after being controlled by the imperious curse, the other party would definitely search for his memory. At that time, it was also a dead end. After the two talked, the door of the office was opened again, and the moment he noticed something was wrong, Wilkinson activated the security device in the room. Almost in the next second, hundreds of auras rushed in and surrounded the spacious Presidium office. "Connor has defected. He colluded with Yvonne Halls in a vain attempt to attack me. I now order you to catch them for me." Wilkinson took the lead without waiting for the two of Yvonne to speak. It's just beyond his expectation that these auras who were responsible for protecting him did not act on Yvonne and Connor in accordance with their words, instead they drew their wands and pointed them at themselves. Wilkinson squinted his eyes, and then saw the president of the Asia Society and the heads and representatives of the various countries walk in with these auras. Bruno clenched his fists the moment he saw Wilkinson and shouted through gritted teeth. "Green. Dewo. He has learned from Yvonne about the French minister being controlled, which means that he has been played around by Grindelwald in the past few months. The humiliation of Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com made him want to rush forward. Tear the other party to pieces. Wilkinson didn't even look at him, looked directly at Yvonne, and asked with interest. It seems that you have convinced them, can you tell me how you did it? In just one morning, Yvonne got rid of the suspect, and in turn instigated Connor and others to rebel against him as the chairman of Congress, which really made him feel a little weird. Even if Yvonne Halls doubted himself, he should not be able to produce decisive evidence. Why do these people believe him? Yvonne shrugged and did not answer, while the Russian wizard on the side took a step forward and spoke to Wilkinson sarcastically. Even if you are shrewd, you will never think that Britain has a treasure to communicate with the souls of the dead. It was Minister Igor who exposed your disguise himself. Chapter 952, Grindelwald's backing. It seems that you have already found the usage of that thing, which surprised me a bit, knowing that this is a puzzle that even he has never explored. Wilkinson raised his eyebrows and said in surprise. Usage? Obstacle? Yvonne was stunned. He was keenly aware of the hidden meaning in Wilkinson's words. Is it possible that the resurrection stone can really summon the soul of the dead? It turned out to be just a trick, no wonder. At this moment of surprise, Wilkinson realized that something was wrong from Ivan's reaction, and immediately understood that he was wrong. The other party did not master the use of the resurrection stone, but used it. The false illusion fooled everyone. This is not impossible. Although the resurrection stone is only a magical illusion, for those who don't know it, it is no different from the real summoning soul. Yvonne only needs to hand over the resurrection stone to the Russian wizards, and the realized Igor is the Russian minister who meets everyone's perception. No matter what questions you ask or what temptations you make, the other party will give the answer that best meets your expectations. Unless the information is known in advance, I am afraid that no one will doubt it. After all, it is not difficult for a wizard to communicate with the soul of the dead. Only Yvonne could barely understand Wilkinson's divine words. The others in the room were at a loss and didn't understand what Wilkinson was talking about. But Connor doesn't care about this, because he understands that the first task now is to capture Grindelwald. As long as you catch the opponent, all doubts can be answered from Grindelwald. Catch it, Grindelwald, you can't escape this time. I hope you can tell me honestly, where is the real chairman Wilkinson? Connor drew the wand from his waist and pointed directly. The chairman of the Congress in front of him questioned. If in other places, there more than 100 wizards did not have the strength to win Grindelwald 100%, but it is different now. This is the North American Magic Congress. Since Grindelwald has taken the initiative to enter this building, then like a tiger trapped in a cage, there is no more threat. However, Wilkinson's reaction was beyond Connor's expectations. Amidst the many horrors, there was still no panic on his face, and he replied playfully. Unfortunately, something unexpected is planned. I have already sent the President of Congress to see Merlin. Asshole. Connor gritted his teeth and stared at Wilkinson in front of him. What did you do so angry? He is dead, aren't you the new chairman of Congress? I thought you would be happy. Wilkinson laughed sarcastically. Not everyone is the same as you. Connor said coldly, then stepped back, waving his wand and shouting loudly. Don't be affected by his words, do it. At the moment Connor spoke, more than 100 wizards around them all waved their wands. Wilkinson would naturally not sit and wait for death. The fierce fire rose into the sky, turning into a dozen savage fierce. The fire dragon rushed in all directions. With such a terrifying sight, Bruno and the others screamed, and some witches screamed. Fortunately, the magic that more than 100 wizards worked together at this time had already been effective. A circular magical barrier rose in front of them, blocking everyone from Grindelwald inside. The terrifying fierce fire dragon hit the magic barrier with an ear-piercing muffled noise, and a fine crack visible to the naked eye suddenly appeared on the magic barrier, but it healed in an instant. Many people have even noticed that those turbulent fires are gradually weakening, and Wilkinson has gradually changed from an old wizard in his 60s to a middle-aged wizard in his 40s with blonde hair. That's exactly what Grindelwald originally looked like. Yvonne, who was on the sidelines, didn't mean to take action, in fact he couldn't find any chance to intervene. The magic barrier created by more than 100 wizards is very strong, directly isolating the inside and outside, and it seems that it still has the ability to suppress and weaken magic, and it is likely to be combined with the protective mechanism in this capital. Will become so powerful. No wonder Connor is so confident in subduing Grindelwald. Yvonne estimates that if he is trapped inside, he will be consumed and killed. After all, this is equivalent to a direct magical confrontation with hundreds of wizards, no matter how strong he is. Strong and powerless. Under the joint suppression of a group of North American aurors, the originally huge magical barrier is shrinking step by step. Even if Grindelwald is located in the interior repeatedly releasing powerful spells, it can't stop it. Seeing this scene, the wizards on the scene breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone could see that when Grindelwald was restrained by the magic barrier, the other party would completely lose the ability to resist. Director Connor, it seems that the turmoil in recent months can finally be over. The president of the Asia Society looked at Grindelwald, who was trapped in the office, and slowly heaved a sigh of relief. Frequent attacks made him worry about him, and he couldn't even sleep well. Now he can feel relieved. However, Connor was not as optimistic as the president of the Asia Society. His brows kept frowning, as did Yvonne on the side, because since Grindelwald's identity was discovered by them, the reactions of the other party were so calm. At first, Yvonne thought it was Grindelwald who was bluffing, but until now the opponent was not in a hurry, which made him worried. What exactly is Grindelwald's backing? Yvonne thought quickly in his mind, and then suddenly thought of the things he did when he attacked the British Ministry of Magic. Ivan's expression suddenly changed, and he immediately turned his head to look at Connor, and said hurriedly. You reading www.yuyuganshu.com? No, Minister Connor, you'd better send someone to the Department of Mysteries to have a look right away. I suspect that Grindelwald has done anything there. Connor was reminded of this by Yvonne, and soon realized it. The key to their ability to trap Grindelwald is to activate the protective mechanism in the Magic Congress, suppress and weaken Grindelwald's power, and prohibit the use of all space magic. If there is a problem with the Department of Mysteries, then everything is over. But before Connor could act, Grindelwald's voice reached their ears. You are always so smart, Halls, but it's a pity, it's too late. While talking, Grindelwald suddenly raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. With a piercing roar, the entire magic capital shook violently. Chapter 953, Yvonne, don't try to use the same trick twice in front of me. Just as the explosion sounded, more than 100 wizards who were responsible for maintaining the magic barrier were also hit hard by the magic backlash. The magic barrier that originally trapped Grindelwald in the middle slammed to pieces in just a few seconds after losing its source of power. Seeing the howling aura fell on the ground, Connor understood why Grindelwald had to wait until now. The opponent wanted to abolish their resistance in an instant. The form on the field quickly turned over, and the representatives of the wizards who were invited to watch the play panicked one by one, and the loud screams were endless. If the previous Grindelwald was a tiger trapped in a cage, then this tiger has already come out of the cage, and the high-ranking spectators who surrounded the cage were driven into the abyss and reduced to prey. Avada Kedavra, Avada Solite. Grindelwald, who had regained his freedom, raised his hand as a death curse. The target was Connor, who had just issued orders to imprison him. The latter obviously hadn't been able to get over from the sudden turn of the situation before him. When he saw Grindelwald raising his wand, everything was too late. The dark green light was so fast that it was unimaginable, and it arrived in front of him in an instant. Just when Connor thought he was going to die here, the chair that fell on the ground suddenly seemed to be guided by something, and flew quickly to block Connor's body. The green light beam hit the wooden chair and exploded immediately. The flying wooden fragments scratched Connor's face with blood marks, but Connor didn't care at all and stepped back embarrassedly. My heart was filled with the joy of dying. Thank you for your helping hand, Lord Halls. Connor turned his head and looked at Yvonne, who had just taken action to rescue him, and said gratefully. Yvonne nodded, waved his hand to signal Connor to stay away, then looked at Grindelwald walking out of the sea of flames, and spoke slowly. It seems that your plan is not so perfect. Life is always so full of surprises, isn't it? Grindelwald raised an eyebrow and said lightly. After he got out of trouble, he didn't leave immediately. Naturally, it was not to chat with Yvonne. In fact, he could not leave at all, because the anti-phantom shifting array in the capital has not been lifted and is still in effect. This is a bit beyond his expectation. In order to ensure that he could still escape safely after his identity was exposed, Grindelwald deliberately arranged a triggering technique in the Department of Mysteries. As long as he sensed a large-scale magical conflict, the fierce fire seeds he left behind would be immediately it broke out and completely swallowed the entire Department of Mystery Affairs. But now it seems that the Aurors who are stationed in the Department of Mystery Affairs are not as useless as he expected. This society should have suppressed his fierceness. Since it's all here, why not stay here? It just so happens that we still have to calculate the previous account. Yvonne said indifferently, taking the lead in the trouble, and the wand in his hand shook hard, and several dark spells the light beam flew out. Grindelwald did not rush, the old magic wand was lightly tapped in the air, and an invisible magic shield appeared, and the beam hit it with a strange muffled sound. Thunder. Yvonne was unforgiving, and the human bone wand in his hand waved again, and the tip of the fine blue lightning instantly condensed into shape, smashing the already shaky magic shield to pieces at an unimaginable speed, and ran straight into Green Devo's body. However, this blow did not have much effect, and another solid magic power emerged from Grindelwald's body, resisting the immersive lightning. Your power is weakened. Grindelwald suddenly said. Although the spells released by Yvonne are powerful, they still have a lot of power with the power shown in Nicole Liem's tomb that day. Difference. This made him even more sure of his previous guess that the little wizard in front of him must have used some special method to increase his combat power, and it was probably impossible to last. It's enough to deal with you. Yvonne didn't mean to explain, nor did he see any movement. A faint white mist gradually poured out of the wand. Accompanied by a burst of invigorating neighs, the illusory shadow of the unicorn appeared in front of everyone. The wizards present felt that the fear in their hearts was fading quickly, and many people even stopped escaping, turning their heads to look at the two confronting each other in the chairman's office. Oolong out of the cave. Yvonne didn't have the energy to care about other people's thoughts. With a flick of the magic wand in his hand, a giant python tens of meters long rushed out, and the raised snake almost hit the ceiling. On. The illusory shadow of the unicorn also rushed towards Grindelwald under the cover of the giant python, stepping on the mist. Grindelwald's brows frowned, and the old magic wand flicked vigorously. The python that hit him straight was torn into two pieces by some inexplicable force, and the blood of the snake was sprinkled in the sky, and it was guided by the magic. Condensed into a long whip of snake blood, it quickly drew towards the shadow of the illusory unicorn. Yvonne, who has seen this weird blood magic, is not going to let the shadow of the unicorn go hard. With a light turn of the magic wand, the illusory unicorn makes a sharp neigh, and then suddenly passes over the drawn snake blood whip. Penetrated directly into the ground. Grindelwald was stunned for a moment. Obviously he didn't expect this, but he quickly reacted. The wizard robe he wore on his body changed back to the invisibility cloak like a flowing fabric following his mind. So disappeared in place. As early as the last battle, Yvonne understood the difficulty of the invisibility cloak. Naturally, he was not completely defenseless. At the moment when he saw Grindelwald disappear www.mdlnovel.com, he quickly followed the wizard. He grabbed a bag of alchemy powder from the pocket of the robe and sprinkled it directly into the air. Wind! Yvonne shouted loudly, waving his wand. Under the effect of blood magic, a gust of wind appeared out of thin air in the closed chairman's office, and the alchemical powder scattered in the air was directly mixed in the wind and blown forward. After a while, most of the chairman's office was contaminated with red alchemy powder, and the invisible Grindelwald was forced to appear. Clean up! Grindelwald tried to tap on the invisibility cloak, trying to get rid of the red powder contaminated on it, but it had no effect. Don't waste your energy. This is my specially made alchemy powder. It has strong exorcism and adhesion. It will not disappear within a few days. Don't try to use the same trick twice in front of me. Yvonne said sarcastically, holding the human bone wand in his hand. Chapter 954, The Great War in the Magical Congress. When he was in Knockoff Alley, Bach cracked the invisibility cloak in a similar way. Although this thing makes the wizard perfectly concealed, it also has flaws. It does not really allow the user to disappear from this space. And the invisibility cloak has another weakness, that is, not against your feet. Just as Yvonne was talking to Grindelwald, forcing him to be distracted, a white light and shadow swiftly emerged from the ground, and the sharp spiral-shaped corners rammed Grindelwald. The latter reluctantly reacted, and an embarrassed forward pounce and rolled on the ground a few times to avoid the end of a skewer on the spot, but even so, a deep wound was drawn on his calf. The piercing pain continued to pass into my mind, but Grindelwald had no intention of curing the injury, because a few white fireballs had flown towards him. The shield of Achilles. Grindelwald faintly smelled the smell of death. The huge magic power in his body quickly poured into the elderberry wand, and then his right hand shook hard, and a gorgeous magic shield emerged from the void. Come out! The surface of the shield is glowing with golden fluorescence, and the inside is engraved with complex inscriptions. Although it is only a magical creation, it has almost condensed into an entity under the blessing of huge magic power, which firmly protects Grindelwald behind. Senbei's fireball hit the shield and exploded immediately. The violent roar echoed in the chairman's office. After bursts of shock waves lifted all the tables, chairs, and cabinets in all directions, and the solid ground could not tolerate it. Layers of livelihoods are cracked. Wind! The magic wand in Ivan's hand swung lightly, and a wall of wind lay in front of him, offsetting the oncoming shock wave, and then picked the wand again, and the scattered smoke scattered. Grindelwald's figure appeared in the smoke and dust, and these blasting curses with added materials did not cause much hindrance to him. The Achilles shield that stood in front of him was smashed to pieces, but the invisibility cloak was broken. Resist the remaining aftermath. Yvonne frowned, and with a thought, the shadow of the illusory unicorn charged forward again, stepping on the light and shadow. At the same time, the movement of his hand was not slow. Then he waved the wand again, and countless fine arcs came back towards green. Dewo hack! When the two played against each other, the chaotic situation on the court had been calmed down by Connor and others. Aurors who heard a large number of explosions were coming from all over the place, and then, under the orders of several directors, sent the more than 100 colleagues who had been backlashed by magic to the infirmary. Connor originally proposed to transfer all non-combatants, but it was opposed by some people. Many wizards were unwilling to miss this extraordinary duel. The power of Grindelwald has been revealed in the stalemate with the Aurors just now. What makes them even more surprised is that a young wizard who looks only 17 or 18 years old actually suppressed Grindelwald in turn. Who is this boy? Is he your aura in England? The president of the Asia Society turned to look at Pierce, and asked curiously. Pierce naturally would not miss this good opportunity for publicity, and hurriedly explained. No, Lord Halls is not an auror, but I dare say that he is definitely the most talented wizard in the history of the magical world. You probably don't know his deeds when you are not in England. Halls just started school. Killed a troll alone, arrested several dark wizards disguised as professors during the 5 years at school, and defeated Voldemort, the Dark Lord who ravaged England, for a time last year. So you can relax, since Halls is here, then we are safe. Pierce said confidently. The wizards at the scene looked at each other, but did not doubt Pierce's words. After all, they had seen Ivan's strength with their own eyes. Although these legendary experiences shocked them, they were barely able to accept them. The only thing that surprised everyone was Hog of England. Watts College is so dangerous. It's a troll and a black wizard. Are the principals and professors of Hogwarts blind? Some wizards who were planning to send their children to England immediately changed their attention, wondering if they should be sent to schools in North America or Asia. While a group of big wizards were chatting under the protection magic, several aurors who were free to take out their wands one after another, trying to cooperate with Yvonne to suppress Grindelwald. Reducto, bone to pieces. Petrificus, all petrochemicals. Avada Kedavra, Avada Kedavra. As the wand was waving, various spell beams flew out, and the target pointed directly at Grindelwald. Impmenta, there are many obstacles. Grindelwald raised his hand and summoned several magic barriers to stop Ivan's death curse. He didn't even look at the harassing attacks of the aurors. The old magic wand was at random. With a stroke, these curses bounced back the same way. The aurors who had finally regrouped suddenly became a mess. More than 100 of the most elite strikers in the North American Ministry of Magic have temporarily lost their fighting ability because of the magic backlash. What is left is some ordinary aurors with low quality. Let them fight downwind to capture a few dark wizards. It's okay, it's a bit of a hip to confront an otherworldly wizard like Grindelwald. Probably realizing that there are still a lot of soft persimmons on the court that can distract Yvonne, Grindelwald changed his defensive posture, and his magic power was agitated to the extreme. The elder bone wand in his hand suddenly pointed to the ceiling of the room, hanging on it. The large chandelier exploded in an instant. Under the action of magic, the broken glass and iron pieces that were shot turned into sharp iron thorns, which shot at Pierce and others like migratory locusts. Quickly, cast the spell, block it for me. Connor roared, waving his wand vigorously to construct a magical barrier. However, due to their usual dignity, the first reaction of many so-called wizards and elites at the moment of danger is not to fight back, but to call the aurors for help. In the end, only 40 or so wizards reacted for the first time, but they hurriedly constructed a magic shield that couldn't stop Grindelwald, who was doing his best. UU reading www.uuganshu.com. Fortunately, when the iron thorns appeared, a large amount of white flame suddenly rose from the ground, and a terrifying wall of fire was constructed to melt the iron thorns into molten iron. Go away, all away. Don't interfere. Everyone. Yvonne shouted loudly, while controlling Li Huo to encircle a circle, separating the battlefield from ordinary wizards. If the casualties are not counted and the lives are used to pile up, if space magic cannot be used, a few hundred wizards are enough to defeat Grindelwald, but Yvonne can't do such a thing with a large number of lives in exchange for victory. Not to mention that there are still many prominent figures among the current wizard representatives. If Grindelwald is taken as a hostage, it will be difficult for him. The support of these people is indispensable for the transformation of the magical world, and leaving a cold-blooded image in front of them does not meet Ivan's expectations. Chapter 955, Damn it, how can a car fly? In the voice of Ivan's shout, the wizards present were very witty and fled under the cover of the auror, so as not to become the ghost of Grindelwald. The chairman's office, which was originally slightly crowded, suddenly became spacious. Trapped in the middle of the flame, Grindelwald frowned. Although Yvonne was the only enemy in front of him, the situation did not improve. From the process of fighting just now, he has already understood the difficulty of the opponent, not to mention that he is still trapped in the Magic Congress. Waiting for the aurors of the Department of Mystery to restart the protection magic, then he is bound to be I'm stuck here. Since apparition cannot be used, there is only one way to leave. Grindelwald's eyes became sharper and sharper, and the old magic wand lightly picked it up, and the blue fierce fire on the ground quickly gathered into a long flame whip and smashed over, smashing the annoying unicorn shadow. Of course Yvonne wouldn't look at it. Under the wave of the wand, one after another clusters of spell beams shot towards Grindelwald not far in front of him. The flashing blue arc was like a poisonous snake, at various incredible angles. The play of Disruptor Grindelwald. However, even under the attack of this intensity, Grindelwald still seemed very calm, and the broken stone pillars and wooden chairs beside him flew over under the guidance of magic power, accurately blocking the front of every spell beam, and those shattered wreckage turned into a sharp sword and hit Ivan. The wall of fire rose again, engulfing everything around him. Ivan controlled the fierce fire to compress Grindelwald's living space step by step, but the latter rarely failed to cast a large-scale spell to fight. It can be seen that the previous confrontation with more than 100 auras had a considerable impact on Grindelwald. Just as Li Huo turned into a phoenix and rushed toward his face with a huge wave, Grindelwald suddenly waved his magic wand at his feet. Torn apart. The floor, which had been plowed by many spells, cracked layer by layer under the action of huge magic power, and the dense cracks extended like a spider web in all directions. Click! In the next second, with a muffled noise, the floor tiles under Grindelwald's feet instantly collapsed. This is almost a replica of the battle in Nicole Lemai's tomb, but the difference is that this time Grindelwald took the initiative to get rid of Ivan's entanglement temporarily by this extreme method. Li Huo Phoenix smashed to the ground in an instant, and there was a sea of terrifying fire in the office, but Grindelwald had already escaped early, leaving only an irregular circular hole about 2 meters wide on the floor. Of course, Ivan would not just let Grindelwald escape like this, and even before the scattering fire was calmed down, he jumped straight down. The large wizard robe stretched out a huge cloak under the action of the transformation curse, like a hang-gliding wing that supported Ivan to fly in the air. While Grindelwald below was in free fall, the shaking wand pointed to the arched spire in front of the gate on the first floor. The 2 bald eagle statues made of pure gold erected on both sides of the minaret suddenly blinked smartly. One of them flicked its wings and shook hard and swept to Grindelwald's side at a very fast speed. The powerful claws firmly bound Grindelwald's shoulders, leading him to the entrance of the Congress Gate. The other bald eagle uttered a loud cry and launched a decisive charge towards Ivan. Ivan urged the cloak behind his back, like an eagle with superb flying skills. A bald eagle sideways avoided the bald eagle that had hit it. Then he backhanded a blasting curse and exploded the bald eagle made of pure gold. Fragments. It was this momentary delay that Grindelwald had turned over and sat on the back of the bald eagle statue, and the exit was not far ahead. Because of the riot that broke out just now, the Aurors of the Magic Congress of North America were either busy putting out the fire in the Department of Mysteries, or protecting those important people, so now the exit is completely unguarded, and he can easily break through. Grindelwald's mouth could not help but a faint smile, but then a burst of inexplicable heart palpitations suddenly enveloped his body, as if there was a life and death crisis by his side. Grindelwald thought of something, his face suddenly changed, and his left hand immediately reached into his chest and took out a silver raven from it. With a flick of his wrist, he was about to throw it out, but it was a pity that it was too late. The silver raven quickly turned red, and exploded at the moment it left its hands. The hot firelight occupied all of Grindelwald's vision, and the blessings of several protective magics on his body also broke, and the violent shock wave spurred it. He smashed the glass in the doorway with his body and flew out of the capital. At the same time, outside the Woolworth building in downtown New York, 2 Muggle security guards were looking bored at the busy traffic outside. Suddenly, the 2 of them vaguely noticed that the ground seemed to shake a few times. Just as they suspected that they felt wrong, the glass behind them exploded suddenly, and a figure flew past them, heavily. I crashed into a luxury car parked on the side of the road. This sudden sight frightened the 2 Muggle security guards. What happened? Terrorist attacks? Before the 2 of them could figure it out, they saw something even more horrifying. The man who flew out of the building and was blown off half his hand stood up straight, holding a small circle tightly in his hand. Cudgel, without seeing any movement, the stricken car behind him hovered and smashed at them. Damn it! A Muggle security guard muttered to himself in a daze. The baton in his hand fell to the ground with a bang, and he couldn't help wondering if he was living in a dream. How can a car fly? What made him more convinced of this is that reading www. The luxury car that came by yuyuganshu.com was becoming transparent a little bit, and finally disappeared directly in front of his eyes, only a voice could be heard behind him. Disappeared without a trace. After Ivan stepped out of the capital and solved the car with the vanishing curse, he casually cast a confusion curse on the 2 silly Muggle security guards. Unexpectedly, you really dared to take the key I gave you. Ivan looked at Grindelwald, who was embarrassed and lost half of his left arm, and said mockingly. In order to remove the suspicion before, although he was forced to hand over the real key, it does not mean that he did not add material to this thing. In order to prevent the worst from happening, Ivan had long been prepared to destroy a key if necessary, and let Grindelwald fail. Chapter 946, Ivan, don't worry, everyone, the threat has been cleared by me. Grindelwald wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and did not respond to Ivan's ridicule. As a fake North American Congress chairman, he naturally did not dare to store the key in other places, otherwise once his identity was revealed, he would have lost all his efforts. But Grindelwald's lack of reply does not mean that there is no anger in his heart. Although this society had already left the magic capital, he didn't mean to leave just like that. Under the swing of the wooden bone wand in his hand, a row of cars parked in front of the Capitol automatically hovered and moved towards the Capitol at an unimaginable speed. Ivan smashed it. Reducto, bone-torn Ivan was shaking with a human bone wand, and the Rolls-Royce in the front row exploded in an instant. The scattered wreckage quickly gathered together under the action of the transformation curse, forming a huge iron shield to block the speeding cars one by one, and finally redisintegrated into wreckage fragments, wrapped in whiteness. The fierce fire was like a cannonball, and it was a frantic bombardment where Grindelwald was. Fires and explosions sounded in the square in front of the building. After the smoke dissipated, the originally flat masonry ground suddenly became pitted, as if it had been plowed by heavy artillery. It's just that Grindelwald's figure has already disappeared there. Ivan quickly looked around. The function of the invisibility cloak had already been broken by him, so it could only be apparition. Just when Ivan doubted whether Grindelwald was running away, a black spell beam suddenly flew from behind. Sensing the danger, Ivan turned into a ball of flame and avoided it without hesitation. The black light beam pierced Ivan's body directly, hitting the street light behind him, melting it into a ball of molten iron in just a second or two. This terrifying power made some of Ivan's scalp numb, and after his body quickly gathered, he immediately blessed himself with an iron armor curse, so as not to react in time and end up like a street lamp. It was in the afternoon at this time, and the Woolworth building was again in the New York City area. The battle between Ivan and Grindelwald was discovered by the passing muggles almost at the beginning. The flying and falling cars and the sound of explosions made the whole street completely chaotic. Conf Ringo, thunderbolt explosion. After Grindelwald blocked a few spells, he indifferently waved his wand to release a blasting spell, but the target was not Ivan, but the Woolworth building next to it. The tyrannical flames condensed into fireballs and hit the walls violently, and the whole building was violently shaken. A large number of broken glass and bricks fell like raindrops, and the muggles on the street were all lying on the ground. Or run away like crazy. Monsters, demons, who will save me? Devil, this is witchcraft. Listening to the constant shouts coming from his ears, Ivan's expression suddenly became very ugly. He did not expect that Grindelwald would suddenly shift the target in the middle of the battle, and there was no time to stop it. Ivan looked around at the panicked muggles around him, and then he understood why Grindelwald did not leave in a hurry. The other party was clearly prepared to expose the existence of wizards through this battle. It seems, he must have a quick fight. Ivan made up his mind and raised the wand of human bones. Under the action of huge magic power, the sky that was still clear was clouded in an instant. Thunder. Ivan waved his wand toward Grindelwald. In a short time, dozens of thick lightning fell from the sky, and finally gathered into a powerful thunderstorm to envelope the entire square. The extremely terrifying thunderstorm revealed its power at the moment it hits the ground. The dense electric arc licked the ground and continued to stretch around. The hard floor tiles burst under the raging thunder and lightning, spreading like a spider web. A gully. But within a short time, the entire square has become a ruin. Ivan closed his eyes and sensed for a while, and Grindelwald's magic disappeared in front of the building, as if he had been wiped out by a thunderstorm. The lightning speed is extremely fast, and Greens may not be able to hide it, but considering that the opponent has an undestroyed Horcrux, Ivan still dispels the previous judgment of death, and instead thinks that Grindelwald is injured and ran away. My God! While Ivan was thinking, a trembling voice came from behind him. Ivan turned and looked over, only to find that a large row of police cars had surrounded the square. Sergeant Vic, headed by him, stepped off the police car and stared blankly at the square in front of him as if it had been hit by a round of missiles. He just received a report from the public that there was a terrorist attack in front of the Woolworth building, so he rushed over with all his subordinates non-stop, but unexpectedly, he saw a scene that broke his three views as soon as he arrived at the scene. The 17 or 18-year-old young man held up a short baton to draw down the thunder and lightning in the sky, igniting a powerful thunderstorm. No one doubts whether this is a coincidence, because the other side is standing within such a terrifying thunderstorm without being affected in any way. Do they have to face the terrorist? Is the legendary Northern European Odin? Should they pray for God to come and fight against each other? Let down, put down the weapon, police. After seeing Ivan turning around, Chief Vic felt a cold breath from the solace of his feet, and he drew the pistol from his waist in a panic, without any sense of security. More than 20 police officers nearby also took out their weapons one after another, and under the cover of the police car, they trembled and pointed at each other. Calm down, put down the gun, gentlemen, the threat has actually been cleared. Ivan shrugged and looked at the Muggle policeman in front of him. May speak with Yan Color. It's a pity that Ivan's words didn't make any difference. The policemen present firmly believed that the threat was right in front of them. Take a look at this square. Sheriff Vic remembers that when he passed by the day before yesterday, it was one of the landmarks of New York City, but now there is only a ruin left, not to mention that they all saw the young man in front of him driving a thunderstorm. Humanely destroy an innocent middle-aged man. Perhaps more than 20 guns have given Sergeant Vic a bit of courage, or everything supernatural in front of him has made him a little hysterical, Sergeant Vic shouted loudly. I'll say it one last time, put down the weapon, and then let me hostage in the building. Hostage? Yvonne was stunned for a moment, and looked at the Woolworth building that had been invaded by the blasting curse for a while, only then did he understand that the other party was misunderstanding. Why do you have to embarrass a good person? Yvonne sighed, then continued helplessly. Forget it, if that's the case, you can take a good rest here, anyway, when you get up, you will find that everything is as usual. Chapter 956, Yvonne, don't worry, everyone, the threat has been cleared by me. Grindelwald wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and did not respond to Ivan's ridicule. As a fake North American Congress chairman, he naturally did not dare to store the key in other places, otherwise once his identity was revealed, he would have lost all his efforts. But Grindelwald's lack of reply does not mean that there is no anger in his heart. Although this society had already left the magic capital, he didn't mean to leave just like that. Under the swing of the wooden bone wand in his hand, a row of cars parked in front of the capital automatically hovered and moved towards the capital at an unimaginable speed. Yvonne smashed it. Reducto, bone-torn Yvonne was shaking with a human bone wand, and the Rolls-Royce in the front row exploded in an instant. The scattered wreckage quickly gathered together under the action of the transformation curse, forming a huge iron shield to block the speeding cars one by one, and finally redisintegrated into wreckage fragments, wrapped in whiteness. The fierce fire was like a cannonball, and it was a frantic bombardment where Grindelwald was. Fires and explosions sounded in the square in front of the building. After the smoke dissipated, the originally flat masonry ground suddenly became pitted, as if it had been plowed by heavy artillery. It's just that Grindelwald's figure has already disappeared there. Yvonne quickly looked around, the function of the invisibility cloak had already been broken by him, so it could only be apparition. Just when Yvonne doubted whether Grindelwald was running away, a black spell beam suddenly flew from behind. Sensing the danger, Yvonne turned into a ball of flame and avoided it without hesitation. The black light beam pierced Ivan's body directly, hitting the street light behind him, melting it into a ball of molten iron in just a second or two. This terrifying power made some of Ivan's scalp numb, and after his body quickly gathered, he immediately blessed himself with an iron armor curse, so as not to react in time and end up like a street lamp. It was in the afternoon at this time, and the Woolworth building was again in the New York City area. The battle between Yvonne and Grindelwald was discovered by the passing muggles almost at the beginning. The flying and falling cars and the sound of explosions made the whole street completely chaotic. Conf Ringo, thunderbolt explosion. After Grindelwald blocked a few spells, he indifferently waved his wand to release a blasting spell, but the target was not Yvonne, but the Woolworth building next to it. The tyrannical flames condensed into fireballs and hit the walls violently, and the whole building was violently shaken. A large number of broken glass and bricks fell like raindrops, and the muggles on the street were all lying on the ground. Or run away like crazy. Monsters, demons, who will save me? Devil, this is witchcraft. Listening to the constant shouts coming from his ears, Ivan's expression suddenly became very ugly. He did not expect that Grindelwald would suddenly shift the target in the middle of the battle, and there was no time to stop it. Yvonne looked around at the panicked muggles around him, and then he understood why Grindelwald did not leave in a hurry. The other party was clearly prepared to expose the existence of wizards through this battle. It seems, he must have a quick fight. Yvonne made up his mind and raised the wand of human bones. Under the action of huge magic power, the sky that was still clear was clouded in an instant. Thunder. Yvonne waved his wand toward Grindelwald. In a short time, dozens of thick lightning fell from the sky, and finally gathered into a powerful thunderstorm to envelope the entire square. The extremely terrifying thunderstorm revealed its power at the moment it hits the ground. The dense electric arc licked the ground and continued to stretch around. The hard floor tiles burst under the raging thunder and lightning, spreading like a spider web. A gully. But within a short time, the entire square has become a ruin. Yvonne closed his eyes and sensed for a while, and Grindelwald's magic disappeared in front of the building, as if he had been wiped out by a thunderstorm. The lightning speed is extremely fast, and greens may not be able to hide it, but considering that the opponent has an undestroyed Horcrux, Yvonne still dispels the previous judgment of death, and instead thinks that Grindelwald is injured and ran away. My God! While Yvonne was thinking, a trembling voice came from behind him. Yvonne turned and looked over, only to find that a large row of police cars had surrounded the square. Sergeant Vic, headed by him, stepped off the police car and stared blankly at the square in front of him as if it had been hit by a round of missiles. He just received a report from the public that there was a terrorist attack in front of the Woolworth building, so he rushed over with all his subordinates non-stop, but unexpectedly, he saw a scene that broke his three views as soon as he arrived at the scene. The 17 or 18-year-old young man held up a short baton to draw down the thunder and lightning in the sky, igniting a powerful thunderstorm. No one doubts whether this is a coincidence, because the other side is standing within such a terrifying thunderstorm without being affected in any way. Do they have to face the terrorist is the legendary Northern European Odin? Should they pray for God to come and fight against each other? Let down, put down the weapon, police. After seeing Yvonne turning around, Chief Vic felt a cold breath from the solace of his feet, and he drew the pistol from his waist in a panic, without any sense of security. More than 20 police officers nearby also took out their weapons one after another, and under the cover of the police car, they trembled and pointed at each other. Calm down, put down the gun, gentlemen, the threat has actually been cleared. Yvonne shrugged and looked at the Muggle police officers in front of him. It's a pity that Ivan's words didn't make any difference. The policemen present firmly believed that the threat of UU reading www.uugonshu.com was in front of them. Take a look at this square. Sheriff Vic remembers that when he passed by the day before yesterday, it was one of the landmarks of New York City, but now there is only a ruin left, not to mention that they all saw the young man in front of him driving a thunderstorm. Humanely destroy an innocent middle-aged man. Perhaps more than 20 guns have given Sergeant Vic a bit of courage, or everything supernatural in front of him has made him a little hysterical, Sergeant Vic shouted loudly. I'll say it one last time, put down the weapon, and then let me hostage in the building. Hostage? Yvonne was stunned for a moment, and looked at the Woolworth building that had been invaded by the blasting curse for a while, only then did he understand that the other party was misunderstanding. Why do you have to embarrass a good person? Yvonne sighed, then continued helplessly. Forget it, if that's the case, you can take a good rest here, anyway, when you get up, you will find that everything is as usual. Chapter 957, I just think that now is the best time to talk about things. Ivan's words did not hide the slightest bit. Although Chief Vic didn't quite understand him, he knew that the rest in the other party's mouth might not be as simple as it seems in the literal sense. Fire, fire. Realizing this, Inspector Vic quickly shouted. The police officers, who were already extremely tense, pulled the trigger without hesitation, and the continuous bullets shot forward like raindrops, forming a powerful crossfire net. At the moment when the bullet was shot, the fear in Chief Vic's heart could not help but eased a lot. Even if he had the ability to manipulate lightning, he would be injured or even killed if he was hit by a bullet, right? You must know that they are out of the police this time to deal with terrorists, even though they did not bring real big guys, and there was no time to apply for helicopter support, the firepower they possess is still very powerful. Yvonne had already tried the power of Muggles' weapons, and he didn't rush to solve the battle, but opened his left hand horizontally in front of him, creating 5 invisible magical barriers in a row. The dense rain of bullets slammed on the magic barrier frantically, and soon several fine cracks were shot. After the first round of offensive was over, the first magic barrier just cracked open. Ivan's brows were raised, and he was a little surprised. Don't look at these magical barriers that he made casually, but the opponents only used some low-power pistols and police rifles. If you replace them with dozens of sniper rifles, how about several missiles or even nuclear weapons? The first 2 can still evade the past by incarnation flames, and the nuclear weapon Yvonne is not sure that they can resist it. Of course, this kind of city-destroying level attack cannot be easily launched by Muggles. He is not a wooden person. As long as he sees the nuclear missile, he can use Phantom to run away. While Yvonne was wondering how to deal with technology magically, many North American police officers were frightened by Ivan's empty-handed behavior of blocking the bullet. As a Muggle who doesn't know magic, Chief Vic can't perceive the existence of an invisible barrier. He can only see Odin in front of him raising his left hand, and all the bullets that are directed at him stop in front of him, and then one after another fell to the ground. The plot that could only be seen in the movie in the past suddenly appeared in reality, and Chief Vic only felt a tingling scalp. Realizing that the firearms in his hands could not pose any threat to Odin, Chief Vic hurriedly pressed the communicator on his chest, and wanted to apply for support from a higher level, so that the monster might only be solved by the regular army. At this moment, a hand stretched out and snatched the communicator, and directly smashed it to pieces. The next second Ivan's voice rang beside him. It's over here, I don't want to make things too big. Sergeant Vic turned his head abruptly, only to realize that Yvonne had crossed the guard's line of defense quietly and appeared directly beside him. The boss was going to exclaim with a mouth that was so long that it was just before that. The sky of thunder light occupies all of his vision. The small minefield triggered by Ivan's magical power almost instantly subdued more than 20 police officers present, and then gently waved the magic wand to modify the memories of these people. When they wake up, they will find that the world they are in is still so scientific and not magical at all. As for this bombed square in Woolworth building, it was all done by terrorists in the Middle East and had nothing to do with wizards. The second after Yvonne ended the battle, Connor and others apparat and appeared on the square. The reason for this coincidence is naturally because they have been watching the battle between Yvonne and Grindelwald from a distance. Taking into account Ivan's instructions before, they did not appear on the battlefield. Your Excellency Halls, where is Grindelwald? Is he dead? Connor asked hurriedly. I think he should be still alive, he probably ran away. Ivan shook his head and said helplessly. There is no way for a powerful wizard like them to want to run away. It was a good opportunity to fight in the Magical Congress this time, but Grindelwald was clearly prepared. Not only did he destroy the Department of Mysteries in advance, but also planned the escape route in advance. In addition, Horcrux is also a big problem. If you don't want to destroy this thing, even if you kill Grindelwald directly this time, the other party can rely on those loyal saints to perform a resurrection ceremony again and crawl back from hell. Hearing the news that Grindelwald was still alive, Connor's faces became very ugly. This time the International Wizarding Conference, the North American Magic Congress, was ashamed. 2 consecutive ministers died in the capital. Not to mention that even the chairman of the Congress was replaced. Now Grindelwald is still completely successful. Retire, this is undoubtedly a hard slap in their face. However, no matter how depressed he is, Connor understands that I cannot blame Ivan. On the contrary, I would be able to drive Grindelwald away this time thanks to Ivan's help. Otherwise, all of them would still be there. It's not impossible to be destroyed by Grindelwald. Grindelwald is seriously injured this time, and he should be able to rest a little in a short time. Ivan saw Connor's worries and comforted him, then turned his head to look at Woolworth Building. Looking at the muggles who poked their heads out of the window, continued to speak. Muggles in the building, you can figure out how to deal with them. Personally, I think terrorist attacks are a good excuse. The United States has been rampant in the Middle East these years, and incidents like terrorist attacks are not once or twice in North America. It is estimated that muggles are also used to it. Connor nodded, and Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com immediately ordered those Aurors who could free their hands to do what Ivan told them to cleanse the memories of those insiders. By the way, Director Connor, are the representatives of all countries okay? How about the casualties? Ivan asked worriedly. They all stayed safely in the meeting room on the 3rd floor. Only a dozen people were unlucky and hit by the aftermath of the curse. They are now being treated in the medical room. Connor explained in a deep voice, and then apologized. He told Ivan that they might be coming for nothing this time. 3 minister-level figures died in a row, and they were all heads of magic powers. This meeting can no longer continue. Only when the countries re-elect ministers can the meeting be held again. No, I just think it's the best time to talk about things. So, let the meeting go on, Director Connor. Ivan retorted Connor's words with deep meaning. Chapter 958, Pierce, I recommend Halls as president. Who agrees? Who? Connor took a deep look at Ivan, but finally nodded and led everyone back to the magic capital. Because it was used as a battlefield before, the entire 1st and 2nd floors looked dilapidated. Fortunately, the conference room was not affected. Under the orders of Connor, the Aurors will soon take refuge in the living room. The wizard representatives all invited over. After Grindelwald's uproar, the wizards who are still in the parliament can't help but feel a little afraid. The Russian wizards even suffocated, and after seeing Connor, they couldn't help but scolded. Director Connor, would you please tell me what is going on? It was your North American Magic Congress who invited us to hold a joint meeting. As a result, Grindelwald actually replaced your Congress chairman, if it weren't for Halls. My husband has recalled the soul of Minister Igor, and all of us are afraid that we will die here. The rest of the wizard representatives were also filled with indignation. Because of the mistakes on the North American side, they were almost wiped out this time. Naturally, it was impossible to let it go so easily, even if the North American Magic Congress had to give an explanation. However, Connor is not a good-natured character, and he dared not let the North American Magic Congress carry this cauldron alone. Even if the fire was burned on Bruno and others, he said that the cause of everything was a problem with the French Ministry of Magic. If it hadn't been for the French minister who was under the Imperious curse, how could Chairman Wilkinson be controlled by Grindelwald so easily? The entire conference room was mixed with verbal abuse and excuses, and the crowd quickly became a pot of porridge. Some excited wizards even rolled up their sleeves, seemingly planning to do a full martial arts on the spot. Looking at the chaotic conference room, Ivan shook his head helplessly, immediately drew out his wand and blessed himself with a powerful curse, and shouted. Enough! Give me silence! The loud voice instantly overwhelmed the noise in the conference room, attracting everyone's attention. Everyone, please listen to me. This is not the time for infighting. Everyone present is just a victim. If he can, I believe that Director Connor will never want to see this Capitol building become a battlefield. Ivan said solemnly. Our real enemy should be Gellert Grindelwald. He is the culprit responsible for all this. Although this time we successfully defeated Grindelwald's conspiracy, I am afraid that it will not be long before he will regroup, develop a larger force, and make a comeback. So the most important thing now is to unite and find a way to arrest Grindelwald and his saints, instead of verbalizing and accusing each other here. Please forgive me, besides wasting precious time. Besides, it doesn't make any sense. Ivan said. I understand what you mean, Mr. Halls, but Minister Igor is dead. We must first go back and recommend a new minister. Can this World Wizards Conference be postponed for some time? The Russian leader, the wizard, said very embarrassedly. Bruno and the others also nodded, but before he could speak, they were interrupted by Ivan. How long will it take you to elect a new minister? 1 week? 1 month? Or longer? Don't forget, Grindelwald won't give us this time. He hit a wall in the Magic Congress of North America this time. You might as well think about where Grindelwald is most likely to develop his power next. Ivan said, slightly threatening. Listening to Ivan's words, Bruno's complexion changed involuntarily. This is what they worry about the most. Everyone knows that persimmons have to be soft. Although the North American Magical Congress has stumbled in the hands of Grindelwald this time, the background of being the strongest magical region is undoubtedly revealed. With the help of the protective magic arranged in the Congress, the Aurors led by Connor once suppressed Grindelwald. If there was a problem with the Department of Mysteries, the opponent would have been imprisoned long ago. As for the British side, not to mention, Yvonne Halls is the British wizard, who is not afraid of Grindelwald's threat. In contrast, the ones most vulnerable to Grindelwald's revenge are France and Russia, who have lost their ministers and are facing civil strife. Seeing that Bruno and others understood what he meant, Yvonne turned his head to look at the wizard representatives in the audience, and said solemnly. The disaster brought by Grindelwald is by no means a disaster in any region or continent, but a common threat to the entire magical world. No one can be alone, so I hope you all can temporarily put aside your previous prejudices and truly unite. If we sit idly by and sit on the sidelines today, there is no doubt that what awaits us in the future will be a war. This is not just a civil war between wizards and wizards. Grindelwald has more ambitions. He is more likely to instigate hostility between muggles and wizards, cause countless casualties, and even destroy the entire wizarding world. Ivan's loud voice reverberated continuously in the conference room, and I had personally experienced that the representatives of Grindelwald's cunning and powerful wizards were plunged into contemplation. Although many people think that Ivan's words are a bit exaggerated, they have to admit that Grindelwald does have the power to overthrow the existing order. I propose that starting from today, countries should send people to set up a department that is solely responsible for all matters related to Grindelwald. It is expected that this department will need at least 7 rapid reaction forces and connect the intelligence agencies of various countries. Only in this way can it be restrained. The vicious incidents that have occurred frequently in the recent period of time have even further searched and arrested Grindelwald. Yvonne talked about his ideas endlessly. Connor on the side of UU reading www.uuganshu.com frowned. According to Yvonne, it would be terrifying for this newly established department to have rights. Even Yvonne also proposed to give the Rapid Reaction Force the privilege to enter the magic world of various countries to investigate and arrest suspected targets in an emergency without applying. Then who will lead these troops? How can we ensure that Grindelwald will not send people in? Bruno couldn't help interrupting Ivan's words. I will personally check this point to ensure that everyone who enters has no problems. Yvonne said categorically, and then hesitated. As for the leader, if this Rapid Reaction Force can't defeat Grindelwald and his saints, I am afraid that there is no need for it at all. So in my opinion, it is better to let Halls lead this newly established department. Pierce said without hesitation. Chapter 959, Acting President Halls. Listening to Pierce's words, everyone present had a lot of discussions. Many people felt that although Yvonne was strong, but his age was too young, would it be too much for a young man of 17 or 18 to hold such an important position? Play tricks? Of course, if anyone has a better idea or disagrees with it, you might as well stand up and discuss it. Yvonne looked around every wizard present, pointed in front of him, and said very kindly. The discussion in the conference room suddenly reduced a lot. For most people, it is fine to complain in private, but it is a bit difficult for them to stand up and bear the pressure on their own. They still vividly remember the scene of Yvonne alone suppressing Grindelwald, and no one dared to oppose it without opening his eyes. Very well, so it seems that everyone's ideas are the same, so this matter is decided. Pierce didn't give them much time to consider, and after waiting for about half a minute, he directly announced the result. Seeing Pierce's decision so decisively, Bruno and the others were somewhat dissatisfied, but they were not able to show their faces. Do you have anything to say? Mr. Bruno. Yvonne keenly noticed the emotional changes in several people, and asked involuntarily. Under Ivan's concerned gaze, Bruno shook his head and smiled reluctantly. No, I think Mr. Halls could not be more appropriate to lead this department. Yvonne nodded, then looked at Connor and the Russian wizards. What do you think? Connor was silent for a while, then replied. Secretary Pierce is right. His Excellency Halls is indeed the best candidate. After Wilkinson's death, he wants to be the chairman of the North American Congress smoothly. I am afraid that Ivan's support is indispensable, and he is naturally willing to sell Yvonne a bit of face. The representatives of the Russian wizards did not say everything, but considering that Yvonne found out who killed Minister Igor and indirectly saved all of them, they all righteously said that after they went back, they would definitely will do my best to persuade the new minister to agree to the appointment of Ivan. The chairman of the Asia Society said nothing. As the only leader of the major powers present, his political sense is naturally higher than that of Bruno and others. 3 leaders of the great powers were killed in a row at the Wizarding Joint Conference, but Ivan deliberately chose to agree on the formation of a coalition army at this time, which made him vaguely smell a conspiracy. After all, this was a bit too coincidental, and it was so coincidental that he couldn't help but wonder if Ivan Halls conspired with Grindelwald to do these attacks. If there was no such accident, even if they finally agreed to form a coalition army, the leader would not have the turn of Ivan, a young wizard who lacks prestige. In contrast, the chairman of the North American Magic Congress, Wilkinson, is the best candidate. The opponent has enough prestige and leadership skills to convince everyone. More importantly, North America is recognized as the strongest magic power. These factors far more important than its own strength. However, after such a disturbance in Grindelwald, the nature completely changed. The entire North American Magic Congress was discredited in this meeting, and Minister Wilkinson was killed, directly losing the capital of competing leaders. In addition, the ministers of Russia and France also died in the Parliament building, without the right to speak up. The British minister Pierce was the microphone of Ivan Halls, so naturally he would not participate. In this way, the only suitable candidate is Ivan Halls, who just made the limelight and defeated Grindelwald alone. As for the president of the Asian Association, he rarely participates in international affairs and has no chance of being elected. Is it possible that this is why I survived? Thinking of this, the president of the Asia Society took a deep breath in his heart and glanced at Ivan with extreme dread. If things are really as I guessed, then the other party would be too terrible. Your Excellency, do you have any suggestions? Seeing the Asia Society president staring at him silently, Ivan suddenly asked strangely. No, it's nothing, I don't have any opinion. The president of the Asia Society regained his consciousness, was startled in a cold sweat, and shook his head quickly. Although there were many speculations in his mind, he was not stupid enough to point it out in public. After the war, Ivan Halls was a general trend. Even if he strongly opposed it now, it didn't make any sense, not to mention that these were just his guesses, without any evidence. Since everyone thinks so, then I won't shirk any more. Ivan said very modestly, and then discussed the naming, rights and obligations of the new department with Connor and others. Since this department needs to allocate funds and manpower from various countries, it happens to be linked to the International Wizarding Federation. These rapid forces can also serve as the direct troops of the Wizarding Federation. Not only will it be convenient for us to supervise, but the law enforcement Auror will also be able to use it in the future. Under the name of the League of Nations, investigating and arresting saints everywhere. Pierce suggested. The wizard representatives present thought for a while and felt reasonable, and nodded in agreement. However, Pierce suddenly changed his voice and spoke again. In addition, the post of president of the International Wizarding Federation happens to be vacant, and Halls can hold the post temporarily to facilitate the coordination of affairs among countries. This is something wrong. Director Connor said hesitantly. UU reading www.uugonshu.com. Bruno and others are also hesitant, considering the balance of power. The International Wizarding Federation has always had no president, and all affairs are basically negotiated by 5 members. While several people were thinking about it, Ivan promptly rejected Pierce's proposal, indicating that he did not have any experience in handling international affairs, and that it would be a little too weak to become the president of the League of Nations directly. However, the International Wizarding Federation can add a virtual title of acting president without having too much power, as long as it can command countries to send rapid reaction forces and be able to contact ministers anytime and anywhere. Considering that the members of the Rapid Reaction Force were all Aurors sent by them, and they only obeyed Ivan's instructions in name, Connor and others did not say anything, and directly agreed. After a preliminary consensus was reached, there were only a few details left in the following meeting, such as the question of how many people should be sent by countries and the proportion of capital. Ivan was so patient and wrangled with Connor and others until the evening. The meeting was officially ended. Chapter 960, This is only part 1 of your great plan. After dinner, Ivan did not leave the North American capital like the rest of the wizard representatives, because there was an internal meeting of the 5 congressmen at night. In addition to the establishment of the newly established department, what Connor and others are most concerned about is undoubtedly the exposure of the magic world due to frequent attacks in recent times. Especially at noon today, Ivan and Grindelwald fought in the New York City area. Pedestrians on the nearby streets and muggles in the Woolworth building witnessed the existence of magic, which directly exposed the level of magic at the door. The clock advanced 1 square. This indicates that the day when the magic world is completely exposed to muggles is getting closer and closer. Although the Aurors of the Magic Congress of North America have already begun to take action to eliminate every muggle who knows the truth, everyone knows that the situation may not be too optimistic. After all, they rely on that machine that can modify millions of muggles at once. The alchemy device of memory can no longer be used because of the lack of the key. Even if it survives this crisis, Grindelwald will let the Saints continue to do things in Muggle cities, and all their efforts are completely meaningless. Can't we re-engrave some keys? Yvonne asked strangely. Grindelwald took the 4 keys from here, yes, but that alchemy device is still there. Now that the elite wizards of the entire magic world are gathered here, there is no way to copy a few keys, right? Connor shook his head with a wry smile. In order to ensure the uniqueness of the key, hundreds of alchemists had racked their brains and had never thought about the issue of the key loss. After all, this thing is extremely safe in the hands of the ministers, and there is almost no possibility of being lost or robbed. In addition, the person who made the core of the alchemy instrument was the French alchemist Knockoff Alley. After the death of this big man, the production method of some important parts has been lost, so they are so embarrassed. Listening to Connor's explanation, Yvonne then understood. No wonder he didn't have any clue when checking the key with his alchemy knowledge. It turned out to be Nicole LeMay's handwriting. Yvonne has carefully read the 2 alchemy books left by the other party. They contain many methods for making alchemy items, but they only don't include the alchemy device that can clean the memory, so Yvonne can't do anything in a short time. Wait, Your Excellency Halls, can't you bring back the souls of the dead? We only need to call out Master Nicole LeMay and ask, can't we? The president of the Asia Society thought of it and proposed. Said. Everyone at the scene looked forward to turning their heads to look at Yvonne, but the latter shook his head. It's a pity, Mr. Chairman, I'm afraid I can't do this. Yvonne shrugged helplessly, and then under everyone's confused gaze, he told the fact that the resurrection stone can only create a virtual illusion. Again. In other words, the 2 ministers we have met are actually phantoms simulated from memory. Bruno said in astonishment. Connor and others on the side were also a little unbelievable. I'm sorry, Mr. Bruno, I had no choice but to make this in order to gain your trust. Yvonne apologized and explained. After careful consideration, Yvonne finally decided to tell the truth. Anyway, there is no need to hide this matter, let alone hide it for too long. With so many elites present, who doesn't have 1 or 2 cherished people, what if they all cried and begged him to call upon him after the meeting? It's impossible to just lie to the end, right? It wouldn't be good if the clever wizard saw some clues. And holding such a treasure is unavoidable. Although Yvonne is not afraid, he is not ready to cause trouble. Naturally, he has to take this opportunity to explain clearly. After Yvonne explained the causes and consequences in detail, Bruno and others realized that they had been tricked, and they laughed bitterly, and they didn't want to blame Yvonne. It is precisely because he came up with such a trick that he can uncover Grindelwald disguised as Chairman Wilkinson. It's great, if I get into such a predicament, I'm afraid I may not have the courage of you. Connor said with emotion. Although Yvonne realized something was wrong with Wilkinson based on some clues, he would never dare to do such a risky thing if he changed his person. Fortunately, if the bet is won, if something goes wrong in the middle, then Yvonne is bound to fall into a situation where it will not be restored. Realizing that the so-called soul-calling ritual was not reliable, Connor and others had to dispel the plan to remake alchemy instruments, and instead decided to contact the Muggle leaders of various countries and ask them to help cover up the problem of magic exposure. The meeting lasted for a whole night, until late at night. Yvonne and Pierce and others returned to the British Ministry of Magic. Seamus, who had been imprisoned for 2 days, was finally released. After learning that Yvonne had found out Grindelwald disguised as Wilkinson, and defeated the opponent to become the acting president, Seamus's expression was so wonderful that he almost thought that Dallas and the others were joking with him. However, after getting Pierce's confirmation, Seymour's attitude suddenly changed 180 degrees. He didn't care about his face at all. He helped Yvonne pick up his luggage very graciously and looked like a small attendant. Yvonne was very dissatisfied with Seamus's behavior of becoming inflamed. If it hadn't been because Seamus had acted alone in order to make friends with the powerful, he wouldn't have been controlled by Grindelwald, and finally implicated himself. But in the face of several friends, Yvonne was also lazy to care about with Seamus. After a few warnings, he opened the system bar and checked it. He specifically sought the post of president of the International Wizarding Federation. Reading www.yuyuganshu.com is not only to deal with Grindelwald, but also to complete the task of system release by the way. However, the moment I saw the system bar, Yvonne was stunned. Task objective, dominate the magical world. Task progress, 81%. Task reward, legendary value *5. Mission description, at the World Wizarding Federation, you insidiously used Grindelwald to get rid of several powerful competitors, successfully seized the post of president of the International Wizarding Federation, and nominally had control over the entire wizarding world. But no one can think that you are not satisfied with being a so-called puppet president, but you are always ready to eliminate dissidents and wait for the opportunity to firmly control the entire magic world in your own hands. Chapter 961, It turns out that magic can be so powerful. Looking at the task description given in the system bar, Ivan didn't know how to complain for a while. Fortunately, over the years, Ivan has long been accustomed to describing him as a terrorist secretly planning a conspiracy and intending to rule the world, so he simply ignored the instructions and notes in the taskbar and focused his attention. Moved to other places. The task progress that soared to more than 80% in an instant really shocked Ivan. He guessed in advance that after becoming the chairman of the International Wizarding Federation, he would be able to increase a lot of progress, but he did not expect it to happen. The child has added so much. But thinking about it is normal. He had always been in this 3-acre land in England before. Except for wizards in European magic circles who occasionally saw his name in newspapers, wizards from other continents probably hadn't even heard of it. There are even fewer people who know that he is controlling the British magic world secretly. This time was different. He defeated the legendary Dark Lord Grindelwald in front of thousands of people, and stepped on the other side's fame to brush a wave of presents in front of the heads of countries and wizard representatives. As long as the newspapers of various places are published in 2 days, the whole magical world will know. In addition, the title of the President of the League of Nations is also very useful, which means that he has the right to legally interfere in the magical world. It is probably because of these 2 points that the task progress has increased so rapidly. However, I am afraid that it will not be so easy to improve in the future. Ivan estimates that it may not be so easy to achieve 100% progress. Maybe he needs to wait until he truly becomes the chairman of the power, or even kill Grindelwald. Neither of these can be done. Despite the fact that the International Wizarding Federation sounds like a big name, it is actually the same as the Muggle United Nations. It may be even more miserable. It is basically a decoration on weekdays. Whether the issued orders are useful or not depends on the self-consciousness of each country. His only advantage is that he has the strength to overwhelm a country, and coupled with the full support of the British magical world, he has the slightest possibility of becoming the president of the real power. But politics has always been Ivan's weakness, and he has a headache when he thinks of frequent contacts with ministers of various countries in the future, and even fighting for power. Compared to these corners, he prefers to play a straight game. Is it true that, as described in the system description, use your power to exclude dissidents and conspire to control ministers of various countries? Ivan shook his head hurriedly, put the thought aside, and then sighed even more. He had learned such a system that he had broken down, and some evil thoughts would always pop up in his mind from time to time. He is clearly a kind, enthusiastic and good person. Your Excellency Halls. Just as Ivan was thinking about it, Pierce's voice suddenly came over. What's the matter? Ivan asked strangely, turning his head. Are you planning to stay at the Ministry of Magic in the last few days? Or are you planning to return to Hogwarts? Pierce said. Ivan thought for a while and replied. Let's go back to school first. Just a few days later, it will be the Christmas holiday. I have to talk to Professor McGonagall and the students. Although the preparations for the coalition have been negotiated, it will take some time for the ministers of France and Russia to alternate, and it will take 4 or 5 days at the earliest to wait for them to send their personnel. Taking advantage of this free time, he happened to deal with school matters. By the way, Minister Pierce, remember to help me tell Director Connor tomorrow, and let them send over all the information about Grindelwald and the saints they have collected in the past few days. Ivan reminded. Understand, I have someone to do it now. Pierce said solemnly. After an order, Ivan didn't stay for a long time, and immediately waved his magic wand, cast an apparition, and disappeared in place. Early in the morning of the week, Ivan woke up from bed with a yawn and flipped through the school schedule. Only then did I remember that there was a magic research and practice class in the morning. I was still fighting with Grindelwald in the Magic Congress of North America last night, but today I have to go back to school to teach. This sense of separation makes Ivan somewhat uncomfortable, but he also knows that there will not be too many leisurely days like this. After washing, Ivan slowly left the staff lounge, preparing to go to the auditorium to enjoy today's breakfast. However, as soon as he walked to the hall, Ivan heard a noisy noise coming from inside, and when he entered, he saw the little wizards from the 4 major colleges gathered together to talk about something. Just when Ivan felt strange, a group of little wizards gathered around, Hermione still holding a newspaper in her hand, and asked excitedly. Oh my god, Ivan, is this true? The Daily Prophet says that you defeated Grindelwald and became the president of the International Federation of Wizards. Ivan took a look at the newspaper in Hermione's hand. The headline on the front page was a scene of the confrontation between him and Grindelwald in the Magical Congress, and he didn't know who took it. In this way, the reaction of the Daily Prophet was really quick. It was only received in the early hours of yesterday morning, but it was reported early in the morning. Well, you can say so. Looking at the curious and inquiring gazes, Ivan nodded freely, and then corrected. Accurately speaking, I am only the acting president. A group of students couldn't tell the difference between them. They all asked about Ivan's experience in the Magic Congress of North America and how he defeated Grindelwald. When they saw the news in the newspaper before, they almost thought it was because the Daily Prophet had made a mistake. Even though Yvonne is the best student ever at Hogwarts, Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com also graduated early and became a professor, but it still makes it difficult to connect with such big people as the president of the International Wizarding Federation. It's like someone suddenly discovering that the classmate who used to go to school with him every day is actually the head of state. This is almost the case. Grindelwald pretended to be the chairman of the North American Magic Congress and killed 2 ministers, intending to plant them on me, but after all I saw it through, and finally used magic to create magical images of the ministers. Grindelwald trapped him in the Magic Congress. Amidst the enthusiastic urging of the crowd, Yvonne had to be patient and tell the whole story. Although Ivan's words were very plain, Hermione and others could still tell from the words how dangerous the situation was. The final battle between the two in the Magical Congress made the little wizards present even more addicted. Whether it was the feat of Grindelwald fighting more than 100 Aurors alone, or the spell of 2 people calling thunderstorms and blowing up streets and squares, they refreshed the little wizard's understanding of power. It turns out that magic can be so powerful. Chapter 962, Your safety is always the most important. Professor Halls, why can you summon thunder and lightning? Is this also some kind of curse? A first-year Gryffindor raised his hand and asked curiously. Well, it's my own magic spell for the time being. Yvonne said vaguely. Hearing that it turned out to be some kind of self-made magic, the little wizards present suddenly became interested and asked if they could learn this magical spell. Of course not. Yvonne murmured inwardly. The powerful bloodline magic that controls the celestial phenomena can almost be said to surpass the scope of ordinary magic, and it may not be possible for a normal wizard to master it for a lifetime. However, as a qualified teaching professor, Yvonne would naturally not say so absolutely. Instead, he said tactfully that he wanted to master this spell and he needed a very advanced knowledge of magic, otherwise he would easily hurt himself if he practiced rashly. If you have listened carefully to the class over the years, and worked hard enough, one day you will surely be able to use such a powerful magic. Yvonne looked at the crowd and said encouragingly. The little wizard who was interrogating flushed immediately and seemed to have fallen into a certain fantasy. And Yvonne was caused by the endless problems of other little wizards. Fortunately, the time for class was approaching, so he quickly changed his words and urged everyone to go to the classroom quickly, otherwise they should be late. After the students gathered in the auditorium dispersed, Yvonne ate a few desserts in a hurry, and then went to class with the course materials. In order to save time, Yvonne used the phoenix blood to bypass the restriction of anti-phantom shifting very extravagantly. Before the bell rang in class, it turned into a flame and landed in the classroom, causing another exclamation. After the real class started, Yvonne soon discovered that it was not all good to show up in school this time. At least in today's magic research and practice class, the little wizards have exploded 120% of their enthusiasm. They all seemed to be smashed in blood, and they didn't even need to remind them when they lectured, the students below. I consciously took notes, which was very worry-free. If every class can maintain this level of care, Yvonne has no doubt that the little wizards of this year of Hogwarts will become the highest overall level in all generations. However, Yvonne also deeply understands that for most people, hard work is temporary. 3 days of fishing and 2 days of surfing the net is the norm. After the Christmas holiday returns, most people will return to their original lazy appearance. The only thing he can do is to teach more useful knowledge while the students are still interested in learning. The morning passed by, and when get out of class was about to end, Yvonne suddenly remembered the after-school task assigned to Harry and the others a few weeks ago, and checked everyone's curse-free casting skills one by one. After a month of study, the 6th grade students have initially mastered the trick of silently casting spells, but the degree of application is different. Fast learners like Harry and Malfoy can release a basic spell in an instant with full concentration, while Neville, Ekmore, and others have to meditate in their hearts over and over again, and it takes a second or two. Successfully released, it is easy to make mistakes when fighting. Although there is still a big gap between Ivan's easy and freehand spell-free spelling, the little wizards present felt very satisfied. Magic can be released without a spell, they didn't even dare to think about it before. Among all the students, the one that surprised Yvonne the most was Hermione, who had mastered the skill of using a wandless spell silently, and suddenly used it during the demonstration, which really surprised Yvonne. After the surprise, Yvonne took the lead and clapped and shouted loudly. Miss Granger did a great job. She successfully performed a wandless cast. This is an amazing improvement. Gryffindor adds 30 points. The little wizards at the scene turned their heads to look at Hermione very enviously, and at the same time, they also looked forward to one day that they could cast spells without a wand. The one morning class soon ended with Ivan's comments. Until they walked out of the classroom door, the students were still discussing the content of the class. After mastering the new magic skills, everyone looked forward to being able to participate in the week. The 5 dual class showed off their skills. Professor Halls. Just as Yvonne was packing up his textbooks and was about to leave, a familiar voice came from behind him. Yvonne turned around and realized that Hermione hadn't left with the others. She should have been waiting for him. Since get out of class is over, don't have to do this, Hermione, or is there something Miss Granger doesn't understand and needs the guidance of my teaching professor? Yvonne said jokingly. The little witch stuck her tongue out, and then she spoke pretty happily. Then how is my course done, Professor Halls? It's great, you learn faster than I taught, so it seems that there is no suspense about the champion of Friday's duel class. Yvonne replied with a smile. So, can I apply for graduation this school year? Hermione didn't care about Ivan's praise, but couldn't wait to ask. Is it bad to study at Hogwarts? Everyone is here. Yvonne was taken aback, somewhat surprised. But, are you going to resign next school year? Hermione pursed her lips, looking a little glum. Although she was still happy that Yvonne became the president of the League of Nations in the morning, after a morning of cooling, she suddenly realized that Yvonne could not have two jobs at the same time. Since she wanted to stand up against Grindelwald, she could not stay taught in school. Although it hasn't been decided yet, it's probably the case. Yvonne said with a sullen expression. The plan always failed to keep up with the changes. After defeating Voldemort, he thought that there was no threat to the magic world and he could stay leisurely in Hogwarts to study magic. Who would have imagined that Grindelwald jumped out and planned to start a war? Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com even if he doesn't want to care about it. Then I don't need to stay in school anymore. I have read the courses in the 6th and 7th grades, and now I have passed the exam, without any problems. Hermione said confidently. In the past few years, with the help of Yvonne, her magic level has progressed extremely fast, far surpassing the wizards of the same age. A few days ago, she learned how to cast spells without a wand from the notes Yvonne gave her. This is an overwhelming majority. Magic skills that Luo never mastered. I can fight too. Hermione said firmly. Yvonne felt the determination of the little witch, but finally shook his head. Not enough, it's not enough, Hermione. The real battle is not the fight in the duel class, and there is no end to it. You should have read the content in the Daily Prophet. Grindelwald is not something that ordinary wizards can fight against. Those saints are the same. The heart is cruel, the unforgivable curse is as easy to use as eating and drinking. I don't want you to take risks, Hermione. Yvonne looked at the little witch in front of him and said very solemnly. No matter when, your safety is always the most important. Chapter 963, Let the Dead Speak. Hermione was very touched by Ivan's sincere words. The little witch hugged Yvonne tightly for a while before she spoke. But I am worried about you. Worry about what I am doing. Yvonne laughed, pretending to be confident. Don't forget, I am now the most powerful wizard in the entire magical world. Haven't you read the newspaper? Grindelwald has to avoid me. Hermione thought about the report in the Daily Prophet, and immediately felt relieved and stopped mentioning graduation. Seeing this, Yvonne sighed in relief and hurriedly changed the subject and said. By the way, Hermione, have you read all the memories I gave you before? The little witch nodded. In the past half year, she has not wasted any time. She has read every memory Yvonne gave her dozens of times. She has also made rapid progress in alchemy, and now she can make some simple things by herself. Magic items too. However, the alchemy skills that Yvonne once told her to inject pure emotions into magic items and strengthen their power did not have any clues. She tried many times and failed. Don't be so anxious, I just barely mastered this after learning it for a long time. You still have a lot of time, so you can take it slowly. Yvonne said comfortingly, and then explained to Hermione the essentials of using emotional magic. The two of them chatted together and walked to the auditorium together. When they sat down to eat, a grey-white owl suddenly flew in from outside the hall and brought a package to him. Yvonne opened his eyes and found that there was information about Grindelwald and the movements of the saints, which should have been sent to him by Pierce. Hermione on the side also took a piece of information and looked at it curiously, but the more she looked at it, the more frightened she became. From the time when Grindelwald escaped to the present, there have been nearly 100 incidents of wizards attacking muggles in Europe. Some of them were under the hands of saints, but some were done by wizards who had extreme thinking and agreed with Grindelwald's philosophy. This is obviously not a good sign, and it adds a lot of uncertainty to the Auror's investigation. A look of worry appeared on Hermione's face after reading several pieces of information. Her parents were both muggles and she was a wizard. If the magical world and the muggle world really fought, she really didn't know. What should I do? Fortunately, Hermione quickly thought that now the entire magical world is united, not as passive as before, and it may not be long before Grindelwald will be captured. Yvonne, who knows more information, does not have the full confidence of the little witch. Don't look at the fact that he used to show off his power at the North American Magic headquarters and severely wounded Grindelwald, but Yvonne knew in his heart that he could achieve such a result because the opponent was exhausted when he played against more than 100 Aurors. A lot of magic power was overshadowed by his dark hand with the key. If he were to play another game with Grindelwald during the victory, it would be unpredictable. More importantly, Grindelwald possesses a Horcrux, which is what makes Yvonne feel the most headache. If this thing is not found and destroyed, then the opponent is equivalent to being immortal. Just wanting to do this is easier said than done. The characteristics of the Horcrux itself make it very easy to hide. It can be anything, such as a book, a key, or even a button on clothes. Without intelligence, it is like finding a needle in a haystack. Not everyone is as nostalgic as Tom Riddle, who likes to make some commemorative objects into Horcruxes and place them in some special places. Even so, Harry's induction of Horcruxes was used in the original to find out and destroy them one by one. Yvonne touched his chin and fell into contemplation. The only thing he could guess was that Grindelwald would not be as frantic as Voldemort, so the number of Horcruxes should be small, probably only one. After understanding Ivan's troubles, Hermione suddenly spoke. "Do you remember Peter Pettigrew?" "Of course I remember, what's the matter?" Yvonne asked puzzlingly. "If Grindelwald uses the same resurrection method as Voldemort, then he must need a helper." Hermione spread out the parchment in her hand and analyzed it to Yvonne. "So you only need to figure out who Grindelwald trusts, and then find a way to search for them and you should be able to get some clues." "Yes." Yvonne suddenly felt his eyes light up, and happily hugged the little witch and kissed her on the cheek. Hermione flushed slightly, and hurriedly added. "Actually, my method is not the same. It would be useless if Grindelwald directly killed the person who helped him resurrect in order to keep his secrecy. Anyway, try it first. If Grindelwald is really so hot, there is no way. We can't let the dead speak." Yvonne shrugged and said helplessly. But after speaking, the whole person was taken aback. "Wait, let the dead man speak." Ivan's right hand stroked the resurrection stone hanging on his chest, his face changed involuntarily. He has not forgotten what Grindelwald said in the capital, that the resurrection stone really has the ability to summon the soul of the dead, but he doesn't know how to use it correctly. In Ivan's impression, a dead wizard must know the clues to the Horcrux, that is, Farrell, the former vice-chairman of the North American Magic Congress. As the enemy of Grindelwald, one of the materials for the resurrection ceremony, Farrell will definitely watch the whole ceremony with a sober attitude. After all, based on Harry's personal experience and the spell, the enemy's blood is forced to be donated to resurrect your enemy. Yuncha.com probably has to be sacrificed alive in order to be effective. Thinking of this, Yvonne immediately speeded up his lunch, and decided to go back and read all the legends and resources about the 3 sacred artifacts and read it again. A few days passed in a flash, and the Christmas holiday was slowly approaching unknowingly. Ivan's research on the resurrection stone has not made much progress. It is not an easy task to screen out a few words from many legends and classics. However, Yvonne was not prepared to give up so easily. Except for daily teaching, he spent most of his time in the library. He even took out the book The Story of Poetry Wang and Pidu and read it carefully several times. By the way, he also wrote back to ask Pierce to help him investigate those saints most valued by Grindelwald. On the last day before leaving school, Yvonne slowly closed the Legend of England in his hand, took the materials and notes collected in the past few days, and planned to return to the staff lounge as usual. However, when passing by the corner of the corridor, but it was an accident that bumped into Luna, who hadn't seen him for a long time. Chapter 964, Meet Xenophilius. Yvonne, who was thinking about things and couldn't see the way, just ran into Luna, and the little witch took 2 steps back in a daze, and almost hit the wall behind. After seeing the figure in front of her clearly, Luna's frowning brows suddenly relaxed, and she shouted happily. "Hi, Yvonne." Then Luna didn't wait for Yvonne to reply, as if thinking of something again, Luna added. "Oh, no, now I should call you Professor Halls. Don't call that in private. You don't want me to call you Miss Novgood all day long, right?" Yvonne shrugged and said distressedly. Then the two looked at each other and laughed together. "Are you looking for any information recently, Yvonne?" Luna bent down and picked up the British events and ancient historical legends scattered on the ground, patted the dust on it, and handed it to Yvonne, curious asked the question. Yvonne took the book from the little witch, thanked him, and explained. "Well, some legends about England. Do you still remember the story of the 3 brothers?" Yvonne hesitated for a moment, and without any intention of concealing it, asked directly. "Of course I remember." Luna nodded and retold the fable story like a dream. Apparently she liked the legend very much. "Then do you believe this story is true? About death and those sacred artifacts?" Yvonne asked, slightly confused. "Why don't you believe it? We don't have any evidence that death does not exist, do we?" Luna asked back in a singing tone. Yvonne paused, then laughed blankly, realizing that he had asked a stupid question. The little witch was always willing to believe in all kinds of unusual things, and this prediction was probably no exception. However, the deeper I searched for information, the more Ivan was unable to determine whether this legend was true or false. At first, I was restricted by the impression of the original work. Ivan didn't really appreciate these sacred artifacts. Except for the old magic wand, the other two sacred artifacts in the original work were very hip, at most just a more powerful magic. That's all. However, the invisibility cloak, which could only cover the body, showed more functions in Grindelwald's hands, not only could follow the change of mind, but also resist the power of weakening spells. Even the resurrection stone seems to hide other secrets, not just as simple as manifesting magical illusions. By the way, Luna, I remember that your father seems to have specially studied this legend, right? Ivan suddenly remembered the scenes he saw in Luna's memory last time. With a thought, he couldn't help but say something. Inquired. Well, that's right. Since my mother left, Dad has been going through some information every day, but he doesn't seem to want to let me know. Luna raised her head slightly and said in memory. Then I can visit Mr. Novgud tomorrow. Ivan hesitated. According to Luna, Xenophilius research on the Deathly Hallows has been going on for many years, maybe there will be some reward. And Xenophilius in the original time and space did know some information about the Deathly Hallows. Of course, if Dad knows that you are here, he will definitely be happy. Luna opened her eyes wide and said in surprise. Ivan touched his nose, but he never thought that Xenophilius would welcome him so much. Because I told my dad that you found the Horned Snorer for us, that issue of the Antagonist was sold hundreds of copies. He always wanted to find the opportunity to thank you very much. Luna explained with a smile. It's not necessary. You helped me solve the puzzle left by Ms. Ravenclaw before. Isn't it right for friends to help each other? Ivan said amusedly. But it's not me who is grateful to you. Luna blinked and said seriously. Ivan was stunned for a moment, and was speechless for a while, so he couldn't distract the subject from crying or laughing, and agreed with the little witch to meet at Hogwarts Tower tomorrow morning. Half a day passed in a flash. The next morning, Ivan woke up from the bed in the staff lounge. After washing, he went to the top floor of the tower to meet Luna. Since it was the Christmas holiday, Hogwarts Castle seemed a bit empty, and most of the students had already packed their luggage and took the Hogwarts train home. Ivan did not stay in the castle either. After arriving at the agreed location, he used apparition to take Luna to Novgud's mansion. Accompanied by a burst of space replacement, after the white flame of the forest disappeared, the two figures appeared out of thin air on a barren mountain in northern England. And not far in front of them, there was a weird house erected in ancient times, which looked like a huge black column, covered with branches and vines. Although Ivan had seen Luna in Luna's memory, he had to admit that Luna's father had a very unique taste when he saw it. Previously, he also listened to reports from the law enforcers in the wizarding market that Xenophilius made the least mansion in Knockoff Alley into a weird appearance, and complained from time to time that there was no color in the vicinity of Knockoff Alley. The ballfish and the pointed caterpillar were found, so soon after the news of Voldemort's death came, he couldn't wait to move back to his original mansion. In my mind, Ivan, who was familiar with the road, and Luna stepped into the courtyard together. The winding paths were full of strange plants, reading www.yuyuganshu.com, two old trees bent by the wind. The crabapple trees are guarded on both sides of the front door. The leaves have fallen out, but they are still covered with small red fruits and large mistletoe corollas with white beads. With great interest, Luna introduced to Ivan a large group of airship lei that she had planted herself, and even picked a magic string on the spot and replaced it with a radish-shaped earring. It's pretty. Ivan looked at the little witch pinning an orange-red fruit the size of a little finger to her ear. He thought it was funny, so he laughed softly. Really? Luna looked very happy, so she picked another airship lei, replaced the other earring, and then hummed a song and pulled Ivan on to open the door and walked into the house. Luna, are you back? A slightly loud voice rang when the two entered the house. Ivan turned his head and looked over there, and then he saw a middle-aged wizard who was about 40 years old walking down the stairs. Xenophilius has white fluffy hair like cotton candy, and the linen robe he wears is stained with a lot of dust, but Ivan's attention is focused on the gold chain hanging around the opponent's neck. There was a strange symbol flashing on it, and Ivan could tell at a glance that it was the symbol of the Deathly Hallows. Chapter 965, Meeting with Xenophilius. Xenophilius, who walked down the stairs, naturally noticed the existence of Ivan. Although the two hadn't really met before, after all, they had seen a lot in the newspapers, and Xenophilius quickly recognized Ivan. Hals, why are you here? This is really a surprise. Xenophilius stepped forward very enthusiastically and patted Ivan on the shoulder, and said happily. Take the liberty to interrupt, Mr. Novgud, I have something to ask you this time. Ivan replied politely. Walk around, let's go inside and say. Xenophilius stepped aside, and greeted Ivan and Luna to come in together. After entering the house, Ivan looked around curiously. The decoration style in the house is as weird as the courtyard outside. Everything here is made into an arc shape, and all kinds of flowers are painted on it with bright three primary colors. Insects and birds. As for the second floor, it looks like a mixture of a living room and a workroom. It looks very messy. The tables, chairs, and benches are piled with old books and parchment papers. An old-fashioned printing press was creaking, spitting out copies of the latest issue of Singing and scattered them on the ground. Xenophilius, who saw this scene, was also a little embarrassed for a while, patted his head quickly, and muttered. "Oh, sorry, I didn't know you were coming, I forgot to sort it out." While talking about Xenophilius drew out the magic wand, Ivan and Luna also cooperated to cast the spell together. The scattered newspapers quickly piled up under the action of magic power, and the books were also classified and placed one by one on the bookshelf. The messy living room became tidy and spacious in an instant, and Xenophilius pulled out a few chairs and invited Ivan to sit down. "Speaking of which, I have to thank you, Halls. Before you find the Horn Snorer, there are many newspaper readers who write letters every year, questioning the existence of this magical creature, and saying that I am making up lies for the sake of eyeballs. God, why do these people think so? This is blatant slander. But now it's different. No one will question the meaninglessness of my research and reports. There are many witches and witches who even came from far away, wanting to see this horn-snoring beast with their own eyes. Who doesn't like it? Where is this little cute?" Xenophilius talked endlessly, his eyebrows filled with self-satisfaction, and he showed the excited Ivan a model of the isometric horn-snoring beast he had personally made according to Luna's description. Even 3 months ago, he went all the way to Sweden, one of the potential habitats of the horn snorers, hoping to find more horn snorers. It's a pity that he spent more than a month searching, and he was not as lucky as Ivan, but he didn't plan to give up. He was preparing to go to the Hogwarts Forbidden Forest this summer to see if there was something new. Harvest. Listening to Xenophilius' words, Ivan couldn't help rolling his eyes. The crooked snoring beast was specially deformed to make Luna happy. Even Xenophilius searched the magic world. May find a second one. But Ivan knew that even if he told the truth, the stubborn Xenophilius would probably not believe it, and the two might quarrel because of this. In the end, he could only euphemistically say that the horn-snoring beast might be very cherished, maybe it is close to extinction. Xenophilius nodded in agreement. Over the years, he had spent a lot of time searching for the horn snorer, but he always returned without success. This is probably the only explanation. Maybe I think I have found a friend. Xenophilius seems very talkative, from the habits of the horn-snoring beast to the eating habits of the hook. Ivan is one of the first two big people, and he can't keep up with Xenophilius's brain circuit, and he is not interested in understanding what the natural enemies of the horsefly hook and the harassing horsefly are, but out of politeness and not good at immediately interrupting the other's interest. Fortunately, the little witch on the side saw Ivan's embarrassment and interrupted softly. "Dad, Ivan has something to look for you this time." "Ah, that's right." Xenophi woke up when Lyaston picked up the teapot placed on the table and poured a cup of Gordigan tea for Ivan, then said with a pat on his chest. "If you have anything, you can just say, Halls, as long as I can help. I want to ask you something about the Deathly Hallows." As Ivan said, he looked down at the teacup in front of him, which was filled with a dark purple liquid like beet juice. Ivan tried to take a sip, and found that the taste of this tea was very peculiar, slightly sour and a little bitter, like the taste of Xenophilius mistakenly taking bibido beans as tea leaves. Xenophilius raised his eyebrows, as if he was a little surprised at Ivan's question, but he spoke freely after he was dazed. "You know that? Ah, yes, it's not surprising, many good wizards want to pursue the power of the Deathly Hallows. In fact, my knowledge of the Deathly Hallows is relatively limited, so I can only provide you with some clues." Xenophilius said slowly. "The invisibility cloak and the resurrection stone are not recorded in many historical materials. I can't detect their whereabouts, but the old wand is different. Its history is well documented, and it is full of blood and killing. What I want to know is not the whereabouts of the 3 sacred artifacts, Mr. Novgood." Ivan interrupted without waiting for Xenophilius' introduction. Xenophilius looked at Ivan unexpectedly. If it wasn't for the purpose of finding the Deathly Hallows, you reading www.yunsha.com, what did Ivan ask about these? Suddenly, Xenophilius seemed to have thought of something and asked suspiciously. "Could it be, you have a Deathly Hallows?" "I have received more than one, but their power doesn't seem to be as strong as I expected." Ivan explained concisely. "Is it the old wand, the invisibility cloak, or the resurrection stone?" Xenophilius suddenly became very excited, grabbing Ivan's wrist, and couldn't wait to ask. Ivan understood why Xenophilius was so excited, so naturally he didn't care about the offense of the other party, and said straightforwardly. "I have all 3 sacred artifacts. The Elder Bone Wand can greatly increase the power of the spell, allowing the holder to have the upper hand in the duel, and is worthy of the name of the strongest wand. And the invisibility cloak can make you wear a concealed body shape, shielding any magical exploration. What about the Philosopher's Stone? Can it bring the dead back to life? Xenophilius asked in a trembling voice. Luna also looked at Yvonne expectantly. In the legend about the three brothers, the Resurrection Stone can bring the dead back to the world. Chapter 966, How to Crack the Resurrection Stone. Unfortunately, as far as I know, it is not possible. What the Resurrection Stone reveals is just a false magical illusion. Yvonne shook his head, looked at the father and daughter, and said with a deep voice. Do you remember that legend? The fate of the second of the three brothers. He asked the of death for the ability to resurrect the dead, and wanted to bring back alive the girl who had wanted to marry but died young, but in the end I was tortured crazy, even desperate to suicide. But that doesn't mean anything. Maybe the method he used was wrong, or the girl didn't love him at all, so she didn't want to return to the world. Xenophilius said stubbornly, and then looked eagerly. Looking at Yvonne. You have a resurrection stone, don't you? Halls. Yvonne hesitated for a moment, and then nodded. He understood that if Xenophilius was not allowed to personally verify the function of the resurrection stone, then there would be no way to talk about the following matters. Thinking of this, Yvonne took off the resurrection stone hanging on his neck and displayed it in front of the two of them. The diamond-shaped spar slowly floated in the air, and the shining magical light made Xenophilius obsessed. After obtaining Ivan's consent, he held the resurrection stone in his hand with a trembling wrist and slowly turned it. 3 laps. The next moment, the figure of a witch appeared in front of a few people. She looked like she was in her early 30s. She looked a bit similar to Luna, with a slight smile on her face, and she had been with Yvonne. The little witch saw exactly the same in her memory. Xenophilius was so excited that he couldn't restrain himself. He stood up and called his wife's name over and over again, as if he was going to step forward to touch the witch's cheek, but his palm passed directly through. Seeing Xenophilius's gloomy appearance, Yvonne frowned involuntarily, vaguely regretting his act of taking out the resurrection stone. Although he had warned the opponent of the defect of the resurrection stone in advance, it seemed that Xenophilius hadn't even listened to it. Sure enough, what Yvonne worries most quickly happened. After a long conversation about reunion, Xenophilius firmly believed that the resurrection stone had recalled his wife's soul, even ignoring the flaws pointed out by Yvonne. This is my wife, it can't be wrong, it can't be wrong. Xenophilius shouted stubbornly, and at the same time held the resurrection stone in his hand tightly, for fear of being taken back by Yvonne. Xenophilius' stubbornness made Yvonne very helpless. If he changed someone, he would have started to let the other party see the reality clearly, but this person is Luna's father. Kind. Just as Yvonne felt a headache for this, a soft voice rang in his ears. He just needs some time. Dad will figure it out. Yvonne turned his head and looked over, only to notice that Luna was still standing there, not obsessed with false magical illusions like her father Xenophilius. Even though the witch gently waved to her, Luna stood still, but there was a sad expression in her eyes. I can feel it, that's not the real her. Luna's ethereal voice sounded again. Yvonne fell silent on the side. He should have thought that the resurrection stone was Xenophilius' heart knot. Perhaps he had come to ask the other party about the Deathly Hallows this time and it was a complete mistake. The best way to destroy a person is to give them the last hope and smash it face to face. Yvonne sighed, and could only hope to wait for Xenophilius to calm down before persuading him. No matter what he said, the other party would definitely not listen. Thinking this way, Yvonne and Luna left the living room for a while, leaving Xenophilius alone for a while. The entire Novgorod house is not big, although it has 3 floors, but if you remove the working room, there is not much space left. Luna took Yvonne all the way to the 3rd floor, which was almost decorated as an exhibition hall of magical creatures, with all kinds of specimens hanging on the walls. It is worth mentioning that Luna's room also happens to be here. If you don't count the sneaking into the girls' dormitory in the 2nd grade, this is the first time Yvonne has stepped into a girl's room. However, Luna's taste is obviously different from that of ordinary girls, and the decoration in the bedroom is very simple. The ground was covered with a light blue blanket, and beside the table were Luna's fantasy handmade models of the horn-snoring beast, the harassing horsefly, and the fly hook. On the side windowsill, there were also clusters of bright red airship plums. What shocked Yvonne the most was that there were 2 beautiful portraits painted on the ceiling of the bedroom, exactly what he and Luna looked like. Probably after special magical treatment, these portraits can't move and talk like the portraits in Hogwarts, but they look lifelike, as if they might come alive at any time. The 2 portraits are linked by a long slender gold chain. After Yvonne got closer, I realized that it was not a golden chain, but thousands of identical words written in beautiful golden ink. Friends. Do you still like it? I drew it myself. Luna asked softly, and looked up. The painting is great. Yvonne said with a smile, but his mood was a bit complicated. Luna knows herself, but there are fewer real friends. In the original time and space, the ceiling of this bedroom was still painted with portraits of Harry, Ron, Ginny, Hermione, and Neville, but now only him and Luna. It's hard to say whether my intervention is good or bad. But now that things have happened, Yvonne quickly cleared up his emotions and chatted with the little witch about some daily interesting things. Luna also took out the glass bottle containing the horned snoring beast. After more than a year of training, this little guy's head and feet had doubled, if it hadn't been for a powerful extension curse in the glass bottle. I'm afraid I can't hold it anymore. The two chatted happily all morning, but it was a pity that during this period of time Xenophilius not only showed no signs of breaking free from the illusion, but it seemed that he was sinking deeper and deeper. Fortunately, Xenophilius still retained some sense, and under Luna's persuasion, he handed over to Yvonne his notes on studying the Deathly Hallows. In the evening, outside the Novgorod house, Yvonne turned the thick notebook in his hand, frowning and slowly loosening it. Xenophilius's research on the Deathly Hallows lasted for several years, searching through almost all the information that could be found, and doing a lot of analysis on all related history and legends. Probably I haven't been able to get any Deathly Hallows, and because of some mental disorders after his wife's death, the entire notebook is full of absurd conjectures. Based on the speculation of the creator of the Deathly Hallows, Xenophilius gave more than a dozen different possibilities, even contradicting each other. However, one of the bold conjectures still gave Yvonne a lot of inspiration. Xenophilius believes that the Deathly Hallows may originate from the hands of one person, and this powerful wizard has an unattainable talent in alchemy, in an attempt to conquer death and gain the authority of death. The evidence is the respective functions and meanings of the three Deathly Hallows. The first is the old magic wand. It gives the user the ability to win all battles in battle and kill others. The second is the invisible cloak, which can provide comprehensive protection for the wearer and protect people from bad luck. As for the last resurrection stone, it can reverse life and death and pull the soul of the dead back from the bottomless abyss. Among all the black magic rituals that Yvonne knows about resurrection, the most difficult step is how to recall the soul of the dead, and the resurrection stone can do this easily. Mastering it is like possessing a world that can travel freely between life and death. Door. It is conceivable that any wizard possessing these three holy artifacts at the same time can be almost equivalent to the living of death, possessing powerful protection, unmatched power, and the ability to reverse life and death. This may be the reason why it is said that the collection of the three holy artifacts can become the master of death. Xenophilius even thinks that the original form of death in that story is the powerful wizard. He called his three sons to his side before his life was close, and asked them to each choose to inherit a Deathly Hallows, but history has gone through thousands of times. The spread of the year was seriously distorted, and finally it became the legend of the three brothers they were familiar with. Xenophilius's speculation is undoubtedly very reasonable, but there are also many contradictions. If it is really like his guess, the creator of the three sacred artifacts can be said to have conquered death, and can pass the resurrection even if the life is near. Stone returned from the dead world by the hands of others. Of course, it is also possible that he was betrayed during this period, or he suddenly realized that he accepted death calmly. In addition, according to the intelligence obtained from Grindelwald, the three sacred artifacts seem to have some mysteries, or that it needs some method to truly stimulate their power. The old wand needs to defeat the previous master, the invisibility cloak also showed other abilities in Grindelwald's hands, and the only thing left was the resurrection stone. Yvonne touched his chin and fell into contemplation. At the Magic Congress of North America, Grindelwald personally said that it was a barrier that Dumbledore could not break. Maybe these Deathly Hallows, like the legend, were made by the of death. Luna's melodious voice suddenly sounded in the silent night. Yvonne turned his head and looked at the little witch sitting beside him and looking out into the dense forest in the distance, and asked curiously. Why do you think so? Because it's funny, isn't it? Luna blinked and said softly. Yvonne laughed blankly, which was really funny. Yvonne raised his head and stared at the bright night sky, and asked quietly. Then what do you think Grindelwald is talking about? Reaper can't lie, so the stone he gave Cadmus can definitely resurrect his beloved girl. Luna shook her head gently and said in an erratic tone. But the of death is also very cunning. He wants to torture Cadmus. If I were the of death, I would set a magic on the resurrection stone when Cadmus no longer thought about resurrecting the beloved girl. You can really see her soul. Listening to Luna's words, Yvonne couldn't help but froze in place. Did I say something wrong? Luna looked at Yvonne and asked in confusion. No, maybe you are right, it is possible, very possible. Yvonne muttered to himself, which corresponds exactly to what Grindelwald said of the obsession. With Dumbledore's magic knowledge, there are not many things in this world that can hold him up, or there is only one, and that is the feelings and guilt for his family. In the original time and space, Dumbledore once said that one of the most important reasons for his eager pursuit of the Deathly Hallows was that he wanted to resurrect his dead sister and obtain the forgiveness of his family. If Luna's guess is correct, then Dumbledore really can't break through this barrier. Of course, it is not necessarily the Reaper who casts the spell. It may be that the producer does not want the power of the resurrection stone to be abused, so this restriction is set. Let's try now. With the goal, Ivan cheered up and couldn't wait to take Luna back to Novgorod house. When they rushed to the living room, Xenophilius had just prepared supper. After seeing Ivan and Luna entering the door, he was very happy to greet them to eat together, and Luna's mother was relying on Xenophi. Even if they couldn't touch Lysi's side, they looked like a couple in love. Ivan sighed in his heart. In the past, he didn't think the Resurrection Stone's fascination ability was so powerful, but now he has seen it. He has no doubt that if such a life lasts for 10.5 days, Xenophilius will commit suicide just like the legendary second of the three brothers, Cadmus, in order to be truly with his wife. What's the matter with you? Xenophilius pulled away the chair in the living room, but it was strange to see the two standing still on the spot. Seeing Xenophilius's intoxicated appearance, Ivan really didn't know how to persuade him. After thinking about it, he stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers, and Xenophilius' body shook suddenly. He fell to the back of the chair and fell asleep groggy. Sorry, Luna. Ivan looked at the little witch, with a somewhat apologetic expression on her face. The little witch shook her head and didn't care. www.mentalnovel.com. It might be the best choice to let Xenophilius sleep for a while without knowing it. Ivan stepped forward and opened Xenophilius's tightly clenched right hand and took out the Resurrection Stone. After hesitating for a while, instead of experimenting directly here, Luna was left to take care of Xenophilius. Alone, cast apparition to go to a nearby uninhabited cliff. The cold wind blew slowly by, and Ivan took a deep breath, and then slowly turned the diamond spar in his hand 3 times. He doesn't know how to crack the magic blessed on the Resurrection Stone, but most of it needs to be faced first. Just thinking about it, 5 figures appeared in front of Ivan in a row. In addition to Dumbledore, Nicole LeMay, and Orlando Halls who appeared last time, there were also 2 black-haired and dark-eyed people. Couple. Ivan's figure couldn't help trembling, staring at the 2 familiar faces fiercely. That was exactly what his parents looked like in his previous life. Chapter 967, I already have a best friend. How can that be? Ivan looked at the 2 figures in front of him in disbelief, and his whole body was dumbfounded. They are clearly separated from 2 worlds, how could they suddenly appear here? This is fake, this is fake. Ivan kept reminding himself in his heart that occlumency was slowly operating, but everything in front of him did not disappear, as if it really existed. Xiaoun. Just when Ivan was hesitating, the middle-aged man with black hair and eyes took the lead to speak. The familiar voice and name make Ivan miss it. How are you? Since you left, your father and I have always missed you. The phantom of the previous mother also walked forward slowly, stretched out her hand, and gently told him that she missed it, staring at him. Full of love. Ivan couldn't help taking a step back, avoiding the palm of his hand touching his cheek, and couldn't help looking at Orlando and the others behind them. They seemed to have known their identities a long time ago, but they didn't care, they just smiled and watched the long-awaited reunion in front of them. Perhaps sensing Ivan's silence, his mother pursed her lips and asked slightly incomprehensibly. What's the matter? Xiaoun? Are you unhappy to see us? No, I'm just so happy. Ivan looked at the 2 people in front of him, opened his mouth and said hesitantly, his mind was blank. The moment he saw the 2 of them, he already understood how to crack the magic on the Resurrection Stone, but the anxiety in his heart eroded his heart like a poisonous snake. Because this is precisely what he fears the most, and is the least willing to face. If his identity as a traverser is revealed, what would his family and friends think? Is it accepting as readily as before, or is it furious, thinking that you have deceived them? Will Asia accept herself? Or turn against each other? Ivan didn't know and didn't want to face this situation. It was because of this that he would work occlumency, trying to bury the memories of the past in his heart forever. Now this scar was torn apart by the resurrection Shi Shengsheng, like a magic mirror of Eris, forcing him to look directly at the fear in his heart, but it also gave him the most beautiful scene. The way to crack is to actively break this fantasy and face the cruel reality. Ivan's hand holding the Resurrection Stone was trembling slightly. He knew that he might be like Dumbledore, and he would never be able to overcome this barrier. Forever and always. In the middle of the night, Ivan, who had been alone on the cliff for more than 4 hours, walked in from the door tiredly in the Novgorod house, thinking about the scenes in his mind constantly. In order to be able to really use the Resurrection Stone, he finally exposed the false true colors of the illusions, in exchange for endless malice. Except for his previous parents, Dumbledore, Nicole LeMay, and Orlando, all the people he knew were embodied in the Resurrection Stone. Hermione's sharp words and Aisha's desperate, angry, and unbelievable gaze deeply imprinted his heart, forcing Ivan to close the Resurrection Stone, ending everything in advance. Is it not going well? Ivan. The moment Ivan stepped into the door, an ethereal voice came over. Ivan turned his head and looked over, only to realize that Luna did not want to have fallen asleep as he expected, but was sitting on a chair by the fireplace, holding the notebook of Xenophilius in her hands, probably waiting exclusively for yourself. While a warm current surged in his heart, Ivan also explained quietly. Your previous guess is correct. The of death or the producer did leave a similar magic on the resurrection stone. I am afraid it is not so easy to crack. This must not trouble you, you can always solve the problem. Luna added. Ivan smiled bitterly to herself, the little witch still had so much confidence in him, but this time I am afraid that the power of the resurrection stone can bring out the most feared and most desired scene in the heart, even if ordinary people know that it is false can't resist. Even Ivan was somewhat regretful that he had snatched the resurrection stone from Grindelwald in Nicole Lemai's tomb, otherwise it would be Grindelwald who had to face this problem. Maybe this difficult Dark Lord committed suicide directly under the influence of illusion Dumbledore? Then everyone is happy. Ivan couldn't help but spit in his heart, and then suddenly remembered Luna who had been questioned by the resurrection stone, and a haze flashed across his face. What's the matter? The little witch keenly noticed Ivan's emotional ups and downs, and asked curiously. Ivan hesitated for a long time, and then he thought about it and asked. If I hide something bad from you, would you mind? Luna. The little witch looked at Ivan blankly, as if she didn't quite understand what he was talking about. For example, I took away your other friends. Ivan tried to make an analogy. Think about it, I may be a very stingy person, I just want you to make friends with me alone, so I drove away everyone who wanted to get close to you. The little witch tried to think about the scene, then shook her head. It doesn't matter. Luna said softly. Not important. Ivan was somewhat surprised. It's fine now, I already have a best friend. Luna looked at Ivan and said seriously. Ivan's tight expression gradually relaxed in the little witch's soft words, and he suddenly realized that maybe things would not be as bad as he thought. However, Ivan still didn't reveal any news. After laughing, he asked Luna to go to rest quickly. You reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Staying up late is not so good. The next morning, everything returned to its original appearance, and Xenophilius enthusiastically called Ivan and Luna to taste his best-colored ballfish soup. Under the effect of the forgetting curse, Xenophilius completely forgot all the experience of Ivan showing the resurrection stone yesterday, only remembering that they had a very pleasant chat. Ivan glanced at Luna apologetically, and after a brief meal, he went on to the cliff and tried to crack the magic on the resurrection stone. After 2 days of constant experimentation, Ivan was able to maintain his composure in the harsh words of the illusions, but still did not reveal the true power to activate the resurrection stone. Holding the diamond spar in his hand, Ivan sighed, knowing that he hadn't been able to untie this knot. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, Ivan, who had had dinner, had to perform apparition as usual, but before that, Luna had stopped him, and the little witch asked very rarely. Can you accompany me to a place? Ivan. Chapter 968, I already have what I want, it's here. Well, of course. Facing Luna's invitation, Ivan nodded without hesitation. Although the nearly stagnant research on the resurrection stone in the past few days has made him feel a little depressed, but the little witch finally asked him once, and Ivan would naturally not refuse. After obtaining Ivan's consent, Luna happily pulled him out of the Novgud house, and walked toward the deep forest in the distance. At this time, the setting sun had already set, the bright moon hung high in the sky, and the slight moonlight pierced through the obstacles of the dense forest and poured down, illuminating the forest path ahead for the two of them. At this time, Ivan noticed that Luna's dress was a little different from usual. She was wearing a beautiful bright yellow robe, and the wreath made of vines and flowers that she had seen before was clasped diagonally on her head. Coupled with that fair and delicate side face, almost made Ivan mistakenly think that the elves in Muggle legends were staying beside him. The two of them didn't know how long they ran. The Novgud house had disappeared from Ivan's vision. The surroundings were dense forests except for dense forests. At this moment, a scream of yo-yo suddenly came from the front. Subconsciously, Ivan stopped in front of Luna and drew the wand around his waist, but after a while, he put down some caution, because it was a black deer that ran out of the forest. It wasn't Animagus who deformed. Hi, Teeny. Luna walked forward very happily, and stretched out her hand to caress the furry neck of the deer. The latter seemed to be very happy as well, allowing her head to rub her head in the little witch's arms contentedly. Looking at the warm scene in front of him, Ivan smiled and put away the wand in his hand. After calming down the black deer named Teeny, Luna turned around happily and introduced it to Ivan. This fallow deer was discovered by her in the dense forest 6 years ago. At that time, Teeny was still a small young deer. For some reason, she had separated from her mother and herd. This unexpected encounter made them very difficult. Good friend. Ivan quietly listened to the little witch telling interesting stories about the past, and then, under Luna's introduction, he met other friends in the dense forest, a few cute-looking squirrels and weird-looking deformed lizards. Luna gave each animal a nice name and told Ivan their stories over and over again. The two of them walked slowly on the path in the forest. When the story was finished, a wide lake appeared in front of Ivan. This was their destination this time. The gentle breeze blew by from time to time, and ripples appeared on the clear lake. Luna and Yvonne sat down on the grass by the lake, and the two looked up at the shining stars in the sky and the mountains in the distance. Overlapped, under the cover of thick fog and night, it is like a double shadow reflected on the lake. The black deer named Teeny ran happily on the grass, and when he was crazy enough, he lay down beside them slowly, gnawing the young grass on the ground without a bite. Very beautiful, isn't it? Luna looked dreamily at the lake where the stars and the bright moon were reflected, and the erratic, ethereal voice resounded by the lake. Well, it's beautiful. Yvonne nodded in agreement. The lake view in front of him and the cold wind blowing from time to time made him forget the unpleasantness of the past few days for a while. For things that I used to be in a bad mood, my father often brought me here to catch colored ballfish. Luna said nostalgic. Yvonne couldn't help but chuckled. When Xenophilius cooked the colored ballfish soup last time, he discovered that it was a very ordinary freshwater fish at all, but since Luna thought so, he naturally will not refute it. You brought me here, do you want to catch the colored ballfish again? Yvonne asked curiously. No, wait for the next time. Luna shook her head gently, looking into the distance, and then asked again after a long time. Do you have anyone who wants to be resurrected? Yvonne. Maybe, maybe not. Yvonne said uncertainly. He really does not have anyone in this world who wants to be resurrected. Although Orlando is his father, Yvonne has no impression of Orlando and will not be obsessed with it. Not to mention Dumbledore. Even though he died in a duel with himself, from the information obtained later, the old principal probably gave up the chance to live voluntarily and accepted his death happily. After all, Grindelwald could use Horcrux to crack the black magic that corrodes the flesh. Of course, Dumbledore couldn't think of other methods, but he didn't want to do it. Yvonne is also willing to respect Dumbledore's choice. Compared with these, he has a deeper obsession with his parents in his previous life. He has always wanted to see them again, understand their current situation, and even have a glimmer of hope that the Resurrection Stone embodies the real them. The Resurrection Stone is very deceptive. It will unearth the most feared and most anticipated scene in a person's heart. If you can't break it, I am afraid that you will never be able to use its true power. Yvonne said with a little distress. Luna was very curious about what the scene Yvonne feared the most and expected the most, but she didn't ask much, because she knew that Yvonne would be willing to share it with herself if she could. Since I didn't mention it to her now, it must be something inconvenient to disclose. Can I give it a try? Luna thought for a while, then stretched out her hand and said expectantly. Yvonne froze for a moment, looked at the little witch in front of him, and said hesitantly. But your mother. Yvonne realized that he had said something wrong as soon as he spoke, but he was still a little worried that the little witch would be deceived by the Resurrection Stone. Although the little witch saw something wrong at a glance when Xenophilius had revealed his wife, but as long as there was a trace of thought in her heart, it would be impossible to break the spell. However, Luna's reaction was a little strange. When Yvonne talked about her mother, the little witch's face showed a dazed look. She thought for a while, and then took it out of the bag in the robe. A transparent glass bottle, with strands of white mist floating in it, faintly revealed the figure of a witch. Yvonne glanced at the bottle and looked at Luna in surprise, faintly aware of something. I seem to have forgotten some very important things, but I have saved them all. The little witch held the glass bottle with the memory thread on her chest, turned her head, and her silver eyes swept across the calm lake, shining brightly. The stars finally condensed on Ivan's body. Now I have everything I want, it's here. Luna's ethereal voice echoed by the silent lake. Chapter 969, You are the best friend. Looking at the little witch in front of him, the emotion in Ivan's heart is really indescribable. Luna undoubtedly found a way to crack the Resurrection Stone, that is, to use the mind to seal all the memories that troubled her, and naturally she would not have the idea of resurrecting the other party. But Yvonne also understands that this is not an easy task. To fool the Philosopher's Stone, Luna has to forget everything related to her mother. These memories are definitely the little witch cherishes most. It must be very uncomfortable to take the initiative to forget them. Thank you, Luna. You are the best friend. Yvonne stepped forward excitedly and gave Luna a big hug. Perhaps I felt that this was not enough to express my gratitude. After thinking about it, Yvonne released the arm holding Luna, and then drew out the wand around his waist and looked at the lake in the distance. Wind. Yvonne whispered softly while waving his magic wand. At the same time as the sound sounded, a gentle wind blew up, engulfing huge magic power and rushing to the grass beside the lake. The tender green grass blades quickly deformed and grew under the blowing of the magic wind, and the gorgeous blue-purple flowers drilled out of the soil, paving the lakeside into a beautiful sea of flowers. Stars of fluorescence flashed in the flowers, and slowly floated into the air under the engulf of the magic wind. Although the time was rushed, there was no trace fairy tree covering the sky and no dancing trace fairy, but Luna was completely immersed in this beauty. Neither of them spoke, and just silently looked at the magnificent sea of flowers in front of them. It took a long time for Luna to break free from the beautiful scenery. Thank you, this is so beautiful. Luna turned her head to look at Ivan, and said in a daze. It should be I have to thank you. Ivan shook his head, responded with a funny response, and at the same time took down the resurrection stone hanging from his neck. Luna stretched out her hand to take the diamond spar and asked curiously. Do you have anyone you want to meet? Yes. Farrell, the former vice-chairman of the Magic Congress of North America. I need to ask him something about Grindelwald. Ivan said solemnly. The little witch nodded, chanting Farley's name silently, and slowly turned the resurrection stone 3 times. However, to their surprise, nothing happened. Could it be that they guessed wrong? Ivan couldn't help feeling a little strange, but he quickly rejected this speculation, because the resurrection stone did not create a magical illusion to fool them as usual. It is also possible that there is not enough information, and a name alone is not enough to call Farley's soul. Thinking of this, Ivan grabbed Luna's other hand and used the communication function of the magic imprint to pass the memory of Farley's images and materials that he had previously obtained from Connor to Luna. After a while, the resurrection stone finally had a reaction. It slowly separated from Luna's hands, suspended in mid-air, and an inexplicable force quickly rushed in all directions centered on it. Ivan only felt that he was stripped from the original space and left the sea of flowers by the lake. The surroundings were pitch black, with nothing to see, and the silence was a bit scary. Ivan could only confirm that there was a second person here by holding Luna's hand. Fortunately, a faint light soon lit up in front of the two of them, and Ivan hurriedly turned his sights, only to discover that the slight light was transmitted from an imaginary figure. And this figure is exactly the person he wants to meet, Farrell, the former vice-chairman of the Magic Congress of North America. Where am I? The ghost-shaped old wizard opened his eyes in confusion, like a critically ill patient who had just awakened from a coma. There was chaos in his brain, and he couldn't figure out the situation at all for a while. Hello, Mr. Fur. Ivan introduced a smile at the corner of his mouth. We are the Special Aura of the International Federation of Wizards. We found you because I wanted to ask you some important things. The Special Aura of the League of Nations? Just you. Farley looked at Ivan and then looked at Luna aside, feeling very puzzled. In his opinion, the two of them were just 16 or 17 little devil heads, even maybe he hasn't graduated from school yet. When did the threshold for the League of Nations Special Aura be so low? We can temporarily pull your soul back from the abyss of death. Isn't that the best evidence? You assume that we have a special kind of magic, so you have been commissioned by the International Federation of Wizards. Explained helplessly. He had long guessed that Farley would have doubts about his age, so he didn't directly say that he is now the chairman of the International Wizarding Federation, but he was still questioned by the other side. Hearing Ivan's words, Farley's face suddenly changed. He glanced at his illusory body and realized that he was dead, his body was burned to ashes by Grindelwald. Well, what do you want to ask? Farley sighed, accepted the fact of his death, and recognized the identities of the two Ivans. Mr. Fur, can you tell me what the world looks like after death? Luna suddenly asked curiously. The world after death? Farley's face was confused, and then he muttered to himself. I don't know, my memory only stays before dying. First it is the pain of being burned by the flames as if the soul collapses, and then there is permanent tranquility, as if back to the time of birth. It turned out to be like this www.mtlnovel.com, but my father said that after death, people will go to another interesting world and live a happy life there. Luna whispered softly. Ivan on the side interrupted. Mr. Fur, we want to know how Grindelwald regained his youth. Is he making Horcruxes? It is interesting to listen to a feedback about the world after death, but it will obviously be more important for business. Ah, yes, Horcrux. Farley was stunned, and quickly recalled seeing the scene before his death, and said with excitement. I saw Grindelwald resurrect after committing suicide. He brutally killed a muggle and threw the Horcrux into a cauldron. There was also a witch named Allison who was leading the way. The materials used in the resurrection ceremony are father's bone, servant's flesh, enemy's blood. Ivan told Farley's unfinished words. Farley was a little surprised, and took a deep look at Ivan. Yes, it seems that you have also investigated a lot of things during the period after my death. Chapter 970, is this also in your calculations? Professor? That's natural. Ivan shrugged, did not say that this was all his own guess, and then turned to ask. Mr. Farrell, have you seen what Grindelwald's Horcrux looks like? It was a triangular pendant with a pattern composed of a circle and a vertical line. The saints used this as the symbol of Grindelwald more than 50 years ago. Farrell recalled. Hearing this, Ivan and Luna looked at each other. They knew more than Farley. The strange pattern was not unique to Grindelwald, but represented the 3 Deathly Hallows. Although I know the specific appearance of the Horcrux, Ivan still has some difficulties. From the previous operation in France, it can be seen that each of the saints under Grindelwald carried a similar pendant. Fall. At the beginning, he thought that the saints carrying this thing were only to increase their sense of identity between each other, but now it seems that they might have the purpose of concealing Horcrux. By the way, I also saw Grindelwald hand over the Horcrux to the witch named Allison. Farrell suddenly reminded. Yvonne felt a shock, and then asked carefully what happened at the time. Farrell didn't mean to conceal the slightest bit. Starting from being captured by Grindelwald in a surprise attack, Farrell retold everything he knew. Yvonne and Luna were deeply moved by Allison's tragic childhood experience. This was undoubtedly a tragedy caused by a muggle's misunderstanding of magical power. As Connor said, even though the wizarding world has made a lot of preparations to ensure the safety of the little wizard, some tragedies are still inevitable. This is why Yvonne has always wanted to make some changes to the existing system. Thank you for the information, Mr. Farrell, this is of great help to our victory over Grindelwald. Yvonne said, indicating that Luna can try to recover the power of the resurrection stone. But before the opponent's body was about to disappear, Yvonne hesitated and asked. Mr. Farrell, do you have any regrets before you die? If it is not troublesome, I can consider helping you. Farrell hesitated for a while, then said slowly. Please tell my wife and children, I will always love them. Understood, I will take the words for you. Yvonne nodded, just watching the opponent's body disappear into the void. Yvonne felt his chin and pondered for a long time. Now that the location of the Horcrux is clear, the next step is to find a way to find the witch named Allison. If no accident, the Horcrux should be on the opponent's body. Do you have anyone else you want to see? Yvonne. Luna held the resurrection stone, and after Yvonne recovered, she asked quietly. Next I want to see Professor Dumbledore. Yvonne turned his head to look at the little witch, and said solemnly. Although the contradiction between him and Dumbledore is not easy to be known to outsiders, there is one thing he must confirm. Luna didn't ask too much, she slowly turned the resurrection stone in her hand 3 times, and recited the principal's name silently in her heart. An illusory figure quickly appeared in front of the two. Dumbledore's appearance was the same as Folly's just now. His body was semi-illusory, but the difference was that after being summoned, the old principal looked very calm. Those azure blue eyes were in Yvonne. After staying on his body for a while, he turned to the diamond spar in the hands of the little witch. Resurrection stone. Dumbledore sighed slowly. It looks like you have found a way to use it. So, is there anything you want to ask me when you find me specifically? Halls. Dumbledore looked at Yvonne and asked slowly. Of course it's about Grindelwald. Ivan's tone became a little cold. He had escaped from Newmontgard a few months ago and caused countless deaths and injuries. He is now gathering people all over the world. Intends to provoke a new round of war. While speaking, Ivan's eyes were fixed on Dumbledore, as if he wanted to see something in his reaction. Dumbledore's expression remained calm, and he spoke slowly. I'm sorry, so it seems that after all, he chose the road we don't want to see. So, is this also in your calculations? Professor. Yvonne asked nonchalantly. You deliberately lost to me in that duel before, and you handed the old wand to Professor Snape in advance, asking him to help Harry destroy the remaining Horcruxes, and finally led Voldemort to Newmontgard and released it. Grindelwald, what do you want to do? Facing a series of questions from Yvonne, Dumbledore raised his eyebrows and replied calmly. I'm afraid you overestimate me, Halls. No one has ever mastered everything. Death can't, and neither can I. Like your growth rate, this is usually the thing that surprises me the most. Dumbledore looked at Yvonne with interest. Since the other party would ask this, it means that Yvonne did not get the memories he deliberately left in the principal's office. This also means that Yvonne may have the upper hand in the Grindelwald confrontation. This was completely beyond his expectation. Yvonne touched his nose with the help of the system. Of course he became stronger fast, but he wouldn't be fooled by Dumbledore, so he wanted to keep asking. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. But before he could speak, Dumbledore said directly. If you really want to know all of this, you might as well go to the principal's office, there should be the answers you want to know. What's the answer? Did you leave anything there? Yvonne was confused. After Dumbledore's death, he rummaged through the principal's room and found nothing at all. Dumbledore just smiled and didn't reply, and the illusory figure quickly fell apart. Yvonne frowned and looked back at Luna next to him. The little witch shook her head. She did not withdraw her power to recover the living rock, but Dumbledore chose to leave. At least you have to tell me where that thing is. Yvonne shrugged helplessly. What he hates most is the half-talking Riddler. Thinking of this, Yvonne was somewhat unwilling to give up, and immediately asked Luna to try to summon Dumbledore's soul again, but this time it failed to take effect. In easy-to-understand terms, Dumbledore refused her request for a video call. Chapter 971, Concealed Box in the Frame. After Luna said that she was powerless, Yvonne had to give up the idea of asking for clues from Dumbledore, and now she can only go to the principal's office to take a look. But Yvonne was not in a hurry to act immediately. He finally found a way to use the resurrection stone. Of course, he had to take advantage of this opportunity to experiment. The mice are the Death Eaters who have died under his hands. After some tests, Yvonne found that most of the dead were not incapable of resisting the call of the resurrection stone, and fell into endless darkness at the end of their lives, and their memories remained at the moment before death. The only exception is probably Dumbledore. Whether it was the information obtained from Harry or the other party's performance when he was called, it was enough to prove that the principal could maintain his sense in the world of the dead. Is it because of the gap in the level of magic in front of you? Yvonne thought for a while, and tried to make Luna call Knockoff Alley. The result was unexpectedly smooth. Only after the conversation, Yvonne accidentally discovered that this prestigious alchemy master was also like everyone else. Little is known about things. In view of this, Yvonne had no choice but to retreat and inquired about how to repair and erase the memory device. Fortunately, apart from this collision, Yvonne was very satisfied with the overall experimental results. The power of the resurrection stone is worthy of the name of the sacred weapon, and it can indeed summon the soul of the dead from the dead world. This means that with the resurrection stone, he has the power to break life and death, as long as he wants to use black magic rituals to resurrect any dead person. But Yvonne did not become swollen because of this. Since the creator of the Three Hallows deliberately imposed restricted magic on the resurrection stone, it must have a profound meaning, maybe because the abuse of the resurrection stone will cause some serious consequences. Thinking of this, Yvonne turned his head, looked at the little witch beside him, and said, "Okay, Luna, take the resurrection stone back." The latter nodded, and immediately cancelled the supply of magic power to the resurrection stone, and the dark space around him suddenly burst. The night breeze slowly passed by, and a sea of blue and purple flowers appeared in front of the two again. "Thank you, Luna," Yvonne said gratefully after receiving the resurrection stone from the little witch. Without the help of the other party, he really didn't know how long it would take to learn about Horcrux. "Don't thank me, we are friends, aren't we? And you have given me the best gift in return." Luna shook her head softly, staring at the petals engulfed in the sky by the night wind, and watching them collapse into strands of blue-violet magical fluorescence. When all the petals disappeared, Luna opened the glass bottle containing the memory, and the white mist returned to her mind under the guidance of the magic wand. Everything I had been forgotten before was remembered. The scenes of the time I spent with my mother resurfaced in my brain. The memory was finally frozen in the afternoon when my mother died unexpectedly when he was 9 years old. "You will see her again soon, I assure you," Yvonne said solemnly. Saying goodbye to Luna, Yvonne cast an apparition alone and returned to Hogwarts Castle, heading straight to the principal's room on the top floor. Pushing the door open, Yvonne looked around, and after nearly half a year, everything here still seemed a bit strange. The olive branch on which the phoenix was inhabited has almost withered, and a large number of unprocessed documents are piled up at the desk in such a random manner, except for the portraits on the background wall behind them. After Yvonne walked into the principal's room, the eyes on the portrait looked over and looked at him curiously. Ivan's gaze also turned to one of the portraits. Dumbledore in the frame was leisurely eating tea and talking with the principals about interesting things about the students. "Professor Dumbledore, is there something you have forgotten to tell me?" Yvonne took a few steps forward and directly interrupted the principal's conversation. "What a rude kid! Didn't you see that we were talking about some important things?" A Ravenclaw's headmistress glared at Yvonne very uncomfortably. "Really? I never knew it would be so important to discuss students' gossip." Yvonne rolled his eyes and spit out. He had always thought that the portraits in the principal's room were self-contained and would not leave the room easily, so they were not seen in the castle on weekdays. It doesn't seem to be the case now, on the contrary, one by one is very sullen. "Every day I can hide where to spy on the students' gossip." The principals are very dissatisfied with Ivan's words. They are obviously concerned about the growth of the students. How can they be said to be gossip? That's the time. Dumbledore was not surprised by Ivan's arrival, but after a few conversations, the principals got up and fiddled with the bookshelf in the portrait. In the next second, one side of the main and auxiliary frames automatically popped out. Yvonne got closer again, only to discover that there was a hidden compartment under Dumbledore's portrait. In order to find the disappearing old magic wand, he had rummaged through the entire principal's office, and naturally thought of moving the portraits of these principals. It was just that a powerful fixed spell was imposed on the wall behind, and these precious portraits were found to be destroyed. He gave up the idea, but unexpectedly, a chicken thief like Dumbledore really hid things in this place. Sure enough, sometimes you shouldn't be soft-hearted. Yvonne reflected on it secretly. Reading www.yuyugonshu.com took down the frame and put it aside. The internal space of the hidden compartment is not large. There are dozens of transparent glass bottles inside, and there are a few white mist floating in each bottle. It seems that they should be memory threads. So the answer that Dumbledore asked him to find should be in these memories. Yvonne took out the transparent glass bottle, turned his head and glanced at a certain portrait. His expression was a little unkind. Such an important matter, when he came to the principal's office a few months ago, the other party didn't mention a word. Dumbledore in the portrait shrugged, expressing with ease that he was just following the order. The Lord Yvonne was looking for is dead, he is just a portrait. Yvonne, who was so angry and unable to spread it, turned his attention to these glass bottles with memory threads. The human bone wand in his hand shook slightly, and the nearest glass bottle opened automatically. The strands of white mist floated out. Yvonne shouted again, waving his wand. Scene reappears. Chapter 972, I can't wait to see your disappointed face. As the spell was pronounced, strands of white mist spread quickly, and everything around him was gradually submerged in the mist. After the white mist dissipated, a familiar scene appeared in front of Yvonne. This is Newmangard. Yvonne glanced around and quickly recognized him, and found Grindelwald in prison in the corner of the room. Different from the last time we met, the black demon wore a magic shackle on his hands. Although it did not affect his actions, in terms of style, it should be a magic item specially used to restrain the magic power in the body. Sure enough, he knew that the management of Grindelwald could not be as lax as he had originally seen. Just as Yvonne was thinking about it, a faint footstep suddenly came from outside the door. Yvonne turned his head and looked at the door. It was Dumbledore who came in. Judging from the opponent's slightly poor physical condition, Yvonne guessed that the time of this memory should be the summer vacation of the 4th school year, after he and Dumbledore teamed up to defeat Voldemort. Grindelwald in the memory scene also raised his head and swept toward the person with his dull eyes. Dumbledore didn't care about the other party's indifferent attitude. He placed the meal before and after the opposing party and spoke gently. Counting we should have not seen each other for a while, right? Gellert. A total of 137 days. Grindelwald's hoarse voice rang in the room, and then continued mockingly without waiting for Dumbledore to speak. What are you going to ask again this time? Or are you planning to show me that you have finally collected the 3 holy artifacts and completely conquered death? No one can really conquer death, Gellert. What's more unfortunate is that most of the resurrection stone in the 3 Hallows was destroyed by me. It will take at least 2 years to fix it, and I am afraid I can't wait. At that time, Dumbledore said, raising his brows. So you are going to die? It's ridiculous, this must be the best news I've heard this year. Grindelwald's words were somewhat mocking. Yes, after all, there are probably 2 to 3 months left, but there is nothing ridiculous about it. Anyone will have such a day. Dumbledore said modestly. Death is not terrible, it just depends on how you look at it. Stop your preaching, Albus. Dumbledore's flat reaction made Grindelwald a little lacking in interest. After a pause, he glanced at the opponent's scorched right hand. It's okay. Said slowly. Just tell me, what do you want to do when you come to me this time? Just read your death date? You don't expect me to attend your funeral, do you? Of course not. If you show up at my funeral, you will definitely cause panic among others, then the funeral will not go on. Dumbledore explained very seriously, and then before Grindelwald became angry, said again. I am here this time to seek your help, Gellert. Unfortunately, I don't have many chips in my hand, so you can also treat it as a request. Dumbledore thought for a while and added. Did I misheard it? Albus? You need my help. Grindelwald was a little surprised and couldn't help but sneered. A defeated prisoner, the help of the Dark Lord that everyone hates? If this is a joke, then I admit it is really funny. This is not a joke, Gellert. But if you want to hear it, I can tell you another joke about muggles and wizards. Dumbledore cleared his throat and prepared to speak, but look after Grindelwald's sullen eyes and darkened face, the story time was stopped very interestingly. Well, let's talk about business now. As you can see, I will die in at most 3 months, but unfortunately, there are still some important things that I need to complete. Dumbledore explained. So you plan to crack that black magic? I remember that I gave you the easiest way the last time you came, didn't you? Grindelwald gave a nasty smile. You only need to kill one person, make a Horcrux, and then resurrect by suicide. What a wonderful way. You can not only get rid of the trouble of the dark magic, but also get a young and energetic body. You know I don't know how to do such a thing, Gellert. Dumbledore increased his tone a little. Of course. Grindelwald nodded. I've read the newspaper, then it says you are a great wizard of England, the nemesis of black magic. You must be hoping to be an untainted saint and stay in the annals of history, right? Ah, I almost forgot, you probably didn't become it. Recently, you offended the Minister of Magic who personally supported him, so the Daily Prophet overturned the previous judgment, saying that you are a child who believes in the dream of a child and thinks all day long. Madman, now it seems that this evaluation can be considered pertinent. Grindelwald said with a sneer. You should know that I don't care about these things. Dumbledore said softly. Grindelwald was silent for a while, then shook his head and said. That's a pity, other than that, I have nothing to do. My requirements are not as high as you think. I just need to live a little longer and finish what needs to be done, 1 year or 6 months. Dumbledore said slowly. It just so happens that I know a magic contract that can weaken this difficult black magic, or in other words, transfer part of the damage to another person. So you plan to let me take on the influence of the dark magic on your behalf and die with you? Grindelwald's eyes became sharp, and the anger in his heart could hardly be suppressed. Aren't you going to listen to my bargaining chip? Dumbledore said with ease. You reading www.yuyuganshu.com. No need, everything I have lost, and nothing I want. Grindelwald said coldly. Even if it is possible to be free. Dumbledore said casually. I refuse. Grindelwald interrupted Dumbledore with a sneer. Grindelwald's blunt rejection surprised Dumbledore, but he was more pleased. It seems that more than 50 years of imprisonment has taught you a lot, so we have a lot of topics in common. Unfortunately, I think you may have misunderstood something. Grindelwald squinted his eyes, and the anger rose up with insufficient suppression. Do you expect me to confess here all these years, and then fully understand and believe in what you said? This is absolutely impossible. Grindelwald said word by word. No matter what the bargaining chip, it will definitely not match your disappointed face. I can't wait to see it. Chapter 973, Gambling is the future of the entire magical world. Unexpectedly, more than 50 years have passed, and you still hate me so much, Gellert. Dumbledore sighed, then said quietly. You should be very clear about how many killings were caused in the last Wizarding War. In the end, even without me, there will be other people who will stand up and stop your actions. I always think that it is not power that can really dominate the outcome. Dumbledore's voice was as loud as Hong Zhong. What could it be? Human heart? Love? You are probably confused, Albus, that only exists in the most absurd story. Grindelwald's words became sharp. The fact is that I lost the duel 50 years ago and lost everything, nothing more. If the ending is exactly the opposite, then it is you who is sitting here with shackles now. Grindelwald said gloomily, but his expression quickly returned to calm again. So, thank you for the 50 years of imprisonment, Albus, it turned me into a corpse willing to wait for death here. Dumbledore fell silent, and after a long time, suddenly he lightly waved his wand and pointed it to the shackles that bound Grindelwald. If you insist on thinking so, I can give you a chance. Dumbledore said non-committal. With a soft sound, the chain that had been carrying for 50 years slammed open, and Grindelwald moved his wrist, but there was still a sneer at the corner of his mouth. I said, I reject any of your proposals. Dumbledore ignored Grindelwald's words and said instead. You help me complete the magic, then I will add one more to the original bargaining chip, all my magic perceptions. How? Hearing this, Grindelwald was stunned for a moment, and then took a deep look at Dumbledore, but this time he didn't easily refuse. Because the opponent's bargaining chips are indeed very tempting, as a former opponent, no one knows the power of Dumbledore better than him. Whether it is 50 years ago or now, the opponent is the most powerful wizard in the entire magical world. There is no doubt about this. Although their strengths were not the same in his youth, it is a pity that in the days that followed, he chose to devote most of his energy to developing power and wooing people, while Dumbledore has been focusing on teaching and academic research. The level of magic is naturally higher than him. The most important thing is that their focus on magic is different. If Dumbledore can really get all of Dumbledore's magical insights, it will definitely be able to greatly improve his strength. This is not enough, I need the 3 sacred artifacts you have and how to use them. The Grindelwald lion opened his mouth and strongly suggested. Yes, after I die, I will naturally be asked to send it to you. Dumbledore nodded and said with ease. Seeing Dumbledore agreeing so easily, Grindelwald frowned, but was a little uneasy. With the opponent's magical insight and Deathly Hallows, then no one in the entire magical world would be his 1-1 enemy. It is completely possible to integrate all the wizards to achieve his goal, to allow the wizards to rerule the world. What are your plans, Albus? Grindelwald asked. Very simple, I think it's time for the magic world to make some changes. Dumbledore raised his brows and said solemnly. But I don't think you will win. As I said before, even if I didn't come forward to stop you, others would stand up. So you are going to repeat the same tricks, just like the remote control of Newt's commander to deal with me 50 years ago. Grindelwald said with a sneer. Who did you choose this time? The genius kid Evenhals, who often hears you mention. That's why you failed, Gellert. Dumbledore said softly. You always stubbornly think that someone is controlling everything behind the scenes and dominating the course of the entire war. But in fact, no one can really control the overall situation. The reason why Newt is willing to stand up against you is not only because of my orders, but more importantly, to obey his hidden sense of justice. Grindelwald sneered and did not respond. He knew very well that Dumbledore was best at guiding the situation, and he wanted to make a play that everything was the other party's choice, but in fact there was only one way, and the other party had no choice at all. In other words, are you going to stimulate that kid's sense of justice this time so that he can obey your orders? Grindelwald asked disdainfully. You are wrong, I can't do this, and I'm not going to do it. Dumbledore said with interest. So if you ask me where the future of the magical world will eventually go, it's a pity, I don't know, and there is no answer. This is not a question that an old wizard who is dying should consider, maybe young people will have better method. It's not necessarily. Grindelwald said gloomily. Really? Then we might as well make a bet. The bet is the future of the entire wizarding world. Dumbledore said with a smile on his face, he said briskly. I can give you everything you want, whether it's magic knowledge or Deathly Hallows, and you also need to cooperate with my actions, such as helping me complete that magic, get rid of Voldemort. If I win, what can I get? Grindelwald asked suspiciously. Then I will apologize to you and admit that everything I have done in the past was wrong and went astray. Dumbledore said casually, and then laughed. Of course, the reverse is also true. Grindelwald's face changed. You reading www.yuncha.com finally laughed in anger. Okay, very good, I look forward to such a day. With the 3 sacred artifacts and stronger strength, he has no chance of losing. Seeing Grindelwald's agreement, Dumbledore stretched out his hand, and Grindelwald shook it without hesitation. By the way, there is one last restriction, or request, I don't want you to use my power to cause too many killings. Dumbledore said suddenly just before casting the spell. Ridiculous idea. Grindelwald said with a sneer, but in the end he agreed. After the 2 parties recited the vows, a complicated magic pattern immediately appeared on the backs of their hands, and then disappeared at an extremely fast speed. Yvonne on the sidelines clearly noticed that Dumbledore's physical condition had obviously improved a lot at this moment, and apparently this magic had already taken effect. Chapter 974, Strength 1 is always in your hands, isn't it? After the 2 signed the contract, the scene constructed from memory quickly fell apart, and the familiar principal's office reappeared in front of Ivan's eyes. In the fireplace, a raging fire was burning, dispelling the midnight cold, but Ivan's heart was not calm for a long time. Because he finally understood the many problems that had always puzzled him in the past. For example, why Grindelwald was able to learn about the whereabouts of Nicole LeMay's safe house, and how he escaped from Neumont so smoothly, and his strength increased so much that he defeated Voldemort holding the old wand in an extremely poor condition. Everything behind this has a shadow of Dumbledore. During Ivan's contemplation, the quiet needle drop in the headmaster's room was audible, and the noisy portraits were all silenced. Although they could not see the scene in their memory, the looming pressure on Yvonne made them understand that if they don't want to, if it is thrown into the fireplace and burned to ashes, it's better to shut up. Yvonne sat on the chair in the principal's room, was silent for a long time, and then sighed. It seems you are right, Professor Dumbledore, the most dangerous man in the magical world, never Voldemort, nor Grindelwald. If it is the enemy, Dumbledore is undoubtedly the most terrifying one. This is not only because of his strength, but more importantly, among all the people Yvonne has seen, Dumbledore's planning and layout ability is also the strongest. In the case that the dark magic in his body has been dead for a long time, he can still calmly use the limited chips in his hand, cold-bloodedly use his own death layout to help Harry get rid of the Horcrux identity, count as dead Voldemort, and release Grindelwald. Almost it can be said that the current situation is created by oneself. This feeling of being manipulated by others unknowingly made Yvonne feel very uncomfortable. Don't you have anything to say, Professor? Yvonne turned his head to look at the portrait of Dumbledore, and said slightly dissatisfied. Such a subtle layout, including everyone, in order to complete your magnificent plan. There is no grand plan, Halls, you may have overestimated me. Things have developed to the point where they are no longer under someone's control. In fact, despite my many preparations in advance, it has never developed as I expected. Dumbledore in the portrait put down the refreshment in his hand and said slowly. 3 years ago, when I was searching for Voldemort's Horcrux, I was accidentally hit by the black magic attached to the ring and almost died. It was Severus who rescued me. It's a pity that even the best potion master can't completely heal such a serious injury. At that time, I was told that there was only more than a year of life left. At this point, I'm not as good as you, Halls. Dumbledore looked at Yvonne and said with emotion. Severus once accused me of being less vigilant than a 12 or 13-year-old child, and he probably didn't make a mistake when thinking about it now. Yvonne touched his nose and didn't reply. He was able to find Voldemort's Horcrux so easily and destroy it. The most important thing was that he knew the plot, otherwise he could only be the same as Dumbledore in the original time and space. It is difficult to judge the location of the Horcrux based on Voldemort's character and experience. Dumbledore didn't care about Ivan's silence, but continued to speak. Although I am not afraid of death and am willing to accept it, it broke all my original plans anyway. Originally, he wanted to find and destroy Voldemort's remaining Horcrux one by one, but only 1 year's lifespan was obviously not enough to complete it. He had no choice but to adopt some aggressive and adventurous strategies. Fortunately, Tom Riddle did a stupid thing to resurrect. He added Harry's blood to the resurrection ceremony, which solved his most troublesome problem before. Based on the curse of blood in Harry's body, using the old wand's characteristic of not harming the owner as insurance, and letting Snape connect the bridges all of his revised plan. As for how to deal with Voldemort and the remaining Horcruxes in the future, he didn't have any clues until one day when he recalled Trelawney's prophecy. Prophecy? Listening to Dumbledore's words, Yvonne was stunned, and then quickly remembered that at the end of the 3rd grade, Trelawney had made a true prediction while invigorating Harry for the exam. Darkness is approaching, with a huge shadow covering the sky, and the servants of the Dark Lord will get out of trouble. The magic world is about to usher in a big change. Dumbledore slowly repeated Trelawney. The first half of the sentence obviously refers to Peter Pettigrew and Voldemort. As for the second half of the sentence, he used to think that it was Gellert Grindelwald, because the opponent had a previous conviction, and he also sprouted the use of Grindelwald to defeat Voldemort. Idea. However, in the next 2 years, Ivan's strength has repeatedly increased beyond his expectations, even enough to compete with Voldemort, and Dumbledore has some new ideas. The existing system in the magical world has been in operation for hundreds of years. Although there have been many adjustments in the process, it is indeed time to make all the changes. Dumbledore said solemnly. At first I thought no one could do this, but you gave me new hope, Halls. With your talent, it is only a matter of time to surpass Gellert and me. If there is really one person who can change the entire magical world, then I think it's only you. So you treat me as a new chess piece? Yvonne said with a sneer. I didn't mean it. You read www.yuyugonshu.com Halls, and I am not going to manipulate your life. Dumbledore said calmly. The power is always in your hands, isn't it? The important thing is not what I did, but what you want to do. To Tom Riddle, who went astray several decades ago, he rudely used tough methods to force the other party to repent, trying to get Tom Riddle on the right track, but the result was the opposite. After that unparalleled duel, he rejected all the consensus and chose to imprison Grindelwald in Neumont Guard, in an attempt to awaken the opponent, but all he got was hatred. The more he interferes, the worse things get, so this time he doesn't plan to do it. Think about it carefully, I shouldn't have influenced any of your choices. While Dumbledore said, he took out a book from the portrait that made Yvonne very familiar. The idea of changing the magical world was never given to you by me, first master England, and then wait for the opportunity to control the entire magical world. Isn't this a plan you had already thought out 3 years ago? Chapter 975, What? 3 years ago, I had already thought about controlling the magical world. What? 3 years ago, I had already figured out a plan to control the magical world? Yvonne couldn't help but froze in place, almost thinking whether he had heard it wrong, but when he saw the book in Dumbledore's hand, he immediately thought of something and his face changed suddenly. Isn't this the New Century Manifesto produced by Gleason? Looking at the extremely familiar cover, Yvonne finally remembered, his expression suddenly became extremely embarrassed, and he wished to immediately go to the Ministry of Magic to catch Gleason and have a fight. He had read the content of this book once in Nicole LeMay's safe house, and vaguely remembered that it was filled with a lot of unprovoked brain supplements and conjectures, which was written by Gleason to flatter himself. But how could this book be in Dumbledore's hands? It is said that after that conference, Gleason printed hundreds of books and distributed them to the hands of every law enforcement officer, but those New Century Declaration have been deleted and changed, and a lot of unnecessary content has been removed. So as not to spread out to cause trouble for yourself. And Dumbledore got the original version obviously, otherwise he wouldn't have said this. Could it be that my teacher Nicole LeMay gave you this book? Yvonne thought for a while, and soon realized this. In his memory, he lost the original version of this book. In the room of the safe house, it now seems that Nicole LeMay picked up most of it. Thinking that the other party might have seen the content inside, Yvonne had an awkward urge to hit him to death. You guessed it, the last time I saw him, Nicole had asked me to return this book to you. Dumbledore in the portrait nodded and passed the book in his hand. There was a faint ripple on the surface of the portrait. After a while, a red book fell through the frame and fell to the ground. This is of course not that the things in the portrait have become reality, but that Dumbledore used some kind of magic to hide the book in the frame. Yvonne reached out and picked up the New Century Proclamation, resisting the urge to throw it into the stove, turning his head and looking at the remaining memory threads on the table. Then what are these? Yvonne changed the subject, trying to forget the inexplicable black history. I believe you can think of it, don't you? Dumbledore took a sip of his tea. Your magical perception. Yvonne raised his eyebrows, guessing. Since Dumbledore gave the Deathly Hallows to Grindelwald, he would naturally leave something for himself as a balance. Not only mine, but also Gellert's, but you probably don't need these things now. Dumbledore shrugged and said with emotion. When he was making plans 2 years ago, Ivan's strength still needed to be improved, so he deliberately left these memories as Ivan's help in defeating Voldemort and Grindelwald. However, before he officially implemented the plan, he received the news that Ivan had defeated Voldemort and fled, and even in the follow-up battle in Grindelwald, Ivan had always had the upper hand. Not long ago at the World Wizarding Federation, Ivan defeated Grindelwald in public and became the president of the International Wizarding Federation. This gave Dumbledore a lot of illusions, and he stopped helping plan. Anyway, he is just a painting, so what does he care about? It's okay to chat with the previous principals in your free time. Wouldn't it be good to have a cup of tea? Why bother about the mess? Who said I don't need it? Ivan curled his lips. He would never have too much magic knowledge. With Dumbledore's insights, his own transfiguration might be able to go further. Even if he defeats Grindelwald in the end, there are many problems to face. Naturally, the stronger the better. After chatting with Dumbledore's portrait for so long, Ivan had already figured it out. No matter what the other party's plan is, he only needs to eat the icing and hit the cannonball back. Dumbledore wanted to use him to change the magic world, but in turn, he could also use the other party to achieve his goals. After all, the increased strength is his own. After he absorbs these magic knowledge, he will not hit anyone he wants, or do what he wants. No one can stop him. Thinking of this, Ivan stopped chatting with the portrait, opened the glass bottle, pulled out a piece of memory thread and watched it. 3 days passed in a flash, and Ivan stayed behind closed doors in the principal's room. Except for going to the kitchen for a meal, the rest of the time was immersed in the memory scene. After viewing most of the memories, Ivan also understood why Dumbledore would say that these memories also contained Grindelwald's magical insights. Because for most of the year when the two reached an agreement, Dumbledore would go to Newmontgad almost every few days to discuss magic with Grindelwald. The two even exchanged their memories to a certain extent. The above is unreserved. No wonder Dumbledore was able to overwhelm him when he was dying. Now I think it is probably because of Grindelwald's memory that his strength has improved compared to before. Ugh, poor Tom. Ivan silently mourned for a dark demon who had passed away. The worst one was calculated by Dumbledore was Voldemort, holding a wand without a hand, facing Grindelwald, who had acquired all of Dumbledore's magic knowledge, would only be beaten to doubt his life. Coupled with the assists of Snape and Harry, the dark demon feared by everyone in England was directly reduced to completing the contract for Dumbledore. UUGonshu.com is the tool that gave the Deathly Hallows to Grindelwald. Ding, after a period of practice, your level of polymorphism has greatly improved, and the current level is 8-11865/25400. After reading the last memory, the system prompt sounded in my ears. Ivan let out a sigh of relief, lightly tapped the magic wand in his hand, and placed a document on the table, and it quickly deformed. After a while, a smart owl appeared in the principal's room, with the continuous release cuckoo cries, looked around curiously. Ivan stroked the owl's back feathers. Although it seemed that this owl was no different from the previous transfiguration techniques, Ivan knew that his magical attainments had improved a lot. Unless a skilled wizard restores the owl with an anti-curse, it will exist until the day of death. Calculating with the ability he currently possesses, when his transformation art reaches 9th level, he will be able to completely change the nature of an item as it was in the protection mode. Chapter 976, Everyone is waiting for your next step 1 instructions. In addition to the most advanced transformation technique, Ivan's magic reserve has also been greatly improved. In the decades that Dumbledore taught at Hogwarts, after reading most of the books in the Forbidden Library, he was definitely the most knowledgeable person in the magic world, but he had limited experience in black magic. However, this was made up in Grindelwald's memory. A large number of taboo spells, evil resurrection rituals, and weird curse magic were everything, and Ivan opened his eyes. Of course, although he had obtained many spells and possessed the corresponding magical insights, just 3 days were not enough for him to master it completely. Now it's just limited to knowing how to use it. It takes a long time to practice to digest this magical knowledge. While thinking, Ivan gently waved his magic wand to restore the owl on the table, and then opened the system bar to visually check his own harvest. Ivan Halls. Occupation, Blood Wizard. Blood Fusion, 6/7, Unicorn, Basilisk, Bogut, Norwegian Ridgeback, Phoenix, Thunderbird. Magic Scale, 502. Magic Column, Transfiguration Curse Level 8, 11865/25400, Phantom Shift/Phantom Manifestation Level 8, 2082/25400, Killing Curse Level 8, 3958/25400, Blasting Curse Level 8, 6030/25400, Phantom Curse Level 8, 3265/25400, Occult Cerebral Level 8, 6400/25400, Alchemy Level 8, 9056/32000. Legend Point, 0. Grade Point, 80. After browsing the system panel, Yvonne let out a sigh of relief slowly. In this short period of 3 days, the proficiency of various spells has improved a lot, either he has broken through the 8th level or he is on the verge of a breakthrough. This makes Yvonne very happy. You must know that he has always suffered from basic spells in the past. After all, compared with Dumbledore and Grindelwald who have lived for hundreds of years, his magical background is seriously insufficient. When fighting, usually only use transformation and blood magic to support the scene, or rely on the huge magical power reserve in the Philosopher's Stone to bless the blasting curse to bombard wildly. In addition to these magic knowledge, the corresponding magic power scale has also increased by a large amount, but this has nothing to do with Dumbledore's memory, and it has been increased in the most half year after the fusion of blood. As he grew older, Yvonne clearly felt that the increase in magic power was getting faster and faster. In less than a year, he had increased the magic power equivalent to an adult wizard. All in all, the gains during this period not only allowed him to make up for his original shortcomings, but also made considerable progress. Although his strength has improved again, Yvonne did not become arrogant because of this. After all, the threat posed by Grindelwald still exists. The opponent also acquired all Dumbledore's magic knowledge, and he also possessed 2 Deathly Hallows, combat power. Still not to be underestimated. The reason why he was able to defeat Grindelwald more easily last time was because of more luck. Firstly, the Aurors of the North American Magic Congress used the protective magic in the capital to weaken Grindelwald's combat power. Secondly, he manipulated the keys in advance. The combination of the two made Grindelwald in the wizard he fled in embarrassment after being beaten by him at the Federation, otherwise it might be difficult to say. The most important thing is that a wizard like theirs is almost impossible to kill, unless it is to find a venue that can restrict the movement of the apparition. Or, like when Voldemort fell, the Horcrux was unfortunately destroyed during the battle, resulting in distraction and unable to escape. Just as Yvonne was thinking about it, the fireplace in the principal's office suddenly ignited, and a burst of orange-red flames strung up high, attracting Ivan's attention. After a while, a familiar figure walked out of the flames. "Is there anything wrong with coming to me in such a hurry? Minister Pierce." Yvonne waved his hand and put away all the glass bottles with memory threads on the table, feeling very dissatisfied with Pierce who suddenly broke in. Faced with Ivan's question, Pierce hurriedly explained. "Your Excellency, the new department you set up for the International Wizarding Federation has been completed, and the manpower dispatched by various countries has arrived. Everyone is waiting for your next instructions. In fact, according to the previous agreement, Yvonne should have been officially on duty as early as a week ago, but Yvonne, who lives in Novgood's house and is busy studying the Deathly Hallows, simply forgot about this matter. Due to his power, no one dared to urge, and could only wait so dryly. Who knew that this wait was a whole week, and finally Connor and others had to ask Pierce for help and let him quickly replace the new agent. The director finds it back." Listening to Pierce's words, Yvonne suddenly patted his head, and then remembered that he is now the acting president of the International Wizarding Federation, and he can't stay in one place to study magic like before. "I will go now. Now that I have read all the memories," Yvonne is not in a hurry to understand them. After saying goodbye to the portraits of the principal, he took Pierce and Operaut to the headquarters of the International Wizarding Federation. Along the way, Yvonne asked about the current state of the magic world from time to time. Pierce did not dare to conceal anything, and quickly revealed all the information he knew. Probably because of the serious injuries. In the month after the International Wizarding Federation was held, Grindelwald and his saints were fairly safe, except for a few occasional attacks. What big news is coming out? During this period, the League of Nations sent people to search for the whereabouts of Grindelwald. At the same time, it also successfully formed the coalition. There were a total of 655 wizards. According to Pierce, these people were all elites in the aura and possessed a great his anti-dark magic skills. Among them, UU reading www.uugonshu.com Britain and North America dispatched the most wizards, which together accounted for 1/3 of the total number. Needless to say the former, England is Ivan's basic board, and law enforcement officials follow Ivan's orders 100%. To manage this newly established department, it will naturally require a lot of trusted manpower. As for the Magic Congress of North America, apart from the top combat power, the magical world has the strongest overall strength. In addition, Connor was already willing to please him, so more than 100 elite strikers were dispatched. If this force can be integrated, the International Wizarding Federation will no longer be an empty shelf without any rights. But when Yvonne stepped into this new department, his eager mood suddenly cooled down. As a result of the notification, except for the Auror who was on duty, the other wizards had arrived. However, these elite Aurors from all over the world are not as happy as Yvonne imagined. On the contrary, they all look loose and don't even have uniform clothes. Some people even speak in a solemn dialect. Talking in the hall. Chapter 977, Don't get me wrong, I mean, everyone here is rubbish. Seeing the scene in front of him, Ivan's brows wrinkled involuntarily. Fortunately, not all wizards are like this. At least Fran and other law enforcement officers performed fairly well. They stood neatly on the side and looked barely like an army, but due to the small number of them, it's impossible to manage so many Aurors, so Ivan didn't mean to blame them. During the time Ivan opened the door and entered, the Aurors in the hall also noticed his presence, and the noisy discussion suddenly weakened a lot, and a pair of eyes condensed on Ivan. Since they can be sent here, they naturally have done their homework, and at a glance they recognized the young wizard in front of him as their boss, the new acting president of the International Wizards Federation. But when I saw Ivan himself, the wizards present couldn't help being surprised. After all, Ivan looked too young, and it was hard to believe that the opponent defeated the legendary black wizard Grindelwald. In the eyes of everyone, Ivan walked all the way to the front desk, looked around, and said in a loud voice, "You are welcome to join this newly established rapid reaction force. I believe that before coming here, you have all learned about the purpose of this department from the ministers to capture and kill Grindelwald, who has caused turmoil in the magical world for a while. This is by no means an easy task, so I once proposed to your ministers and rotating chairman to gather the most elite wizards in the entire magical world with rich experience in anti-dark magic to jointly respond to this threat." Listening to Ivan's words, the wizards below couldn't help showing a sense of self-satisfaction. Just as Ivan said, all wizards who can come here are elite. Since the last time Grindelwald had a riot at the North American Congress and killed several ministers, the entire magical world has been in danger. The other leaders of the countries who were almost killed naturally did not dare to neglect, they were eager. Ivan arrested Grindelwald as soon as possible. "Just how long can I wait for these wizards to be happy?" When I heard Ivan's voice change, he said with a sneer. "But your performance has disappointed me very much. What I need is a real elite, not a group of undisciplined waste." Ivan's harsh words made the atmosphere on the court suddenly cool down, and everyone's complexion became very ugly for a while. "Why do you say?" A slightly hoarse voice suddenly rang in the crowd. Everyone turned their heads and looked over, but it was a middle-aged wizard who was in his 50s with 2 hideous scars on his face. "Colin Morton." A witch almost uttered aloud. The other wizards checked the intelligence in their hearts, and quickly confirmed the identity of the other party, with playful expressions on their faces. Colin Morton is the most famous Auror in Northern Europe. During the 30 years of his tenure, he has captured countless black wizards, and the honor he has won can fill the entire wall. Now Ivan has said nothing about it. How can you not feel angry when you denounce it as rubbish? You haven't answered my question, Your Excellency. Colin Morton's words were harsh, cold, and not at all afraid of Ivan's identity as the President of the League of Nations. "Why?" Ivan said with a smile at the corner of his mouth, his eyes swept to every wizard present, word by word. "Only I have defeated 2 Dark Lords one after another, I have destroyed Grindelwald's conspiracy to control the North American Magic Congress, and I have more experience in dealing with dark magic than each of you." Colin Morton choked suddenly, and for a while, they didn't know how to refute them. They had collected Ivan's information before they came, and naturally they all knew that although the other party was not very old, his experience was legendary. When they were studying at Hogwarts, they found several dark wizards who were disguised as professors. Once defeated Voldemort, the uncontrollable Dark Lord who once raged in England. This record is enough to make everyone present feel ashamed. However, Ivan's arrogant words also caused some people's dissatisfaction. You must know that being strong does not mean that you have rich experience in dealing with black magic. It usually takes a long time to accumulate experience. Which Auror here does not have decades of experience in the industry? To say that Ivan's experience in dealing with black magic is better than everyone in the room, they absolutely don't believe it. Probably after seeing the thoughts of these people, Ivan smiled disdainfully. He, who has some memories of Dumbledore and Grindelwald, is definitely better than everyone on the scene in terms of anti-dark magic knowledge. But he didn't rush to hit these people in the face, but continued to provoke. "I am very dissatisfied with your performance this time, so I plan to retire some people who are not suitable to stay in the rapid reaction force. I only accept elites and don't need waste. Of course, I know that some of you must be unconvinced, so I can give you a chance. If anyone thinks what I said is wrong, you might as well stand up. As long as you can beat me, then I will immediately apologize to each of you. And admit that I have eyes but no beads." Ivan said with interest. The wizards at the scene looked at each other, somewhat moved, but they hesitated at the thought that the other party had defeated Grindelwald in the magic capital. No matter how confident they were, they would not be stupid enough to think that they could defeat Ivan who had defeated the 2 Dark Lords. "Don't worry www.mdlnovel.com, I didn't expect you to compete against me. No matter if it is 10 people, 50 people, or 100 people, you can only think that you can win, there is no problem." Ivan was casual. He said, and then said sarcastically. If you are really scared, 600 people can go together. Ivan's arrogant words made the Aurors very angry, which made it clear that they were not taken seriously. But Ivan still seemed to have not noticed the dissatisfaction of the people, and continued to threaten to add. If anyone can hurt me in the melee, even if it's just a fluke, I will immediately recommend that person to become the vice chairman of the International Wizarding Federation. Very well, I hope you don't regret it. As soon as Ivan's words fell, Colin Morton was the first to stand up and said angrily. Ivan just smiled, then looked around and shouted loudly. Are anyone else ready to challenge me? With Colin Morton as a bird, more and more wizards walked out of the crowd hesitantly. About 5 minutes later, a total of 87 wizards stood in front of Ivan, more than he expected. The number is less and the number is higher. Chapter 978, Horrible Gap in Combat Power. The more than 80 wizards in front of them came from all over the world, and they were all dressed up in all sorts of weird styles, except that none of the British and North American wizards participated. But this is not surprising. Fern and other law enforcement officers were hanged by Ivan when they were in Knockdown Alley. They knew that the dark and powerful abdomen of the other party was absolutely unprovoked. Most of the North American Aurors have witnessed the battle between Ivan and Grindelwald with their own eyes. Many of them have a psychological shadow and naturally have no guts to stand up. It seems that no one else wants to challenge me. Ivan looked around and said with emotion. Unfortunately, if there are enough people, I might really have to spend some time. Colin Morton and others kept frowning, burned with anger stimulated by Ivan's provocative words. If it hadn't taken into account that the other party was his own boss, he would have been unable to hold back and let Ivan take a look at himself. Incredible. Naturally, Ivan sensed the eager mood of the people, and shook his head secretly, and his evaluation of these people dropped again a few points, and then waved his hand to signal the rest of the wizards to retreat, so as not to affect the duel. Then Ivan asked Fern and other law enforcement officers to join forces to cast spells, creating a few strong magical barriers to surround the entire hall, lest the aftermath of the war would blow up the League of Nations headquarters. As for the rest of the wizards gathered outside the magic barrier, whispering about the outcome of the battle. Although in recent times, newspapers in the world of magic have been boasting about Ivan's record of defeating Grindelwald, but the specific strength of the opponent can only be seen by the North American Aurors who experienced that battle. More wizards. But I always thought that Ivan was too arrogant, and in all likelihood, he would stumble here. Can you start? President Halls. The foul-tempered Colin Morton drew out his wand and said impatiently. The remaining 80-odd Aurors also quickly dispersed. After opening, faintly surrounded in a semicircular shape. Of course, anytime. Ivan nodded casually. As soon as his voice fell, a crimson light beam flew out of the crowd and arrived in front of Ivan almost instantly. Ivan was not in a hurry, and the human bone wand in his hand shook slightly, and the scarlet light beam disappeared. However, at this moment of delay, Colin Morton and others have already shot at the same time. Expelliarmus, accept your weapon. Petrificus, all petrochemicals. Diffindo, torn apart. For a time, dozens of spell beams of different colors struck from all directions. Ivan's complexion did not change, the human bone curse in his hand quickly pointed to him, and said softly. Prot egos, armor bodyguard. An invisible magical barrier floated from Ivan's body, and the wizard's onlookers sweated over Ivan's arrogance. I want to block so many curses with just one iron armor curse, even if it is Mylan's resurrection, it is absolutely impossible to do it. However, what shocked everyone was that dozens of curse beams were bounced back instantly after coming in. Colin Morton managed to avoid this counterattack with a donkey rolling, but not everyone has his resilience. Many Aurors who could not respond have suffered their own consequences and were hit by the curse they released, suffering. His wailing and screams soon resounded in the hall. In just 5 seconds of the battle, nearly 1/3 of the Aurors lost their combat power. How is this possible? Colin Morton stood up from the ground embarrassedly, his eyes full of consternation and incomprehension when he looked at Ivan. The wizards who were watching were also surprised, even Fern's face changed. We must know that in the past, when Ivan was fighting with their law enforcement officers, facing such a large-scale group attack, he often focused on avoidance and did not dare to deal with it head-on, but this time he was overbearing and did not dodge. With an iron armor curse, all the curses directly bounced back. Such power is beyond their cognition. Thinking of this, Fern and Walker couldn't help but glance at each other. It seems that the strength of your Excellency Halls has been greatly improved. But what they didn't see was that while withstanding a round of attacks, 3 of the 10 protection rings on Ivan's fingers had dimmed. After absorbing the memories of Dumbledore and Grindelwald, although Ivan's magic level has been greatly improved, it is impossible to block the attacks of so many people with an iron armor curse alone. In fact, when he resisted the 50th curse, his iron armor curse had already shattered, so Ivan activated 3 magic rings one after another before reluctantly resisting the violent offensive. The reason for doing this is not to pretend, Ivan just intends to experiment, how much the performance of the basic magic will be improved in the battle after reaching the 8th level. Of course, if he didn't wear a protective ring when he went out, he wouldn't be stupid enough to resist, and he would just apparate or avoid the flames. Colin Morton and others, who didn't know anything about it, didn't think so. What they saw was that Yvonne easily resisted all of their curses and bounced them all back. This is still fighting like this? Even though the Aurors present had good combat experience, under such a terrifying difference in combat power, they were a little panicked for a while. Dozens of magic wands pointed at Yvonne together, but no one dared to take the lead. It seems that you guys should have played enough, then it's time to change me now. Yvonne stepped forward with a sneer. www.mtlnovel.com. The momentum gradually reached its peak, the crowd of Colin Morton and others on the contrary, people seemed to be surrounded. Expelliarmus, accept your weapon. Yvonne took a step forward and waved his wand without warning, aiming at Colin Morton. The latter did not expect that Yvonne would choose himself as the first target of the attack. Fortunately, the intuition of wandering between life and death for many years still made Colin Morton react and blessed himself for the first time. A protective magic. It's a pity that the temporarily blessed protective magic was broken almost instantly, and the crimson curse hit his chest, and Colin Morton's body was hit hard, and he flew out and hit the pillar in the hall heavily. Yvonne was not forgiving, and his wand shook lightly and aimed at the rest of the wizards on the court, and several spell beams flew out. In order to test his own combat power, Yvonne did not use any kind of blood magic, but the various basic spells exerted great power in his hands, and every time he did it, one or even several Aurors would fall to the ground. Chapter 979, This is the so-called elite? In just 3 minutes, most of the Aurors were knocked to the ground by Yvonne, leaving only a few dozen wizards to support under Ivan's offensive. After a long battle, the Aurors who can still stand on the court are undoubtedly the elite of the elite. Although they came from all over the world and were not familiar with each other, in the few minutes of the match, they had some tacit understanding, and they managed to support it under the joint spell casting. However, they soon discovered that all this was nothing but an illusion. After probably figuring out the strength of these people, Yvonne no longer kept his hand, and gently waved the magic wand in his hand, and the debris on the ground floated up, and some of them blocked the curse before him. The other part was quickly deformed, and rushed towards the Aurors. Impedimenta, there are many obstacles. The wizards who were still on the field did not dare to neglect, everyone joined forces to cast spells, and a sturdy magic barrier appeared in front of them. Ivan's face remained unchanged, and his wand shook with all his strength. The surface of countless flying stones burst into red flames, which instantly exploded when they hit the magic barrier. The protective curses were quickly dispelled. The Auror was shocked by the aftermath on the spot. In the gap between the two sides, Colin Morton, who was stunned by Yvonne not long after the battle began, had already woke up from a coma. After noticing the situation on the court, Colin Morton didn't get up in a hurry, until he saw Yvonne with his back to him. His attention was focused on the Aurors in front, and then he quietly picked up the wand on the ground. The Aurors who were facing Yvonne naturally noticed the change of Colin Morton, but no one showed it to the face. Instead, they cooperated with Colin Morton's actions with a heart and soul. They waved their wands again and again. Deo spells are intertwined, trying to block Ivan's actions. Colin Morton also sat up abruptly from the ground, raised his wand, and aimed straight at Yvonne. Although this kind of sneak attack was somewhat non-martial, Colin Morton often dealt with the vicious dark wizards, and never cared about the face and the rules. Sometimes if you want to handle a case, you have to have more means than the dark wizards, and even more shameless. However, this kind of little trick can't hide from Yvonne. His mouth evoked a sneer, facing the joint attack of the Aurors. Instead of dodge, he waved his magic wand and shouted loudly. Colin Morton is flying here. Colin Morton, who was secretly rubbing his hands, felt an inexplicable force pulling his body, and then flew towards Yvonne uncontrollably, looking at his body in horror and oncoming him. Several magic spells collided together. With an unwilling roar, poor Colin Morton was knocked out again. The hands-on Aurors were a little embarrassed to see the scene, but Yvonne did not let them go. Taking advantage of the moment when a few people were distracted, the wand in his hand was lightly picked, and the wooden chair next to it turned into a bar. A long rope bound several Aurors together. Seeing that the battle was over, Furin and others hurriedly removed the magic barrier. The wizards' onlookers looked at the more than 80 colleagues who fell on the ground, and they couldn't help taking a breath. They might have thought that Yvonne would be able to win the final victory, but they would never have thought that the course of the battle would be so devastating that dozens of elite Aurors could be defeated so easily together. The only thing that made everyone feel fortunate was that he just stood out without thinking, otherwise it would be them who would suffer. While thinking in their minds, all wizards who knew how to heal magic immediately checked the wounded. Since this is just a battle rather than a life and death battle, both sides carefully controlled the power of the enchantment even in the most fierce fight, and did not use dangerous black magic such as the death curse. Coupled with the fact that Yvonne had kept his hands, the 80-odd Aurors who fell to the ground were not in any serious trouble. Most of them suffered minor injuries. The worst Colin Morton was just the Auror's teamwork was beaten to pieces, and looked scary, but there was no life-threatening. This is the case, the hall is also chaotically, and Yvonne commanded Fern and the others to send the heavily injured Aurors to him for personal treatment. After working in this way for more than half an hour, except for the individual wounded who had lost too much blood and needed to be sent to the infirmary for training, the rest of the Aurors gathered in the hall again. The atmosphere on the court was different from when Yvonne first came in. All the wizards were much more honest. There was no such arrogance as before. The whole hall was silent and silent. Many people looked at Yvonne even more, revealing the color of fear. I have to say, your performance disappointed me. Yvonne looked around the field, especially on the Aurors who had played against him before, and then continued to speak. Originally, you 87 wizards joined forces. Even if I can't defeat me, I will never experience such a fiasco, but it is a pity that you were taken away by a few degrading words, ignoring all the tips I gave you, and even refusing to believe in the verified intelligence, and repeatedly underestimating the power of the opponent. In the face of opponents whose strength is far superior to yours, you still choose to fight separately. At the beginning of the battle, you didn't even have the simplest communication. You.ukansha.com. If you are facing Grindelwald this time, then tomorrow I'm afraid it is a funeral waiting for you. If the so-called elite only has this level, then I don't mind applying to your minister for a new group of people. Yvonne said with a sneer. Hearing this, the Aurors and others present bowed their heads in shame, and they realized that Ivan's repeated provocations after entering the door were nothing more than temptations, in order to test their abilities, and it was obvious to them. Did not pass the test. Yvonne scolded fiercely, and narrated the mistakes Colin Morton and others had made in the battle. Seeing that everyone was being trained obediently, he dared to stand up against his own opinions without stabbing his head. Then he nodded secretly. The battle just now was naturally made by him deliberately. After all, Yvonne didn't have much time to slowly integrate this newly formed unit. If I didn't take this opportunity to frustrate the spirit of these people, I'm afraid there will be a lot in the future. People's yin and yang violate. Now that the beating is done, the effect is not bad. He has initially established his prestige. Then, as long as these Aurors are grouped according to their nationalities, they are divided into groups and reorganized, and this rapid reaction force is truly established. Chapter 980, The Showy Werewolf Wizard. Thinking of this, Yvonne said again. In view of your performance this time, I decided to start the assessment again tomorrow. Those who fail to pass will be fired. I only need the most elite wizards. Hearing that, the expressions of Colin Morton and others suddenly changed. If they were really expelled from here, it would undoubtedly be a very embarrassing thing. Your Excellency Halls, what is the content of the assessment? Does it test our strength? A witch hurriedly asked. Of course not only that, but also the ability to command, track, anti-track and deal with black magic. Yvonne said slowly. At the same time, the captain of each team and the deputy minister of this new department will also be selected from this assessment. I don't look at seniority but ability here. Yvonne said word by word. Ivan's words caused a commotion among the Aurors present. The wizards present were worried that they would not be able to pass the examination smoothly, and some hoped that they could take this opportunity to soar into the sky. If the professional ability is not strong enough, they will not be dispatched here. As long as the content of the assessment is not singled out with Ivan's pervert, they are still confident that they can stand out. Relatively speaking, the originally planned captains were not happy anymore and frowned. Ivan's approach was undoubtedly to prepare them to compete with others on the same starting line. If their performance is not strong, it may even be possible. Will be directly downgraded to an ordinary Auror. Colin Morton even saw that Yvonne had plans to dismember and reorganize the rapid reaction force, which obviously did not match the minister's expectations. But even if I saw it, Colin Morton had nothing to do. Yvonne had just beaten all the thorns, and he used the argument of ability to judge the level. No one can say anything. Objections come. Very well, since everyone doesn't have any opinions, then it's settled. Yvonne looked around and nodded in satisfaction when seeing that no one with short eyes dared to jump out, and then quietly Fern made a move. With winks, he waved his hand to announce that today's rally was over. The gathered crowd gradually dispersed, and Yvonne returned to the spacious and magnificent president's office alone. After waiting for a few minutes, a knock on the door rang. Come in. Yvonne said casually. The door of the office was opened immediately. After Fern entered the door, he carefully closed the door, and then asked. Your Excellency Halls. Is there anything you want to tell me when you come here? Yvonne did not answer but gently waved his magic wand, and dozens of books were placed on the table. Black magic decryption, reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance, how to be a good minister, the art of command. Fern lowered his head and glanced, and immediately understood what Yvonne meant, and didn't ask much. Dang even put these books away, and then under Ivan's instruction, he left the president's office straight away. Seeing Fran on the road like this, Yvonne couldn't help but think highly of him. This newly established department is very important. Of course, he hopes that people who are trustworthy can take up some key positions. For example, Fern is his default candidate for the deputy minister, but it's likely that others will be dissatisfied by pushing the other party to such an important position. That's why Yvonne made such a selection exam. The reason why these books are handed over to Fern is of course profound, because the following test questions on theoretical subjects will be selected from these books. After all, the werewolves such as Fern were not from a regular auror. Some basic theoretical knowledge is undoubtedly much weaker than those of Colin Morton and others. If you don't give some help, you can imagine Fern as deputy. The chances of a minister are slim. Of course, no matter how optimistic, Yvonne will only provide limited help, such as delineating the approximate scope of the exam. It also requires Fern's own hard work. If Fern has nothing to achieve in this assessment, then Yvonne doesn't mind changing to a more suitable person. In the next few days, Yvonne stayed at the headquarters of the International Wizarding Federation, familiar with various government affairs, but also did not forget to arrange the assessment. Under the influence of transfiguration, several wide dual platforms were erected in the hall. Obviously, the first assessment was a duel. Colin Morton and other aurors were not surprised by this. In any case, the strength of wizards is always the first. Fern was secretly relieved. Although he read half a night's book last night, he was more than a dozen. It would not be possible to finish it in a short while. The first assessment lasted for 3 days. In order to get a general understanding of the strengths of most aurors, Yvonne arranged more than 10 duels for everyone. Finally, according to their performance, they were divided into 3 ratings: ordinary, excellent, excellent. Due to time constraints, it is impossible for everyone to fight each other, so many aurors have doubts about Ivan's rating. In view of this, Yvonne simply set aside an afternoon alone to allow these wizards to challenge colleagues who rated higher than himself. Naturally, it didn't need to say much. Except for a hapless wizard who was almost defeated due to a play problem, the rest of the aurors who received excellent reviews were easy opponents. In addition, Yvonne usually pointed out the mistakes and shortcomings of the two sides in the battle after the duel ended, and the people who had originally doubted became silent and began to believe in the judgment made by Yvonne. It is worth mentioning that in the continuous duels of UU Reader www.uuganshu.com, Fern and other werewolf wizards naturally showed their ability to transform, which caused a lot of hostility from aurors for a while. After all, werewolves are a symbol of trouble. Most aurors have dealt with incidents of werewolves running away and attacking wizards and muggles in their careers. Although in recent years Yvonne invented the wolf poison potion, a potion that can suppress the ferocity of werewolves, in the eyes of many people, werewolves are still a symbol of evil and dark wizards. However, they soon discovered that Fern and others are different from ordinary werewolves. Not only can they transform anytime and anywhere without the limit of the full moon, but they can also maintain their original rationality after transforming, and only enjoy the various benefits brought by the werewolf form. To make. Especially in the second tracking and anti-tracking assessment, the keen sense of smell always allows Fern and others to easily find the opponent's hiding place. The speed and resilience far beyond ordinary wizards make the werewolf wizards in a duel be in the limelight. After 2 tests, some aurors are even considering whether to find a werewolf to bite themselves. Chapter 981, Intelligence from France. 1 week passed in a flash, and the 3 consecutive assessments soon came to an end. The performance of the werewolf wizards was in line with Ivan's previous expectations, and most of them achieved relatively good results. Fern even defeated many opponents in succession and passed the assessment with excellent ratings in all subjects. But what Yvonne did not expect was that there was another wizard whose performance was similar to Fern's, and that was Colin Morton, the most famous auror in all of Northern Europe. Like Fern, he passed the 3 assessments with all excellent results. Animagus, who is extremely rare, is even more impeccable in the assessment of tracking and anti-tracking. For such a talent, Yvonne certainly would not deny Colin Morton's achievements because of the previous contradiction. In the end, he simply set up 2 deputy ministerial posts and promoted both of them, and they happened to each other. Restraint. As for the remaining 600 wizards, Yvonne divided them into teams of 5. At the same time, the best in the assessment will be qualified for the position of captain, and he announced that everyone's salary will be increased by 100 starting this week. 50 points. And for the more than 50 wizards who failed the assessment, Yvonne did not show mercy and sent them all back without hesitation. After some rectification, the originally loose department was quickly twisted into a rope by Yvonne. The only disadvantage was that he received dozens of letters from ministers from various countries every day, most of which were reprimanding him for not following the rules at all. System to do things. Connor came several times a week and reminded him tactfully that he had better consult with the ministers before adding ministerial positions and large-scale dispatching personnel. Of course, Yvonne ignored all these requests and blocked the past on the grounds of urgency. The fact is also true, Grindelwald will not give them so much time to slowly integrate the troops. Although the Saints didn't make any major moves for a week, Yvonne was pretty sure that the opponent must be secretly thinking about what's going on. After the last battle, Grindelwald was certainly injured, but what a week's worth of time. It's almost okay. In view of this, after reorganizing the troops, Yvonne issued an order to everyone to search for Grindelwald and the whereabouts of the Saints in the form of a 5-person team in the most active areas of the Saints. Your Excellency Halls, if we really meet Grindelwald with our abilities, I am afraid that the ability of a single team will not be able to convey the information at all. Colin Morton said worriedly. The rest of the Aurors also looked worried. They didn't know how strong Grindelwald was, but they could snoop 1 or 2 from Ivan's. A total of more than 80 elite wizards were in Ivan's hands. It can't last for a minute, even if it's not as good as Grindelwald, it's not far away. If a single squad is performing tasks scattered, it is okay to encounter ordinary saints. Once they meet Grindelwald, they may not even have the chance to escape. Don't worry, I will leave a magic mark on each of you. If you encounter problems that cannot be solved, you can directly notify me, and I will be there as soon as possible. Yvonne slowly explained. The magic mark is the reward he got for completing the system task. After this period of exploration, Yvonne has found more uses for this thing. Now this imprint magic is no longer the same as before and can only communicate with him alone. All people who have been burned imprints can communicate with each other to transmit information or apply for support. It has almost become a magic version. Phone, and it's much more convenient than that. Under Ivan's introduction, the Aurors present also gradually let go of their initial concerns. With such magic, they will undoubtedly be much safer when performing tasks. Such peaceful days continued for more than half a month, and when more than 600 Aurors were searching for Grindelwald with all their strength, a piece of news came suddenly. You mean that the entire French Ministry of Magic may have been controlled by Grindelwald? Can you be sure? If that is true, why is there no news? Yvonne couldn't help listening to the report from Pierce and others. Frowned. It hasn't been confirmed for the time being, this information was provided by an Auror from France. Pierce explained. Before you asked me to send additional staff to keep an eye on the developments there. When one of the informants was performing a task, he happened to find that this lady was being chased by several French Aurors. Because she knew you, I sent the personnel who went there tried to rescue her, and all the information was obtained from her. Auror? I know? Who? Yvonne couldn't help but pause, and then a figure suddenly appeared in his mind. Could it be Fleur Delacour? Yes, it's her. Pierce said solemnly. Ms. Delacour was seriously injured in the battle and is now recovering at the St. Mungo Magical Injury Hospital. Are you going to see her? Of course. Yvonne hesitated, and finally nodded. Although it is not good to disturb a wounded person, if the news is true, then Furong will surely know a lot of useful information. Thinking of this, Yvonne was not delaying, and he took Pierce to perform apparition and disappeared in place. A few years ago, he had been to the St. Mungo's Hospital for magical injuries and injuries. This time he was naturally familiar with the road. When the two appeared again, he arrived at the dean's office. Probably because of the relatively large number of patients recently, the UU reading www.uugonshu.com Dean Bohan is not here, and Yvonne doesn't care about just grabbing a passing doctor and letting him lead the way. The two walked up the stairs all the way through a narrow corridor. In each corridor, there were therapists in green robes coming in and out, and Yvonne noticed that every room that was open was full of patients, faintly hearing wailing of pain. Yvonne sighed, of course he could understand what was going on. In the past 3 years, the British magical world has experienced several turmoil in a row. Nearly 1/10 of the wizards died in the conflict, and the wounded are countless. This is also thanks to Grindelwald's failure to reach out to England. Otherwise this number will have to be doubled again. It seems that this war can't be dragged on any longer. Yvonne thought to himself in his heart, and didn't stop his pace, and soon reached the curse-damaged division on the 5th floor. Yvonne pushed the door straight to enter, looked around from side to side, and saw Lotus lying on the hospital bed in the corner. But at first glance, Yvonne almost didn't recognize it, because the other's fair and gorgeous cheeks seemed to have been burned by fire, and half of his face was covered with ugly blisters. Chapter 982, Healing Hibiscus. Dean Bohan and 3 therapists were standing by the bed, carefully examining the injuries on Furong's face. After a while, one of the therapists suddenly spoke. This is a unique spell, it should be some kind of side-by-side black magic, at least I have never seen it before. Mr. Dean, can my face be cured? Furong's voice was trembling faintly, and she asked very eagerly. Please relax, Miss Delacour, there will always be a way. Dean Bohan spoke softly and comforted, but he sighed secretly in his heart. Furong's spells are very tricky. They have tried dozens of spells that can heal wounds but have little effect. They can only temporarily suppress the spells on Furong's left face and prevent it from spreading. As for whether Furong can be completely cured in the end, Dean Bohan is not sure. Looking at the dignified faces of several people, Furong immediately realized the seriousness of the matter, thinking that she might be disfigured because of this. She leaned against the bed in pain, clutching her cheeks and sobbing weakly. Everyone at the scene glanced at each other, and they all saw the helplessness in the other's eyes. If they could, who would want to see a girl who was originally charming and disfigured? Just as they were about to say a few words of exhortation again, a voice came from behind them. Why don't you let me have a try? Hearing this, several people turned their heads and looked over, and then they saw Yvonne and Pierce coming in with the door. Are you sure? Your Excellency Halls? Dean Bohan asked solemnly. Probably. Yvonne replied casually, walked straight to Furong, and looked at the wound on the witch's face. The rest of the therapists frowned and felt extremely dissatisfied with the intervention of a layman like Yvonne. You must know that the spells in Furong's practice are extraordinary. If they are not handled properly, they may cause even worse consequences. But Pierce, the Minister of Magic, was on his side, but no one dared to stop him. Trust me? Furong? Yvonne suddenly asked after checking for a while. Furong had no idea for this meeting. Seeing that Yvonne had some certainty, she nodded without hesitation as if she had grabbed the last straw. Then endure a little pain. Yvonne said casually, and then drew the curse from his waist and pressed it against the blistered face on the other side. A shining red light quickly lit up from the magic wand, and the intense pain made Furong almost exhaled in pain. She subconsciously wanted to turn her head to avoid it, but only then found out that her body was like a plaster cast. He couldn't move at all, and he couldn't even dodge his head. Is a body spell? Furong realized this immediately, but she didn't know when Yvonne actually chanted the curse, but she couldn't take care of that much anymore. The left half of her face seemed to touch the hot lava, due to the fixation curse. For this reason, she couldn't even shout out, so she could only endure it so hard. The fine beads of sweat constantly seeped from Furong's forehead, neck, and back, and the several therapists next to him were a little unbearable. Especially when I saw the left half of the witch's face. After Yvonne cast the spell, it was rapidly disintegrating and festering, making it even more uneasy. If it wasn't for the identities of Yvonne and Pierce, they were afraid they would have stepped forward to stop them, so they would have to look at Dean Bohan together. However, to a few people's expectations, Dean Bohan didn't respond much. He just watched Yvonne cast the spell intently, and didn't seem to be ready to scold him. The red light flashing on the magic wand soon weakened. At this time, half of Furong's face was already a blood-red color, and the outer skin was cracked and peeled off, and it quickly healed under the action of the wound-healing curse. Furong, who was so painful that he almost fainted, suddenly felt no pain. The whole face seemed to be soaked in warm water. After Yvonne stopped casting the spell, the effect of the hold spell disappeared. After Furong regained his ability to move, he grabbed Ivan's wrist and said in a trembling tone. Mirror, quick, mirror. Yvonne smiled, and of course he understood Furong's thoughts, so he waved his magic wand and turned a round mirror out of thin air. Furong looked tremblingly at herself in the round mirror. The half of her face that was yellow and full of blisters had been restored to its original appearance under the curse of the curse, and it was even more supple and smooth than the other half of her face. That's great. Great. I thought. Furong was so excited that she couldn't restrain herself, and gave Yvonne a big hug very enthusiastically. Thank you, you saved my life again, Yvonne, I really don't know how to thank you. Looking at the faces of Bohan and others before, Furong thought that she might be disfigured, but she didn't expect that Yvonne would actually have a way to crack this curse. Is not so serious, right? Yvonne broke away from the witch's embrace, and was a little bit dumbfounded. Although the spell in Furong was difficult, it was no longer in danger of life after Bohan and others dealt with it. At most, there will be some sequelae on his face. But Yvonne also understands that for a pretty girl like Furong, appearance is even more important than life. The doctors present looked at the restoration of Furong. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com was a bit embarrassed for a while. They just made a decision that the injury could not be completely cured, but Yvonne broke the curse so easily. I happened to see the counter curse of this kind of curse in a book. Yvonne saw the doubts of these people and slowly explained. The healers showed their expressions now. No matter how powerful a spell is, it can only master the corresponding counter curse, and even a young wizard who just graduated can crack it. Dean Bohan is a little bit suspicious, because anti-curses generally reverse the effects of spells, which is completely different from what Yvonne did when he cast the spell just now. Yvonne didn't explain much. The curse in Furong was actually one of the curses created by Grindelwald in his early years. It was very difficult, and there was no corresponding anti-curse at all. British therapists would find it to be tricky and normal. Nevertheless. But for Yvonne, who has mastered all the magic knowledge of Grindelwald, it is not difficult to find a way to eliminate the effects of this spell. Seeing Furong's mood calmed down a bit, Yvonne changed his voice and asked about business. By the way, Fleur, I heard Minister Pierce say that you escaped from the French Ministry of Magic. When Yvonne was reminded like this, Furong also suddenly remembered, both fear and resentment to tell her own experience in the past few days. Chapter 983, The Controlled French Ministry of Magic. Since the last French minister was hit by Grindelwald's imperious curse and died unexpectedly at the International Union of Wizards held a month ago, Bruno and others, after returning to the Ministry of Magic, except for the start of the new minister in addition to the election, a thorough investigation was conducted on the entire Ministry of Magic. Although this idea is good, it is not so easy to implement. The death of the last minister was too sudden. The senior officials who were able to compete for the ministerial post were even more disobedient. Therefore, the entire Ministry of Magic quickly became a mess, and the investigation of the personnel of the ministry gradually got out of control. A large number of officials and Aurors he was inexplicably put on the hat of a saint, and went straight to jail without interrogation. At first, Furong and the others thought it was just a political struggle, and several ministerial candidates were prepared to take this opportunity to eradicate dissidents, so that they would be able to get to the top. However, during an outing to perform a mission, she and several Auror colleagues stumbled upon some clues. The saints who were supposed to be arrested by them, and detained in prison for interrogation, unexpectedly reappeared in grandeur. In front of them, a sensational muggle-killing incident was committed. At that time, Furong felt very strange. After they took these saints back, they learned from the Auror who had responded that there was a problem with the prison the other day. Because of ineffective control, several prisoners escaped. Furong naturally would not believe such a nonsense answer, so she discussed the matter privately with several colleagues who had also noticed something wrong. Just before they could find out anything, they inexplicably became wanted and were hunted down by a group of people who had never met but claimed to be the French Auror. These people started to be more fierce than the other, using all kinds of black magic almost unscrupulously. Several of her colleagues fell under various evil curses in the process of escaping from Paris, but she was the only one. Fortunately, when he was about to be killed, he waited for the rescue by the British Ministry of Magic. Listening to Fla's account, Ivan's brows wrinkled involuntarily. It seems that Grindelwald's penetration of the French Ministry of Magic is far beyond his imagination. It can be seen from the fact that Furong and others were wanted for an unreasonable charge, that even if the entire French Ministry of Magic has not completely fallen, I am afraid that it is not far away. Maybe those minister candidates had been controlled or replaced by Grindelwald a long time ago. This time, it happened to completely control the French Ministry of Magic by searching the names of the saints. But this is not a bad thing. What Yvonne felt a headache before was that he could not find Grindelwald and the whereabouts of the saints. Now he has a goal. Although Fla's escape will definitely make the other side vigilant, Grindelwald has been operating in France for so long, it is impossible to give up so easily. Thinking of this, Yvonne stretched his frowning brows, and then spoke. Don't worry too much, Fleur, since Grindelwald and the saints are hiding in the French Ministry of Magic, the International Federation of Wizards will never sit back and watch. Furong nodded with lingering fear, and then she said as if she had suddenly thought of something. By the way, there is one more thing. Before we escaped from the Ministry of Magic, the captain had inquired about a piece of news that some senior officials of the Ministry of Magic in France seemed to be discussing actions against the Muggle rulers. Yvonne and Pierce looked at each other and immediately realized the seriousness of the matter. Unlike most wizards who are still alive in old dreams, Grindelwald has never underestimated the power and threat of Muggles. Before Yvonne had thought about what strategy Grindelwald would take to counterattack after his defeat in the League of Nations. What worries him most is that Grindelwald directly announces the existence of the magic world, or hides in the dark. Look for opportunities to control the heads of nations. The former will undoubtedly bring the contradiction between Muggles and wizards to the bright side. When faced with the condemnation of Muggles and successive conflicts, the neutral wizards who originally stood in line may be biased towards Grindelwald. As the official power of the magical world, they have to settle the dispute between wizards and Muggles on the one hand, and consider the possibility of war. On the other hand, they have to find a way to deal with Grindelwald, and the power they can use will be greatly reduced. This is obviously not what Yvonne wants to see. As for the latter, it is impossible to defend against. With the power that Grindelwald possesses, he can sneak into the president's house silently and control the opponent with the imperious curse. Although the leaders of all countries have a large number of aura protections, these people can actually not stop any behavior of Grindelwald. The only thing they can do is to pass the news to him as much as possible, so that he can know Grindelwald has controlled a certain president, prime minister. Now there are errors on the French side. If the entire Ministry of Magic has fallen, what about the Aurors who originally protected the French president? The worst kind of conjecture is that Grindelwald has secretly controlled the French president, and even some other high-ranking officials. If this is the case, it will be difficult to handle. You must know that France is a nuclear power, and it is easy to cause extremely serious consequences if it is not done properly. Thinking like this, Yvonne can't help but feel a little worried. It seems that Grindelwald must be resolved as soon as possible, and he must not let the other party continue to toss like this. You can take a good rest here during this period of time, Furong, I will send more people to protect your safety. Yvonne said solemnly. No, no need, I am cured now and can return to the battlefield anytime, don't forget that I am also an Auror. Fleur said firmly. www.mtlnovel.com. She could not forget the companion who died to protect herself. We are desperate for revenge. It's a pity, Miss Delacour, you may not know that all matters concerning Grindelwald and the Saints have now been handed over to the Rapid Reaction Force of the League of Nations. They are the most elite wizards. Yvonne refused Furong's proposal without hesitation. But, the French Ministry of Magic. Fleur subconsciously wanted to argue, but was interrupted by Yvonne just as she spoke. With your own strength, you can't do anything. As a person who provides important clues, what you need to do most is to protect your own safety. Also, the wound on your face has just healed. I can't guarantee whether the spell has been removed, so you'd better observe it in the hospital for a while to avoid recurrence. Yvonne frightened. As a representative of Budbad College, Fleur's strength is very good compared to his peers, but in Ivan's opinion, it is far from enough, especially the experience of dealing with black magic is seriously insufficient. Under Ivan's patient advice, Furong could only dispel the idea of joining the battle for the time being, and was preparing to train for a period of time at the St. Mungo Hospital for magical injuries. Comforting Furong, Yvonne winked at Pierce, then said goodbye to Bohan and others and walked straight out of the ward. Chapter 984, Meeting with the British Prime Minister. The two left the ward and returned to the British Ministry of Magic. Pierce saw that Yvonne was meditating all the way without saying a word, so he couldn't help but ask first. Do you think the information provided by Miss Delacour is reliable? Your Excellency Halls. Although there was nothing suspicious about Furong's words just now, he was almost disfigured in order to obtain this information, but out of the caution of the superior, Pierce still had some doubts about it. Because once it is confirmed that what Fleur said is true, they may need to face a war with France, which is not a joke. I think what she said should be true. Yvonne nodded. Just now he quietly used the mindfulness when talking with Furong, and the other party showed no signs of lying. Of course, this is only a preliminary judgment. Apart from protection, he kept Furong at the St. Mungo Magical Injury Hospital. He also had another layer of thought, which was to use the name of follow-up inspection to ensure that the opponent did not have the Imperious Curse or be modified memory. If possible, Yvonne would not want to be so skeptical of this old knowledge, but in the face of this cunning opponent of Grindelwald, they must be cautious. You must know that Fleur is the Auror of France, who often stays in the French Ministry of Magic, and it does not rule out the possibility that the other party is also controlled. Injury and disfigurement may be a bitter trick, and the provision of this information may be in the French Ministry of Magic, which wanted to lure him, and set up numerous traps to ambush him there. All kinds of conspiracy theories flashed back in Ivan's mind, but in the end he was calm again. At least from his temptation just now, Furong is still worthy of trust. Then what should we do next? Do we immediately take action against the French Ministry of Magic? Pierce asked. Yvonne hesitated. Naturally, he couldn't allow Grindelwald to control France so easily and gain a base for troubles, so sooner or later he would do something. But Yvonne was not stupid enough to rush into the French Ministry of Magic without any intelligence. Even if they had more manpower, they might break down there. The experience at the North American Magic Congress was a lesson. More than 100 North American Aurors could completely suppress Grindelwald with the protective magic in the capital. If the other party did some tricks in advance, it would blow up the Department of Mystery, resulting in some flaws in the protection. Then Grindelwald will probably have been captured by them. Thinking of this, Yvonne ordered Piersgar to send manpower to infiltrate the French Ministry of Magic. He must understand the extent of Grindelwald's control over the French Ministry of Magic. From the experience of Furong and others, it is not difficult to see that some of the lower-level Aurors may not know that the upper-level high-ranking officials have been controlled, and these people are all forces that can be fought for. In addition, Yvonne did not forget to ask Pierce to tell the law enforcement officers to strengthen the protection of the Muggle leaders, especially the pressure on the French Ministry of Magic and the Auror of the International Federation of Wizards to participate in the countermeasures. Under the protection of the French president, test the reaction of France. Pierce took down Ivan's orders one by one, and then continued to speak as if thinking of something. President Halls, the newly appointed British Prime Minister probably doesn't know about the existence of the wizarding community. Would you like to notify him? Since additional manpower is to be dispatched, it may be difficult to hide the Muggle Prime Minister from the next move. In fact, as the supreme ruler of England, the other party also has the right to know the existence of the magical world, but the new one has no background, so it has been 3 months since Buckingham Palace did not take the initiative to inform him of this, plus England the magical world had experienced a turmoil before, and it has been delayed. Listening to Pierce's words, Yvonne couldn't help but become interested, and simply proposed to meet the Prime Minister in person. After defeating Grindelwald, he may have to talk to these Muggle leaders. Seeing later is worse than seeing him early. It just so happens that Yvonne wants to confirm that Mr. Prime Minister's view of the wizarding community, Westminster, 10 Downing Street in the Prime Minister's office. Prime Minister Huck, who has just assumed the post of Prime Minister for 3 months, is sitting in his chair and examining documents after documents. These materials were secretly submitted to him by MI6 a few days ago, and they contained all sorts of unusual things that have happened on the European continent over the past year or so. For example, more than half a year ago, someone saw a huge 6-winged strange bird flying over the city of Paris, and there were 2 coffins floating on the sidelines, and many muggles in Paris vowed to say that they still saw the strange bird. There are 2 people sitting on it. But after secret investigations by secret agents, those photos were all artificially synthesized. The 6-winged strange bird flying over Paris was actually a kite with a broken wire. Reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Even the whole thing was a kite-making factory was specially created to gain people's attention. For these weird urban anecdotes, Huck has never been very interested in it. What really makes him care about is the recent intensified terrorist attacks in Europe and North America. More than 100 times a year, covering the entire Europe, which made Prime Minister Huck faintly aware of the unusualness, and his keen political sense reminded him that there must be a problem. Such frequent attacks can no longer be explained by a terrorist organization's sudden decision to retaliate against Europe. The spies, intelligence, police, and customs agencies of various countries are not blind. The only thing Huck was fortunate was that the British Isles were an exception, so he could sit here leisurely and watch other people's jokes. Although Huck couldn't understand why this was the case, he could only attribute it to Britain's past good diplomacy. Reputation. After reading these documents, Huck scribbled down the opinion that MI6 should strengthen the internal review of Britain, so as to prevent dangerous people from sneaking into Britain. Then he picked up the phone and prepared to call his personal secretary to discuss. But when the finger was pressing the connection button, Huck suddenly paused, not knowing whether he should do it or not. Because he recently discovered that his personal secretary may be a little abnormal in his mind. Since returning from a certain vacation, the whole person has changed. Every time he reports to him, he doesn't care much, and sometimes he says something inexplicable. Strange things that people don't understand at all. Had it not been for MI6's repeated investigations to confirm that the other party had no problems, he would have thought that the Secretary General was the undercover of the North American Central Intelligence Agency or the Russian Federal Security Agency. Chapter 985, The only explanation is magic. Alas, thinking of this possibility, Huck couldn't help sighing. Although he became the Prime Minister, he still felt that he still couldn't help himself, and there were more and more mysteries around him. Sometimes Huck even suspects that he is the protagonist of Truman's World, and everyone around him unites to play himself. Do you need me to help you, Mr. Prime Minister? Suddenly, in the empty and calm office room, a deep voice rang. The pensive Prime Minister Huck shivered suddenly, and he was barely scared to get sick. Who? Huck yelled, turning his head and looking in the direction of the sound. His left hand had quietly touched a button under the desk. What appeared in front of him was a strange man, no, or just a boy. Judging from the opponent's slightly immature cheeks, Huck doubted whether the opponent was an adult. How did you get in? Huck didn't underestimate Ivan because of his young age. After realizing that this was a strange face, he pressed the button without hesitation. According to what the cabinet secretary said to him during the handover, as long as the emergency button is pressed, all the guards and secret agents of the Prime Minister's office will receive an immediate message and rush in immediately. However, Huck waited for a while, but nothing happened. The man standing opposite still had a gentle smile on his face, which made his heart sink slowly. I am not malicious, Prime Minister Huck, I am here today just to answer some doubts for you. Ivan walked slowly to Huck and explained calmly. Huck naturally didn't believe a word of Ivan's words. After discovering that the button had failed, his heart became more and more suspicious that Ivan was sent by a hostile party to assassinate him. It is even possible that the secretary of his cabinet has been bought out, otherwise it is impossible to explain how the other party can hide in his own office through heavy protection, and make the emergency button invalid. Thinking deeper, Huck had even thought of how the other party would divert the attention of the people after his death. They would definitely tie the matter to the recent intensified terrorist attacks. But the dignified British Prime Minister died in the office, it was a huge scandal anyway. Perceiving Huck's various thoughts, Ivan was somewhat speechless, and the misunderstandings grew deeper and deeper and caused some unnecessary troubles. Ivan said. It seems that you have some doubts about my identity, Mr. Prime Minister. Then, please let me introduce myself. I am a wizard in the British magical world. I am now the acting president of the International Wizarding Federation. You can call me Halls. Ivan bowed slightly and said politely. Witcher. Huck felt a little stunned. Although his IQ was above the level of a normal person, he couldn't understand what was going on right now. Did he hear the hallucinations? Or is the person in front of him actually a lunatic? Actually, you heard it right, it's a wizard, someone who masters magic. Ivan said as he stretched out his index finger and tapped on the thermos cup on the table. Under Huck's horrified gaze, the thermos quickly deformed in front of him, and a black raven appeared in front of Huck after a while. The mysterious scene in front of him was obviously beyond Huck's cognition, and then the raven suddenly fluttered its wings towards him. Huck almost fell off his seat in fright, but the raven didn't mean to hurt him. It just fell quietly on his shoulder. Ivan didn't seem to see Huck's embarrassed appearance, the expression on his face did not change at all, but he spoke softly. "Don't you try it yourself? Mr. Prime Minister." Huck calmed down the panic in his heart with difficulty, looked at Ivan, and after hesitating for a moment, he tremblingly stretched out his hand and gently touched the raven on his shoulder. It started with the smooth and greasy touch of feathers. What surprised Huck was that the raven leaned over and rubbed his fingers in a friendly way. "Is this magic? Or a trick?" Huck asked with the last glimmer of hope. He already believed in Ivan's rhetoric, but his cognition over the years reminded him that there should be no magic in this world, and he has never before heard of the existence of wizards. So is there another possibility? For example, the boy in front of him confuses his vision in some way, just like the incredible magic he has seen in the past, to achieve visual miracles through specific techniques. Ivan sighed helplessly. He understood that for a prime minister who was very suspicious and believed in science, it was not easy to immediately accept the existence of magic. However, Ivan did not care to give too many explanations. The facts are often more effective than all the rhetoric, so he quickly stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers, and endless flames emerged from his body. UU reading www.uugonshu.com wrapped the front Huck in with it. At that moment, Huck almost thought that the other party had some powerful explosives on his body, and he was about to die with him. However, when the flame came to him, Huck realized the unusualness, and he was covered by flames without any pain. On the contrary, it is very comfortable. When the flames faded and Prime Minister Huck came back to his senses, everything in front of him had changed. The surroundings were extremely empty, and he was standing on a not-so-large platform, looking down, and underneath was a large square with tall buildings in the distance, and the magnificent Eiffel Tower quickly reflected him. This is Paris? Huck's pupils shrank suddenly, and he quickly confirmed his position. They were standing above the Arc de Triomphe, one of the landmarks of Paris. During the first time he took office, he had visited France once, and he had not visited this publicly funded tourist less before. Naturally, he was no stranger to the city of Paris, so he recognized it at a glance. "Do you think this is also a trick?" Prime Minister Huck Ivan said jokingly, and at the same time put his hand on Huck's shoulder, lest the opponent accidentally fell off the Arc de Triomphe. No. I believe what you said, Mr. Wizard." Huck shook his head hurriedly, for fear that he would say nothing, and for convenience he would once again cast a spell that would crush his three views, or something like a story. Like those evil witches here, turning themselves into a rabbit or a frog. Huck didn't want to experience this feeling. The most important thing is that he has 100% believed what Ivan said. The other party got himself from the British Prime Minister's mansion to the Arc de Triomphe in Paris in just 1 or 2 seconds. This is no longer the so-called magic and blindness. Yes, the only explanation is magic. Chapter 986, Prime Minister Huck. Even so, it took Huck a while to truly accept this fact. Although wizards and magic still seemed incredible to him, the evidence is now in front of him, and he can't help but believe it. After barely calming the fluctuating emotions in his heart, Huck suddenly realized his current predicament. This is not only because there is a fearsome wizard next to him, but more importantly, he, the British Prime Minister, is standing on the Arc de Triomphe without any disguise at the moment, and there are hundreds of tourists below. Huck has faintly thought of tomorrow. What will be the headlines of major newspapers? But what makes him feel a little strange is that they have been standing here for a long time, but the tourists below seem to have not noticed their existence. Obviously many people are standing under the Arc de Triomphe and taking pictures, and they have not noticed any abnormalities. As if they didn't exist at all. What the is going on, can't they see us? Huck couldn't help but ask. You can understand that this is one of the effects of magic. Ivan explained with a smile. At the moment he teleported here, he had silently released the confusion spell, and constructed a magical barrier in front of him that could distort the light, so as to avoid being photographed by the camera. Muggles would naturally not be able to find theirs. Exist. Huck looked at the frolicking crowd below his eyes, and then thought that Ivan had easily taken him out of the Prime Minister's office just now, and a wave of fear and jealousy could not help but surge in his heart. Ivan was the first wizard he knew, but the magical power displayed by the other party was beyond his imagination. Huck even suspected that if the other party was determined to kill himself, the supreme ruler of England, he would not be spared even if he hid in the nuclear bunker. This kind of feeling that life and death are in the hands of others is undoubtedly very uncomfortable, especially for the Prime Minister of a country. It took him decades and untold hard work to get to this top position. He thought he could hold power and the scenery is boundless, but now he knows that there are wizards in this world, which can easily cause damage to his personal safety. Threatened. Huck was terrified in his heart, but on the surface he still maintained his own demeanor as much as possible, maintaining the most basic face of the Prime Minister, and he was unwilling to show his timidity in front of Ivan. And he could also guess that Ivan should have no malice towards him, otherwise there would be no need to talk so much nonsense to him here. Mr. Halls? You said this time to answer my doubts. Haexiang cheered up and asked in a slightly trembling tone, and then remembered that when Ivan introduced himself, he mentioned that he was the British wizard added again. Apart from England, are there wizards in other countries? Of course, wizards are a group, all over the world. Ivan explained softly. Then why have I never discovered the existence of a wizard before? Huck asked eagerly. This is what makes him most puzzled. If there are a large number of wizards, it is impossible to hide it. Because most wizards stay in the magic world. Ivan didn't mean to hide. Under Huck's confused gaze, he succinctly explained the basic situation of the magic world. This is what the British Prime Minister has the right to know. Hearing that there is another magical world under the normal world in which he lives, and even magical creatures such as giant dragons and unicorns, Huck can't help but feel a sense of yearning while he is shocked. However, this sentiment quickly disappeared with Ivan's introduction of various policies in the magical world. Knowing that in order to hide the existence of the magic world, the wizards usually use the forgetting spell to delete the memories of the muggles who accidentally witnessed the magic, Huck was shocked and angry. Who gave these wizards the right to arbitrarily tamper with and delete the memories of the people? If possible, Huck would never mind such a loud rebuke, but considering the magic displayed by the other party, he still suffocated the words from his heart very heartily. The only thing that made him relieved was that according to Ivan's statement, these wizards who mastered extraordinary magic were effectively controlled. They could not behave in this world, but were restricted by various laws and regulations. Although these so-called laws were also compiled by wizards, Huck knew very well how important this order was. As long as a powerful person is willing to abide by the rules, then a politician like himself will have room to play. Since every British Prime Minister has the right to know the existence of the magical world, why do I know now? Huck's tone was filled with a trace of dissatisfaction. www.mdlnovel.com. This was his deliberate temptation. Although this kind of action may bring him some danger, he still wants to confirm how much weight he can have as Prime Minister of Muggles. Of course Huck's thoughts cannot be concealed from Ivan's investigation. In such small matters, Ivan never minded being kind, so that the surface was calm, but the flustered Prime Minister could feel more at ease, so he didn't care about Huck's offensive questioning, but spoke calmly. Explained. Some troubles have happened recently in the magical world, so I have to postpone the contact with you. But normally, Buckingham Palace and your predecessor should also tell you these things. Ivan added. He would not describe this incident as his own negligence, but simply dumped the pot. Those Muggle leaders who knew it. Sure enough, Huck immediately showed a trace of irritation on his face, and blamed his irresponsible former prime ministers for his gaffe today, even though he used some shameless little tricks during the election to hurt each other. The harmony between the two, but the other party should never conceal such an important thing. By the way, did you just say that your wizards had some trouble recently? Huck asked curiously. For some reason, when talking about this, Huck couldn't help being a little bit happy, because he discovered that the wizard who originally mastered magic could not handle things, which greatly reduced the fear that arose in his heart. It's a pity, Mr. Prime Minister, I think this is not just a trouble for wizards. Ivan shrugged and spoke freely. Let's put it this way, an extremely dangerous element in the magical world escaped from prison more than a year ago, and is about to gather his hands to start a war between wizards and ordinary people. Chapter 987, Destroy City-Level Magic. War. Huck's voice suddenly increased by an octave, and his face changed abruptly. Even if he was the British Prime Minister, he was surprised when he heard the word war. Although his knowledge of wizards was pitiful and limited to Ivan's just introduction, the magic displayed by the other party really made him jealous. Among other things, if a large group of wizards with magic assassinate the leaders of various countries, it would definitely be a big trouble. Thinking of this, Prime Minister Huck was stunned, and he hurriedly asked Ivan how the wizards who tried to provoke the war were fighting, and whether the bullets could deal with such monsters. Monster? Perceiving the thoughts in Huck's heart, Ivan's face twitched involuntarily. In order to seize the dominance of the conversation, he deliberately put on a pose in front of Prime Minister Huck, but he did not expect to equate wizards and monsters in the other's impression. Ivan shook his head secretly and explained directly. Although wizards are in control of magic, they are only mortals in the end, and technological weapons are somewhat useful. Hearing this, Prime Minister Huck's tense mind suddenly relaxed a lot. What he feared most was that technological weapons would have no effect on wizards. In that case, he would lose the last bargaining chip against wizards. Just before he was happy, Ivan's voice came over again. But a powerful wizard like Grindelwald is not included. If you want to use guns and missiles against him, you should avoid them. These weapons will not help. Although Muggles' technological weapons are powerful and far superior to ordinary magic in terms of destructive power, they are very limited for wizards of their level. After all, the weird and convenient ability of magic is far above technology. Even if it is attacked by dozens of missiles, Grindelwald can calmly use the Transfiguration Curse or Vanishing Curse to ease the crisis. If it is impossible, he can still run through the apparition. The only reliable method is to use a dozen sniper rifles to sieve the opponent directly at a super long distance while Grindelwald is unprepared. However, the feasibility of this plan is also very low, because the other party's keen insight can detect those life and death crises in advance. When he was in the North American capital before, he secretly placed a secret hand in the key, trying to see if Grindelwald could be killed by this, but he was immediately discovered by the other party just after he started the operation. If it weren't for the inability to apparate in the capital, Grindelwald would not be injured at all. For Ivan's remarks, Huck was dubious, and even vaguely believed that it was the wizard's ignorance of technological weapons that made Ivan say these words. Is it possible that even nuclear weapons can't deal with that, Grindelwald? Seeing that Huck was still not giving up, Ivan reminded him indifferently. Let's put it this way, if Grindelwald is given some time and there is no other wizard to stop him, he can easily destroy an entire city with fierce fire. I mean the kind that is reduced to ashes and nothing is left. Ivan added after a pause. His Huck took a breath. Destroying an entire city can be done with their nuclear weapons, but they will inevitably leave a piece of ruins, and as Ivan said, turning an entire city into ashes without leaving any residue, what kind of power is needed to do it? 2. Ivan smiled, deliberately let Huck understand the wizard's high-end combat power, and dispelled the cautiousness in the opponent's heart, then stretched out his hand, snapped his fingers, and said softly. Wind. Along with Ivan's words, a breeze blew on the wide Plaza de Gaulle, and then the wind speed became faster and faster under the influence of Ivan. The surrounding trees swayed unceasingly, and the tourists underneath screamed in panic. Fan didn't mean to stop at all. Instead, he pointed his finger to the sky and spoke again. Cloud. The sky that was still clear instantly became gloomy. Huck stared at the wind and looked up in horror. The dark clouds could not be seen at a glance, covering the entire Paris city. Thunder. Ivan shouted loudly. Dozens of terrifying lightning flashed through the dark clouds above his head. A large number of terrifying thunderstorms gradually gathered above the city, and the dull roar sounded like thunder. As if the end had come. Enough is enough, stop. Huck yelled in panic, begging Ivan to cancel this terrifying magic. The miraculous scene before him deeply realized the power of wizards. He had no doubt that as long as ye with every thought, the powerful thunderstorm covering the entire city will crash down and destroy the entire city. The corners of Ivan's mouth raised slightly, and then he clapped his hands. www.mtlnovel.com. The dark clouds gathered above the city of Paris quickly dispersed. He just wanted to scare the British Prime Minister. He didn't really want to do such a frenzied thing, not to mention that his current magic does not have the ability to destroy the city with thunderstorms unless he is willing to use the Philosopher's Stone. The huge magic power stored inside. In this way, to destroy a city, it is more cost-effective and worry-free to use fierce fire, which can absorb its own supplies and grow rapidly. Huck didn't know that Ivan was thinking about some terrifying things at the moment, but he was scared enough by the magic that seemed to destroy the sky and the earth just now. Both legs were soft, so he didn't fall from the Arc de Triomphe. Go down. He no longer doubted what Ivan said just now, that so-called Grindelwald could definitely burn a city to ashes with a magic called Luo. Then how are you going to deal with that, Grindelwald? Is there anything I can do for you? Prime Minister Huck wiped the cold sweat from his head and asked calmly that there is such a city-destroying level terrorist outside. No one can rest assured of doing things. No, we will solve the problem of Grindelwald by ourselves. This time we are here to inform you that we hope that the British government can cooperate with us to cover up the traces of wizards. Tell me about Gua's situation again. If this continues, it will be difficult for the Aurors to suppress all the news even if they break their legs, so the official Muggle force is needed to help cover it up. No matter now or in the future, they need to carry out deeper cooperation. Listening to what Ivan said, Huck realized that the frequent attacks in the past year or so were not caused by terrorists at all, but by a group of wizards called Saints. Chapter 988, The International Federation of Wizards is the United Nations of the Magic World. In that case, all the news he had received before were false. Thinking of the top-secret documents submitted to him by the Military Intelligence Bureau today, Huck couldn't help but smoked his mouth, wishing to get rid of all the waste that only took money but didn't work. Every year they spend tens of billions of dollars on intelligence. The result is that they are played around by a group of wizards who know how to magic. After so many years, no agent can discover the existence of the magic world. The more I thought about Huck, the more I felt terrified, and at the same time, I faintly realized what was wrong. Even if the wizards mastered the magic that can modify the memory, they would never be able to hide it so perfect. Unless there have been wizards in the Prime Minister's mansion long ago, helping to cover up, and even revising their memories when necessary. Wait, is my personal secretary yours? Huck suddenly thought of his secretary who behaved strangely recently, and asked suspiciously. In order to protect your safety, the Ministry of Magic specially dispatched a group of elite Aurors to 10 Downing Street, and your personal secretary is one of them, Yvonne explained kindly. One of them. In other words, besides him, you also arranged for other people. Huck couldn't help raising his voice a few times, his entire face flushed with anger. How dare you guys intervene in the Prime Minister's mansion without my consent? Huck's voice was somewhat trembling, one side was angry, but more because of fear in his heart. Aren't you also tampering with my memory? Huck stared at Yvonne closely and asked word by word. Of course not, Mr. Prime Minister. It is illegal to impose an oblivion spell on the leader of a country without authorization. Yvonne said calmly. You don't need to worry about this. The magical world has perfect rules and regulations that can control the casting of all wizards. If someone breaks the law, we will be responsible for taking him to prison. Oh, the law of the wizarding world, Huck curled his lips and looked very upset. He hoped that these wizards could be more restricted, instead of managing themselves. It's just that Huck couldn't say it after all, because he knew very well that even if he made his own opinions, the other party would not agree. By the way, what about Grindelwald and the so-called saints? Didn't you say that all wizards are under your control? Huck asked strangely. They are an exception. In fact, Grindelwald and his saints are trying to overthrow this system so that all wizards can perform magic without any scruples. This is why we need to arrest him. Yvonne talked freely. Explained. Huck's face suddenly changed, and a large group of wizards who could cast spells at will swayed around in the world, and it was hard for him to imagine what it would be like. In addition, according to reliable sources, the French president may have been controlled by Grindelwald, so recently we are preparing to send additional personnel to protect your safety. Yvonne added. Huck's face became even more ugly. Ivan's words made him feel a sense of crisis, but at the same time he was reluctant to see more wizards stationed in the Prime Minister's palace so that his life's safety lies in his grasp. In the hands of these wizards? Yvonne naturally saw Huck's concerns, and after thinking about it, he took out a piece of parchment from his sleeve and handed it to the other party. What is this? Huck took it and took a look. This parchment was written with names one after another. Some of the names he knew very well, such as Kingsley Shaker, who was newly appointed 6 months ago. The Deputy Director of the Military Intelligence Bureau of China, his personal secretary is among them. They are all yours. Huck couldn't help taking a breath. These important positions were replaced silently, but he didn't notice it. No, it should be said that they are all people who specialize in protecting you. Yvonne corrected Huck's words. I believe you should have noticed these days, haven't you? Their abilities are fully qualified for these positions, and they will seriously implement every instruction you give. Huck opened his mouth to argue, but after all he held it back. He understood that Ivan's ability to come up with this list represented his sincerity in cooperation, otherwise he might never be able to figure out who he was in his cabinet. Who are the wizards who know magic? The most important thing is that Yvonne is right. These wizards are much easier to use than the thoughtful officials, and their work efficiency is also ridiculous. This is also because he previously suspected that his personal secretary had a brain problem, but he did not directly control it. The reason for the dismissal of the other party. Thinking of this, Huck made a decision and agreed to Ivan's proposal to send more people to the Prime Minister's office, but he had to decide how many people to send and what positions to replace. Yvonne nodded without much hesitation. He deliberately demonstrated his strength in order to firmly grasp the right to speak in the conversation. He did not deliberately target the British Prime Minister, and he was unwilling to tear his face with the other party. When it matters. If those wizards have a problem, who should I talk to? Huck hesitated for a long time before hesitatingly asked. You can contact me directly. Yvonne thought for a while, then drew a magic wand from his cuff and pressed it on Huck's right wrist. A sharp tingling sensation suddenly came to my mind. Huck took a few steps back with his right hand, and then saw a strange mark on his wrist that looked like a tattoo. What is this? A kind of imprinting magic, you can use it to contact me at any time. Yvonne said with a smile. When you need to see me, just call out my name. Huck nodded thoughtfully, but he still had some doubts about whether Yvonne could command these wizards. After all, the opponent looked a bit too young. You said before, what federation do you work for? Huck asked tentatively. I am now the acting president of the International Wizarding Federation, and I am fully responsible for all matters related to Grindelwald. Yvonne looked at Prime Minister Huck with a smile. You can understand the Federation as the United Nations of the magic world. Isn't that equivalent to the chairman of the United Nations? Huck's pupils stared big, but this looks a bit too young, isn't it? Or does it mean that the other party possesses some kind of magic that can prevent aging, but when he looks young, he is actually 180 years old? Thinking of this possibility, Huck couldn't help but become envious. Yvonne didn't correct Huck's cranky thoughts, and then tried to test the British Prime Minister's opinion to the wizard, then used apparition to send him back to the Prime Minister's office. Returning to his familiar territory again, Huck's tight heart relaxed a lot, and Yvonne didn't mean to stay any longer, and said straightforwardly. If there is nothing else, let's stop here for today's meeting. Mr. Prime Minister, please write down the list of personnel on the back of the parchment, and I will let someone come and get it later. Ah, good. Huck nodded, and before he could say anything, he saw Ivan's figure suddenly disappearing in front of him. Are you still there? Lord Wizard? Huck asked tentatively. Seeing that no one would reply for a long time, he managed to position his ass, both legs trembling unceasingly, and cold sweat behind his back. Soaked, as if walking through life and death. When I was talking, even though Yvonne was very polite and spoke with honorifics, Huck could see that it was just superficial skills. Judging from the fact that the other party frequently cast spells for deterrence without his consent, I am afraid that I, the Prime Minister, has no cards. Huck, the Federation of Wizards and Magic Circles, recalled the scenes just now. This short half-hour meeting almost destroyed the worldview he had built for decades, and the power that Yvonne showed to destroy the world made him even more jealous. Endless. This is simply a walking nuclear weapon, which has its own will and can move flexibly without a launcher. Huck racked his brains thinking about how he could kill the threat, poison, and assassinate, or lead the opponent to a closed space and then suddenly detonate the bomb. No, the other party holds the space magic. If it escapes, it will be over. And whether the bomb can kill the opponent is also a big question mark. Even if he got rid of that Yvonne Halls by luck, how should he respond to the revenge of the other wizards? These people can replace the officials of the Prime Minister's office silently, and naturally they can also kill themselves silently. The more Huck thought about it, the more headache he got. He considered countless options, but was forced to give up because of too much risk. In the end, he only came to the conclusion that he should maintain the status quo and try to live with the wizard peacefully. He has not forgotten that apart from England, there are wizards in other countries. If he accidentally offends the native British wizards, who will protect himself as the Prime Minister? Unless oneself can also master the magic, Huck's heart suddenly came up with this idea. The power that Yvonne showed made him feel extremely jealous, but at the same time he inevitably gave birth to a little desire. Long lifespan and great power are what almost every ambitious person desires. At the same time, Yvonne, who returned to the International Wizarding Federation, couldn't help but smile after sensing the thoughts in Huck's mind. Want to be a wizard? Interesting, Yvonne muttered to himself, touching his chin. He talked so much to Huck, and showed his strength on purpose. Of course, he wanted to test the reaction of the other party. Huck would want to become a wizard, but it was in his expectation. In the change that Yvonne anticipated, if he wanted to achieve non-blood and non-confrontation, it would inevitably get the support of most of the top muggles. Assimilating them into wizards is undoubtedly the best plan. But the key is how to do this. There is no precedent before. Yvonne frowned, and quickly put this idea aside for the time being, because it was something to consider after defeating Grindelwald. Thinking of this, Yvonne called Fern back through the magic mark, who was on a mission outside. How is the recent investigation of those horrors? Did you find any problems? Yvonne asked concisely. After getting information from Fleur before, he ordered Fern to screen the horrors of the Rapid Reaction Force, especially the wizards from France. There might be undercover agents sent by Grindelwald in it. They are all normal, no one has the Imperious Curse. It seems that Grindelwald sent all the horrors who were against him in order to control the French Ministry of Magic smoothly. Fern explained. It's better to be more cautious. Don't disclose the news of Grindelwald's control of the Ministry of Magic for the time being. This is not the time. Yvonne said nonchalantly. Grindelwald masters all kinds of strange black magic, and his eloquence is also top-notch. Yes, you can control a wizard without the Imperious Curse. Then what should we do next? Do we have to rescue the president first? Fran asked solemnly. No, it's too risky. It's easy to get rid of it. Yvonne rejected Fern's proposal. Since Grindelwald chose to join the Muggle world, it would never be possible to control the French president alone. Some important cabinet members should not be spared. The saints who had been chasing Fleur before were killed by informants sent by Pierce to France. They did nothing but swiftly. Therefore, Grindelwald should not be sure that the manipulation of the French Ministry of Magic has been exposed. As for the control of the French president, top secret among top secret. In other words, they have obtained an intelligence advantage. Yvonne prefers to find the right time to split the troops directly. Some wizards raided the French Ministry of Magic, and the other wizards rushed into the presidential palace to control all the officials and cut off the opponent and pressed nuclear weapons. Possible. At the same time, Yvonne has also prepared for the worst, sending Connor to contact the North American presidents and let them secretly mobilize the anti-missile systems installed in European countries. Once Grindelwald really frantically uses nuclear weapons, this will constitute the first protective net. If time is too short to deploy anti-missile devices, or the other party launches an attack through a nuclear submarine outside, then only hope that vanishing curse and space magic can solve this trouble. Of course, these are all emergency plans, and Ivan's real hope will not be used. Grindelwald has noticed something wrong. We don't have much time, we can only wait 3 days at most, and everything must be ready. Ivan said as he paced around the office. In addition, we also need to get the map of the French magic headquarters to figure out what the protective magic is. Fern nodded with a heavy heart. This is undoubtedly a very difficult task. It is almost impossible to figure out the protective mechanism of the French Ministry of Magic in 3 days, but he also understands the importance of this battle. So, let's go ahead and arrange, and I will see the result in 3 days. Ivan said firmly. Chapter 989, Fooling Agent. In the next few days, the magical world continued to maintain a rare calm. The saints who caused trouble seemed to disappear suddenly, news of Muggle attacks became less and less, and Grindelwald had not appeared for a long time. However, Ivan did not take it lightly. He knew that this was just superficial peace, and no one knew what kind of conspiracy Grindelwald was planning in secret. In view of this, while calling Fern and others to prepare for war, Ivan himself did not idle, but began to make an extremely complex potion and blessing. According to the information he knows, this powerful potion can make the drinker lucky within 12 hours, and even strengthen the sixth sense to guide the drinker to make the most correct decision. For example, in the original time and space, Harry completed Dumbledore's entrustment by relying on this unprovoked premonition, and obtained the secret of Voldemort's Horcrux from Horace Slughorn. Of course, there is a natural reason why the blessing agent has such a powerful effect, but it has not been popularized. Every material used to make the blessing agent is very precious, and it is very difficult to make. There are many processes, as long as one a little bit of mistakes, this lucky potion will turn into a killing poison in an instant. According to Ivan's estimation, there are probably only Snape and Slughorn wizards in the entire British magical world who are capable of making a blessing potion. Ivan, who recently raised potions to a level close to the 8th level, naturally also possesses the ability to make blessing potions. It just so happened that Dumbledore's memory had the formula of a blessing potion, and Ivan planned to brew out this potion that would determine the outcome of a battle before the battle. However, after Ivan really got started, he realized that the steps of brewing the blessing potion were really not ordinary and cumbersome. It took him 2 days to brew this potion. The only good thing is that he still brewed it in the end. It succeeded, and it did not overturn. Looking at the golden liquid flowing in the cauldron, Ivan carefully took a reagent and filled the potion in, then opened the system bar to check it. Magic item, blessing potion. Quality, high. Explanation, this is a very magical potion. Drinking it will make you shine for a while, but don't exercise its power. Ants will never be able to defeat an elephant with it. Remarks, excessive drinking, at your own risk. Don't use its power. Looking at the system's explanation column, Ivan muttered to himself while touching his chin, so it seemed that the power of Fooling G was not as terrifying as he had anticipated. And according to the instructions, its maximum duration is 12 hours. After a few years, it cannot be drunk repeatedly, otherwise it will become a kind of poison, or the effect will be reversed to make it unlucky. Do it under the trend of sixth sense. Something extremely stupid. For this kind of potion that can affect luck and his own judgment, Ivan originally kept away. Compared to floating good luck and unprovoked hints, Ivan hopes to stay the same and have a clear mind. This is the state he is most comfortable with. However, the subsequent attack on the French Ministry of Magic was too dangerous. Starting from Grindelwald pretending to be the Ellis, the opponent has been in France for a whole year, and it is hard to guarantee that he will not leave behind. This makes his mind faintly uneasy. In addition, there is another important thing that also needs the power of the blessing potion, and that is to destroy the Horcrux. Although they now know that this thing is on a witch named Allison, it is not easy to find the other party, let alone destroy it in the chaotic battle. This usually requires some luck. With emotion, Yifun put the blessing potion away, put it on the inner lining of the battle robe, and carried it with him, so that he could take it out directly when needed. Dong dong dong. Just when Ivan was thinking about whether he should ask Fern to ask about the progress of the preparations, a slight noise suddenly came from the window. Ivan turned his head and looked over. Outside the foggy window, a chubby owl was standing there, tapping the glass with his beak. Maka. Why are you here? Ivan instantly recognized that it was his own owl, and opened the window with his magic wand, asking strangely. Since he graduated from Hogwarts, Maka has been placed at home by him. Because of the existence of magical imprints on weekdays, Ivan is also lazy to use owls to transmit letters. Under such pampering, Maka's entire eagle is fat. After a lap, it was indeed beyond his expectation that he could fly over so far now. Maka, who had just flown in from outside the window, didn't know that the owner was complaining about himself in his heart. It happily flew around itself twice, then stopped on Ivan's shoulders, and showed the letter tied to his feet. "Come out." Ivan untied the letter and opened it for a few moments. Hermione's name was written on the signature, and the content was very concise. "I hope he can come back as soon as possible. www.mdlnovel.com for fear of encountering the little witch." What trouble? Ivan did not dare to delay. After he received the letter, he used apparition and returned to the mansion in London. Seeing Ivan suddenly appeared in front of them, the Grangers were shocked, and it took a long time to relax. After some inquiries, Ivan learned from the Grangers that no one had come to bother them recently, and Hermione spent most of the time in the alchemy room after returning from the holiday. With a hint of curiosity, Ivan went upstairs and pushed the door and walked in. The white alchemy room appeared to be very messy. There were a lot of alchemy materials and magic items that failed to make on the table. The little witch who made him think about it is busy in the alchemy room with the gorgeous Ravenclaw crown. Hearing the noise from the door, Hermione quickly turned her head, and when she saw that Ivan came in, a happy smile appeared on her face, and she happily stepped forward and ran Ivan to a wooden sign in front of the target. "Come and see, Ivan, I finally made it." "What?" Ivan was a little puzzled at first, then looking at Hermione's happy appearance, he faintly thought of something, but he wasn't sure. Hermione took a deep breath, stretched out her hand to pick up a piece of mithril, and held it in her palm. About 3 seconds after closing her eyes, her wrist shook suddenly and threw the mithril block away. Ivan keenly noticed that the surface of the mithril block had several engraved runes, and the surface was filled with red magical fluorescence. After it hit the target, the mithril block exploded suddenly. "Amazing!" The smoke dissipated, and Ivan said admiringly while looking at the bombed wooden target. Of course he could see that the little witch injected angry emotions into the mithril block, which caused an explosion. Being able to do this skillfully shows that Hermione has initially mastered the application skills of emotional magic. Chapter 990, Testimony of Love. "Congratulations, you are now a qualified master alchemist, Hermione." Ivan turned to look at the little witch and said jokingly. "Master alchemist or something, I'm still far behind." Hermione shook her head. Although she was very happy, she didn't feel complacent. She knew that she was able to do this within half a year not because of how talented she was, but because she got a lot of relevant memories from Ivan, plus the blessing of the Ravenclaw crown. "By the way, did you specifically ask Maka to inform me that I came back and wanted to give me this surprise?" Ivan asked strangely. Before seeing the little witch said in the letter so eagerly, he thought it was something at home. So he didn't even care about business, so he ran back hurriedly. But as soon as he said these words, Ivan immediately regretted it. He suddenly realized that these words seemed a bit unsympathetic, maybe the little witch just wanted to see him when he came back. Fortunately, Hermione didn't care about this, she shook her head slightly, and hesitated for a while before speaking. "Of course not, I still have something I want to give you. Before that, you have to close your eyes first." Hermione paused, then added. "What needs to be made so mysterious?" Ivan couldn't help being a little curious, but Hermione didn't reveal the meaning in advance, so she stared directly at him. Okay. Seeing the mysterious look of the little witch, Ivan was also a little expectant, so he closed his eyes as the other party said. A crisp metal crash sounded in his ears, and after a while, Ivan felt Hermione's body slowly leaning up, reaching out to put a cold object around his neck. "Can I open it?" Ivan asked, and after receiving the approval of the little witch, he looked down. A crescent-shaped pendant that made him feel extremely familiar was hanging quietly in front of his chest, faintly revealing an intoxicating magical fluorescence. Ivan was stunned. "Isn't this the crescent moon pendant he sent back to the 4th grade prom?" Just as Ivan was about to ask, the message displayed in the system inventory blocked his words. "Magic item, crescent moon pendant. Magic, very strong. Asylum, Ivan Halls, Hermione Jane Granger. Explanation, this is a magic item that uses a lot of precious metals and has been enchanted several times. It contains pure and powerful magic power and can provide shelter for its carriers. Note, this pendant incorporates each other's expectations. It is a testimony of your love." Ivan looked at the description in the inventory in surprise, and then suddenly looked up at Hermione. "I modified it according to your method, and hope it can replace me to protect you." The little witch hesitated and said, a faint blush appeared on her white cheeks. Ever since she saw the war that broke out in the Magic Congress of North America in the Daily Prophet, she has been worried about Ivan's safety. In particular, I couldn't bear Ivan risking his life to deal with Grindelwald and the Saints, but at the same time he could only stay at school or at home and worry about it. It's just that Hermione knows very well that with her current strength, she can't help it all. If she joins the Rapid Reaction Force and fights with Ivan, it might be a drag. so she has developed learning alchemy, transformation, and protection. Ideas for her props. Although Yvonne has a high level of alchemy, he can make many powerful protective magic items at his fingertips, but one magic item is an exception, that is, the crescent moon pendant that Yvonne gave her 2 years ago. She happened to have seen in an alchemy book that a pair of alchemists injected their love for each other into the same magic item, giving it extremely powerful power. With this in mind, Hermione would take the initiative to propose to learn emotional magic techniques with Yvonne during the summer vacation, with the goal of recreating the same thing. In order to be able to successfully transform this crescent moon pendant, she deliberately summoned the courage to consult Ivan's mother, Aisha, and spent more than half a year improving her alchemy level. It was only 2 days ago that she succeeded in protecting herself. Ivan's emotions poured into this crescent moon pendant. Yvonne didn't know these corners, but when he saw the description in the inventory, he quickly guessed what was going on, and he was a little moved for a while. What's the matter? Yvonne? Did I make a mistake? Seeing that Yvonne was stunned for a long time without answering, Hermione asked nervously, for fear of something wrong with her and destroy this precious treasure up. No, I just want to say, thank you. Hermione. Yvonne said, moved www.mtlnovel.com, and then took the little witch into her arms. Before Hermione could react, she closed to the body and kissed directly. Hermione didn't expect Yvonne to be so direct. She was taken aback. Her beautiful brown eyes were tightly closed together, showing a little nervousness, but she quickly relaxed again, her lips and teeth attached to each other, feeling with the hot love of the other party. I don't know how long it took, just when Hermione was so breathless in the deep kiss, Yvonne finally let go of her. The two looked at each other for a few minutes, and finally Hermione still spoke reluctantly. Said. That's all I want to give you. If there is anything important, you can go now. How can this be done? I just have time recently. Since I'm back, I should naturally accompany you more. Yvonne naturally heard the grievances in the little witch's words, and responded with a funny reply. He will wait with Fran for the time being. The thought of meeting people was forgotten. Anyway, things can be postponed until tomorrow, so they can wait. Then my little princess, I also prepared a surprise for you, do you want to go see it? Yvonne bowed slightly, stretched out his right hand, and said invitingly. Of course. Hermione nodded happily, and squeezed Ivan's palm without hesitation. The next moment, a crimson fire ignited in the alchemy room, and the two figures disappeared into place out of thin air. This so-called surprise was naturally thought of by Yvonne temporarily. After putting a magic mark on the auras of the International Wizarding Federation, he had coordinates around the world, so Yvonne took Hermione around the world. Several of the most splendid attractions. I went to Iceland to see the beauty of Seljaland's Foss, climbed to Mount Everest to appreciate the magnificence of the mountains. It was not until the evening that I returned to the mansion together and had a dinner with Aisha and Granger. Chapter 991, in front of the Palace of Versailles. The next morning, with the early morning sun shining from the window, Yvonne, who had received the magic message, sat up from the bed and turned to look at Hermione, who was sleeping next to him. At this moment, the little witch was shrinking in the quilt, her white face still had a moving blush, and Yvonne didn't mean to wake her up. After she got close and kissed her lightly on Hermione's forehead, she put it on easily. Battle robes, get up to wash, and then use apparition to return to the International Federation of Wizards. When Yvonne walked into the headquarters, Colin Morton and the Aurors had already arrived, all gathered in the lobby waiting for him to give orders. After these days of training and running in, the 600 Aurors no longer looked like they were scattered before, one by one in neat uniforms, standing solemnly on both sides according to their respective teams. Seeing this scene, Yvonne nodded secretly and said to Fran on the side. How was the thing I arranged for you 3 days ago? Fran didn't dare to neglect and immediately replied. The results are already there, President Halls. Last night we secretly arrested a senior official of the French Ministry of Magic and got a lot of news from him. As reported by Miss Delacour, the entire Ministry of Magic has been controlled by Grindelwald, but the other party has not shown up for a month, and the senior official does not understand Grindelwald's movements. Lune added. What about Allison? Did the witch I asked you to find out? Yvonne groaned for a while, then asked again. According to the person's confession, this witch named Allison is also in the French Ministry of Magic and now holds the position of secretary to the minister, Fran replied. Very good. You did a good job, Yvonne nodded in satisfaction. Because of the urgency, he only gave Fran 3 days. I thought it would be good for the other party to find some clues, but I didn't expect it to be really detected Allison's movements. Since the opponent is there, you can get the Horcrux by attacking the French Ministry of Magic. Thinking of this, Yvonne looked at the Aurors on standby and started arranging the task. The 600 wizards present were quickly divided into 3 groups. The first group has the largest number of people, with a total of 400 people led by Fran. The task is also the most difficult. They will go straight into the French Ministry of Magic and capture the saints. In the second group, Yvonne was handed over to Colin Morton. After these days of observation, the experienced Auror's performance in all aspects made him very satisfied. So after thinking about it, Yvonne decided to let the other party lead the 140 wizards of the second group to the Élysée Palace to ensure the safety of the French president, and to control all the people in the presidential palace when necessary. However, after all, Colin Morton, a wizard in Northern Europe, has only known him for more than a month. Yvonne would not trust an outsider 100%, so he arranged Dallas in this team and assisted as the deputy captain. Operation Colin Morton. As for the remaining 60 Aurors as a reserve force ready to support their retreat when the situation is completely out of control. You need to be secretive in your affairs, understand? Yvonne looked at Colin Morton and others and reminded him that controlling the French president is not a trivial matter. Once the action fails, they will have to confront the French military. President Halls, we will pay attention. Colin Morton replied solemnly, obviously also very clear about this. So, start acting now. Ivan's gaze swept over the people present, and he said word by word. The disappearance of that senior official would have caused Grindelwald's vigilance, and he decided to do it today. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Yvonne and Fran landed on the huge square in front of the Palace of Versailles under the cover of the phantom spell, and the majestic palace appeared in front of them as soon as they raised their heads. But today they are not the entrance of the French magic headquarters where they came to travel. As a famous scenic spot, there are a large number of tourists in front of the Palace of Versailles. The large number of people makes Yvonne frown. They don't understand why the French Ministry of Magic wants to set up its headquarters in such a crowded place. They don't worry about officials. Are we accidentally exposed to muggles when we go to work? But thinking about it carefully, the North American capital seems to be even more arrogant. It was designed directly in the bustling Woolworth building. Perhaps this is the so-called small hiding in the mountains, the middle hiding in the city, and the big hiding in the morning. Just as Yvonne sighed, the 400 Aurors were already in place. They were divided into several groups and mixed and quietly released magic among the crowd. Some people entered the Palace of Versailles, while others scattered around and expelled them. Muggles roaming the square. Under the effect of the confusion curse, Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com happily came out to play. The Muggles remembered that there were still some urgent matters at home that had not been dealt with, and suddenly their complexion changed and they hurriedly left the Palace of Versailles. There are so many tourists, you can see Muggles gathering here further away. It's too slow. Yvonne frowned. He was worried that this might attract the attention of the French Auror. So many Muggles suddenly ran out, even a fool could detect that something was wrong. If the battle starts early and the two sides fight in the square, it is likely to affect or even kill a lot of tourists, which would be difficult to handle. Fran was obviously aware of this, but he couldn't think of a better way for a while. How about the rain? It doesn't matter if they let them run away and enter the palace, just to gather them to protect them. Yvonne said suddenly with a thought. Rain? Fran froze for a moment, and looked up at the clear sky. The weather didn't look like it would rain. Fran turned his head and looked at Yvonne. When he was surprised to ask, he saw that Yvonne suddenly stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers. The next moment the sky was still clear, the sky immediately dimmed, and the white clouds were quickly swept away. The infestation turned black, and finally accompanied by a striking thunder, heavy raindrops fell one after another. What's the matter? It's raining. A pair of Muggle couples who came to travel cried out in surprise. They had seen today's weather forecast, it should be a sunny day, but the continuous rain curtain is getting bigger and bigger. I don't want to. The two people who were soaked rushed towards the Palace of Versailles. The crowd scattered on the square was like a group of ants, rushing towards the inside of the palace together, but what they could not see was an invisible curtain rising from all directions, covering the entire palace group. Chapter 992, Attack on the French Ministry of Magic. Listen with earplugs closed, guard safely, all care, Muggle expulsion. A total of 40 wizards were scattered in all corners of the Palace of Versailles, and the magic enchantment constructed by the joint casting soon encircled the entire palace group, forming a magic barrier that cuts off the inside and outside. In this way, no matter how violently they were fighting inside, they couldn't hear any movement outside, and all the Muggles passing by here would deter very consciously, not to cause them trouble. The most important thing is that this magical enchantment can also stop the release of phantom transformation. Yvonne has difficulty blocking these saints, naturally none of them intend to let go. Under the continuous rain curtain, the Aurors who had dispersed all the Muggles quickly gathered in front of the Palace of Versailles, leaving only a quarter of the manpower responsible for maintaining the magic barrier and protecting the Muggles in the Palace of Versailles. Yvonne walked to the center of the square step by step, and directly opposite was a huge fountain pond, surrounded by many exquisite statues. This is the entrance of the French Ministry of Magic. The surrounding statues have been imposing a powerful obfuscation curse, which looks ordinary in front of Muggles, but the real master of magic can see some clues. Yvonne looked down at the image reflected in the water and inserted the tip of the magic wand into the pool water. A mysterious ripple spread quickly. The clear and transparent pool water turned into azure blue in an instant, and at the same time it was triggered. There was a warning magic attached to the statue, but it was soon suppressed by Fern and others who had been prepared. Get started. Yvonne said solemnly after retracting his wand. Fern and others nodded one after another, and then jumped into the azure blue pool one by one. Yvonne did not follow it for the first time, but took out a bottle of reagent from his pocket and poured the golden liquid inside into his throat. The smell of Fuling Ji is very strange. Yvonne did not taste it carefully, but focused on the changes in his body after drinking the medicine. There was also a good luck in the status bar of the system. The words. He vaguely felt that he seemed to be a little different now, but he couldn't tell the specific difference. Ivan's eyes flickered, he took a deep breath, adjusted his state, and jumped into the pool with Fern and the Aurors. It's like passing through a thin layer of water curtain. Below the pool water is not a dark pool bottom, but a magnificent hall. Just as Fern and others entered the Ministry of Magic through the water curtain, the Aurors in charge of the guard also sensed the invasion and rushed over. An Auror in the lead saw hundreds of wizards entering the hall through the water curtain at the same time, his scalp suddenly numb, but he still pushed forward and screamed. Who are you? What did you break into the Ministry of Magic? I am Fern, the Executive Director of the International Federation of Wizards. Last night, I was informed that a saint had sneaked into the French Ministry of Magic in disguise. I am now ordered to conduct a search. Please cooperate. Fern said with a sneer and raised his hand. The search warrant signed by Yvonne was displayed in front of the opponent, and his right hand was pinned to the wand around his waist. The lead Auror swallowed hard and said tremblingly. I'm sorry, we haven't received any notice in advance, and the International Wizarding Federation has no right to search the Ministry of Magic directly, so I need to ask for instructions last time to make a decision. Please wait a moment here. However, Fern and the others didn't pay attention to his consciousness at all, and they pulled out their wands to forcibly break in. If Yvonne had not told them to try not to do it first, these Aurors would have already fallen to the ground. Fern's tight-knit posture caused tremendous pressure on the French Aurors present. The wizard in the lead was cruel, and drew out his wand neatly and raised his hand to Fern, shouting loudly. Stop them for me. As soon as the battle started, the two parties who had been on alert waved their wands at almost the same time and shot at each other. Since it was not clear which of the Aurors present were innocents and which were disguised by saints, Fern and others did not use the death curse when they did it, and their purpose was to stun and arrest the other party. But the opposite is different. Those wicked saints disguised themselves as French Aurors and mixed in the crowd. They also used the unforgivable curse. However, due to the huge disparity in the number of people, they were quickly defeated. 9 o'clock in the morning is the busiest time in the Ministry of Magic, and there are not a few wizards staying in the hall to do business. Seeing hundreds of fierce wizards rushing into the Ministry of Magic and attacking the guarding Auror, some wizards who were confused about the situation joined the counterattack team in a daze, and the rest were pale in fright, holding their heads squatting. Lying in the corner, high screams one after another, attracted more guard Aurors. What Yvonne had just seen was such a chaotic scene, but he didn't intend to intervene in this battle, just watched with cold eyes. Fern and others did not disappoint him. www.mtlnovel.com. The battle was settled in just 2 or 3 minutes, and the situation was brought under control. With the excellent cooperation of everyone, no one was injured or killed in the middle. Of course, no casualties here are limited to one's own hands. In the entire hall, hundreds of wizards fell to the ground. Most of them were uniformed or stunned. Only a few unlucky ghosts were killed by their colleagues. The curse hit, and he died under his own attack. After clearing the obstacles in the hall, Furin and the others did not delay a moment, leaving 20 wizards responsible for maintaining order, and then divided into teams according to the previous plan, searching the entire French Ministry of Magic as quickly as possible. Searching a witch named Allison, with the remaining manpower, broke into the lowest level of the Department of Mysteries. Yvonne slowly followed behind the large army, and he didn't do anything. His leisurely posture formed a clear opponent with the fierce battle in front of him. Only when the wizards with little eyes tried to cast a spell on him, Yvonne would find time. Fight back. In the first large-scale operation of the Rapid Reaction Force, Yvonne did not intend to directly intervene, and the power of Fern and others was sufficient to deal with most of the trouble. He stood here just waiting for Grindelwald to appear. Although Yvonne did not have the slightest evidence to prove that Grindelwald was hidden in the French Ministry of Magic, he was not in the trial now, and Yvonne did not need evidence. There was a vague voice in his mind telling him that the people he was looking for were in the Ministry of Magic. So Yvonne chose to wait and concentrate on preparing to deal with this threat. The opponent may appear at any place in the Ministry of Magic at any time, attacking and dispersing a certain team, but Yvonne has already prepared for support. As soon as he received the news of Grindelwald's appearance, he would immediately use blood magic to break through the anti-phantom shifting spell and go to support him. Chapter 993, the battle of the Department of Mysteries. P fainted. Rs all petrochemicals. PRS accept your weapons. A brilliant beam of magic spells flew across the aisle, and instantly knocked down a few French aurors who had no time to react. Fern cast a spell to tie them up, and then led the main personnel directly into the deepest part of the earth. This journey went smoothly beyond everyone's imagination, probably because the raid came too quickly and the other party didn't react in time. They didn't even encounter any decent resistance from beginning to end, and soon broke into the mystery Department of Affairs. However, the scene inside was beyond the expectations of Fern and others. There were no guards inside and outside the Department of Mystery Affairs. When you raised your eyes, you could only see countless 6 or 7 meter long strips of magic cabinets standing horizontally in front. Layers upon layers can't be seen at a glance, they seem to have broken into a huge maze. Fern vaguely realized that something was wrong, but before he could react, a dull voice rang from all over the Ministry of Magic. Walker, who was hanging from the rear, turned his head abruptly, only to find that the retreat behind him had disappeared and was originally open. The door turned into a grey-painted wall. This is a trap. Everyone present immediately realized this. No wonder that when they attacked, the other party had not activated the protective device in the Ministry of Magic. At first, Fern thought that the raid by himself and others had been effective, making the guards unable to react. Now it seems that the other party is obviously deliberate, the purpose is to bring them here. Thinking of this, Fern's face suddenly changed, but it was too late now, and the black and white floor tiles on the ground under everyone's feet instantly collapsed. As a quick response, Fern threw forward and rolled a few times on the ground, trying to avoid it. Got out. But the others were not so lucky. The 3 hapless accompanying aurors reacted slowly and fell off, and the feet of the other 2 were stuck in the cracks of the cracked floor tiles. Fern glanced around and wanted to send someone to rescue him, but the surrounding floor tiles were collapsing faster and faster, and dozens of huge long strips of magic cabinets in front of them slammed into them. NRN. Thunderbolt explosion. Fern and others waved their magic wands to cast spells together. Under the bombardment of hundreds of blasting curses, a large number of them hit the magic cabinet and exploded in an instant. However, these huge long strips of cabinets are very sturdy, and the number of them is unimaginable. After all, only a small part was destroyed by successive explosions. More magic cabinets have rushed through the magic barriers they hurriedly laid and hit straight. Come up. Fern's face was dark and scary, and in the end he didn't choose to die. After pulling out the auror colleague who was stuck recently, he pulled the opponent to roll and dodge. The big and heavy magic cabinet passed by Fern and the others, and the backs of those who were blown by the huge wind were aching, and the 2 aurors who were unable to respond were directly knocked out, and they didn't know their life or death. Fern got up for the first time after landing, his face was ugly and a little scary. This was not only because of the 2 colleagues who had just been killed, but more importantly, they were blocked by huge magic cabinets in all directions. A small number of people also felt that the ground was shaking and rising rapidly, while the other side was falling rapidly. Obviously, the opponent wanted to divide their team of hundreds of people, and it seemed that they had already done it. Even if they blow up these magic cabinets in front of them, they will not be able to get along with other people in a short time due to the height difference. Be careful. Fern put the wand in his hand in front of him and reminded loudly that the remaining dozen aurors didn't dare to neglect standing back to back in groups of 2, watching vigilantly. All around. Suddenly, a sharp scream sounded in the Department of Mystery Affairs, and Fran suddenly looked up at it. A black shadow was flashing above several magic cabinets, so fast that he couldn't even see it clearly. At the moment when everyone was distracted, the magic cabinet on the right suddenly opened, and another black shadow came out from it, and the sharp claws slashed towards one of the aurors' faces. The latter was completely distracted. There was no time to escape, and a few deep blood stains soon appeared on his face. Ah! The unlucky auror covered his face and shouted in pain. The colleagues next to him quickly protected him in the middle, and the wizard who knew how to deal with the emergency would take care of him. Naturally, Fern noticed the injured colleague. The whole face was as dark as the bottom of the pot. After breaking into this place, none of their hostile wizards saw him. Split up. Fern knew very well that the reason for this situation was that he absolutely had to pay most of the responsibility. The previous process was so smooth that he could not help but underestimate the protection here before he ran into this trap. Normally, he should let a small group of troops enter as the vanguard first. But things have happened, and it's no use to be so upset. Because of worrying about the safety of the rest of the aurors, Fern directly chose the most violent breakthrough method www.mentalnovel.com to protect me and smash these cabinets. Fern yelled, swinging his wand and blasting towards the cabinet in front of him. In fact, before he reminded them, the surrounding aurors had blessed themselves with an iron armor curse, and then followed Fern's instructions to cast a spell to blow up the magic cabinet in front of them. However, these cabinets used to place special items are made of special materials and are highly resistant to magic. Now they are different from the previous collaborations of hundreds of wizards, so their effect is very limited. They only blasted a few large holes, making it even more so. They took a deep breath, and they saw more huge cabinets stacked on top of each other through the holes that were exploded, constantly changing their positions. Several black shadows, like ghosts and charms, sprang from all over these magic cabinets, rushing towards them at an unimaginable speed, and the sharp claws swiftly passed through the air like an assassin. Neither go nor stay. Although the wizards present had blessed the protection magic in advance, no one was injured in the first wave of attacks, but they were suddenly attacked by a strange monster hiding in the dark, but they couldn't even see the other side's face. The pressure is multiplied in my mind. Fern knew that this must not go on any longer, so when he attacked for the second time, he did not dodge and just blocked it with the iron armor curse. Due to the short interval between the two attacks, Furin didn't have time to reinforce the iron armor curse. So after a little barrier, the sharp claws quickly broke through the protection, deeply embedded in the flesh of the chest, and pulled out several scarlet ones. Bloodstains. Fern snorted, and took advantage of these slight pauses to grasp the opponent's movement track. Under anticipation, the magic wand in his hand shook quickly and aimed at the dark shadow, and the white light lit up from the tip of the stick. End torn apart. Chapter 994, Madigo. Furin's sacrifice immediately yielded results, and a dazzling white light flashed and hit the dark shadow directly. The harsh scream soon rang in everyone's ears. Fern clutched the blood on his chest and looked forward stubbornly. After being hit by the curse beam, the shadow hit the cabinet next to him. He shook his head and stood up from the ground again. Only then did the wizards present really see what the attacker looked like. It was a black cat with a length of about half a meter. No, maybe it would be more appropriate to describe it as a smaller black leopard. It slowly lowered its body and uttered a weird roar at Fern and the others, with a faint light shining in its blue eyes, and a drop of bright red blood on its sharp claws. What shocked everyone most was that half of the body of the Black Panther had been cut off due to the splitting curse, but there was no blood flowing out of the wound, but it was squirming and deforming quickly, in just a second or two. In front of them, the Black Panther split into two identical individuals. Fern saw this scene, his scalp numb, and couldn't help but growl. What the is this? A female aura in the crowd took a few steps back and explained in fear. This is Madigo, a very dangerous gregarious magical creature. I have seen their introduction in a book about magical animals. Once these monsters are strongly attacked, they will split their bodies and create more of the same kind. But it stands to reason that they will not actively attack the wizard, and it is impossible for them to be so fast, the aura added, slightly puzzled. Don't worry about these now, I just want to know if there is anything in that book on how to deal with them. Furun interrupted the female aura's words very quickly, staring at the two Madas. Gee, but he didn't dare to act rashly, so as not to make the situation worse. Madigo usually has a strong sense of territory. As long as you leave their territory, you will usually not be pursued again, the aura replied subconsciously. Hearing this, Fern's face immediately darkened. They are now trapped here, how do they leave? We have to find a more practical way. Fern gritted his teeth. Before the female aura continued to speak again, the two Madigo, who were leaning down, rushed towards them, like an afterimage at a fast speed. The two wizards leaning in the front row first waved their magic wands, and several invisible magical barriers lay in front of them. The blue eyes of the Madigo on the left were shimmering, and the speed was not reduced at all. A strenuous forward jump past the magic barrier in front of him, and then his claws firmly grasped on the bar of the magic cabinet. Go up, lower your head and dodge the two yellow light beams flying over. But this also allowed Walker, who had been waiting for the opportunity to find an opportunity. He quickly waved his wand with his right hand, and a dark green light beam flashed in mid-air. Aravada Soul. Just as Walker expected, the death curse hit the target, and Madigo continued to split this time. He twitched and fell directly off the rail, lying motionless on the ground, losing his vitality, and finally turned into a ball. The black mist disappeared in place. Kill beautiful. Fern's ugly face finally eased a little, and it seemed that Madigo was not as terrifying as he had imagined before, at least not immune to the death curse. But Fern soon discovered that he was thinking too simple. After the death of this Madigo, the one that had just split off seemed to be under some kind of threat. It turned out to be unattended. Actively split up more individuals, and after a while, 4 exactly the same Madigo appeared in front of them. A few new Madigo came out of the magic cabinet on the right again, rushing towards them from all directions. The face of the wizard present suddenly changed, but the female aura on the side suddenly spoke. We might as well think of a way to gather all the individuals in one place and deal with them together with fierce fire. Frenton felt his eyes lit up. Although Madigo had the characteristic of constantly splitting, it was not invincible. As long as all the individuals were wiped out in one breath, the opponent would naturally be unable to split new ones. Li Huo's powerful devouring ability and self-proliferation characteristics also happened to restrain these weird creatures. Thinking of this, Fern issued orders through the magical imprint of his wrist, directing everyone to launch a counterattack. The results of this training for more than a month were quickly displayed, and everyone cooperated very tacitly. The 12 wizards present were divided into 3 groups. The first group used non-aggressive spells such as slowing spells and relaxation of strength to slow down the speed of this group of Madigo. The second group uses obstacle spells to continuously create magical barriers to further compress the opponent's activity space, forcing them to deviate from the original offensive route www.mtlnovel.com to reach the predetermined position. In the end, Walker, who was in charge of the finishing touch, jointly released the fierce fire curse, forming a big circle of fire and trapping all Madigo inside. It's now, everyone cast spells together, and deal with them all at once. The power is not enough, Fern called on all the wizards present to work together and release a fierce fire curse together. The scorching flame suddenly expanded and pressed toward the center. A screaming and screaming sound resounded in the Department of Mystery, and each Madigo struggled in the sea of fire, his body twisted and split into new individuals, but this once again boosted the fierce power of the fierce fire. The crimson flame strung up high and swallowed all Madigo. After devouring all the Madigo, the huge Luo has expanded several times compared to the previous one. Fern turned his head and looked at the aurors. Then he waved his wand and pointed forward together, Luo condensed and alienated into a giant. The dragon head hit the huge magic cabinets stacked in front, and a violent roar sounded. After the smoke dissipated, the scene ahead appeared in front of everyone. The stacked magic cabinets had collapsed to the ground, and the scarlet fire was constantly licking the debris on the ground. They just exploded a piece of it forcibly. The way forward. Upon seeing this, Fern and others immediately joined forces to suppress the scattered fierce fire forcibly. Although this terrifying black magic is extremely powerful, it is extremely easy to lose control. If these fierce fires really spread within this Department of Mystery Affairs, then none of them might survive. Walker wiped the cold sweat from his head, looked around very vigilantly, seeing that no new shadows jumped out to attack them, he was relieved, looked at Fern in front, and asked. Where is President Halls? Did you inform him of the situation here? Chapter 995, Meet Again. I have reported everything that happened here to President Halls, and I haven't received any response for the time being. Probably the President is dealing with the troubles of other teams, Fern explained briefly. Since they have been attacked here, presumably the other teams are no exception. The opponent trapped himself and others in the Department of Mystery, and took great effort to separate them, obviously preparing to defeat each one. They haven't seen any hostile wizard until now, and Fern has reason to believe that those Madigo that can be divided are only used to hinder their actions. Although this kind of monster is very difficult to deal with, it is really unrealistic to destroy the dozen or so elite aurors of them, so the other party's real purpose is probably to delay their actions, and then lead the main force to attack other teams. Thinking of this, Fern felt a little more urgency in his heart. After making a vigilant gesture, he led Walker and others along the fiercely burned passage. Not long after he walked, Fern was forced to stop, with warning signs in his heart, and from time to time the wreckage of the surrounding magic cabinet had slowly floated up. Be careful! Fern shouted loudly, waving his wand and releasing an obstacle curse in front of him. The aurors on the field also reacted to Fern's reminder, back to back, casting spells to protect. The attack was more violent than they thought. The flying debris made a piercing sound in mid-air, and almost immediately exploded several magical barriers as soon as it touched. Fern rolled several times in a row and managed to avoid it. Open, but other people are not so lucky. Walker could not dodge and suffered some minor injuries. The 4 aurors at the bottom of the position were hit and fell to the ground. There were several deep blood holes everywhere in the body, and they couldn't survive. Up! Damn it! Fern swept down to the ground and glanced at the 4 of them. There was fear in his heart, but more anger was still in his heart. Although the relationship between these deceased colleagues and him is not close, they have only known each other for about a month, but they all have experienced several fierce battles together, and they have cultivated some comrades. But annoyed to annoyed, the strength of the attacker also made Fern feel a panic. The protective curse released by so many people was easily broken by a magic. In his impression, a wizard with such strength was in the entire magical world. There are only 2 people. Fern squeezed the magic wand in his hand and looked to the front tensely, and a sound of Ruru footsteps came slowly. After a while, a figure appeared in front of everyone. It was Gellert Grindelwald undoubtedly. At the moment Aravada Suoming saw the person, Fern's pupils shrank slightly, and he took the lead in attacking without hesitation, and the shot was a death curse. Dark green light beams flashed in mid-air, and Walker and the others, who also felt the threat, also cast spells. At a time, dozens of spells struck out, and their eyes were directed at Grindelwald. Faced with a series of attacks, Grindelwald did not even take out the wand in the cuffs, just raised his hand so casually, the debris on the ground jumped up and accurately blocked every spell, and then pointed his index finger forward. A female auror suddenly flew out from her fingertips with a dazzling white light, the speed was unimaginable, and she broke the iron armor curse of the opponent's body in one blow. The female auror's body quickly ossified, and her whole person was alienated into a stone sculpture, with a frightened expression on her face. Looking at the miserable situation of the female auror, Fern and others couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts, and Walker lowered his body, directly transformed into the form of a werewolf, ready to fight to the death. A sneer of disdain appeared on Grindelwald's face. After dodge a life-killing spell with his head slightly tilted, with a light wave of his right hand, the cabinet next to him flew up, knocking the werewolf Walker into flight. Get out! Break an explosion! Fern and others were not idle, fighting and retreating, casting spells one after another towards Grindelwald, saving Walker. Grindelwald didn't seem to be eager to kill a few people, but just understatement to resist the offensive of Fern and others, launching a counterattack every few seconds, but once he shot, one person would definitely die in his hands. The aurors present were sweating on their heads, and could only sit and watch their colleagues fall on their feet one by one. Every time Grindelwald made a call, it would surely wipe out one person's life. In just over a minute, only Fern, Walker, and a wizard who had almost collapsed were left on the court. Probably tired of waiting, Grindelwald raised his hand again, but this time he pointed to the leader Fern. Aravada Sol. The dark green spell beam arrived in front of him almost instantly. www.mdlnovel.com. At the moment when he saw Grindelwald raise his hand, Fern had already made a dodge action, but after all, it was still half a beat. I could only watch the of death approaching a little bit. Just as Fran was in despair, a force extending from nowhere yanked himself fiercely, his body moved a few centimeters out of thin air, and the dark green light beam passed from him. Grindelwald's brows frowned slightly, and then, as if sensing something, he raised his head and glanced up. A golden bird was burning with white flames all over, and rushed straight towards him. Grindelwald was not in the Twota this time, and quickly drew the old magic wand from his cuffs. Under the wave, a semicircular magic barrier blocked him. The flame phoenix just slammed into the solid magic barrier, and a violent explosion sounded immediately, and the rising fire light covered everything around it. After the smoke and flames subsided, Ivan's figure appeared in front of several people, staring at Grindelwald in the sea of fire. President Halls. Fern shouted a few people loudly, their eyes were full of surprises from the rest of their lives, and their tight heart finally let go. Sorry, it seems that I was late and other teams also encountered some trouble, so it took a lot of time. Yvonne said while scanning several corpses on the ground, and sighed involuntarily. You did a great job, of course, so did they. Yvonne had guessed before that the French Ministry of Magic, as the Grindelwald base camp, would definitely deploy heavy defenses. As the offensive side, without much intelligence and internal response, the casualties of this battle would never be less, but they really saw it with their own eyes. The corpses all over the floor are still somewhat unsuitable. Chapter 996, Your ambition ends here. After a few glances, Yvonne quickly adjusted his mood, turned to Grindelwald, and said solemnly. Today we are here to make a conclusion, Grindelwald, your ambition ends here. Really? Just right, I also think it's time to put an end to all this. Grindelwald said indifferently, and the old magic wand in his hand was lightly waved, and several spell beams flew out, the target pointed. Fern, Walker and others on the side. He had deliberately left these people for their lives before, in order to attract Yvonne Halls. Now that the goal has been achieved, these people don't need to live anymore. Naturally, Yvonne would not let Grindelwald succeed, when even using magic to pull the huge cabinet next to him to block the front of a few people. Several spell beams hit the magic cabinet and exploded one after another. Fran, Walker, and the aura who had survived by chance stood in horns, holding their wands at Grindelwald, and wanted to launch a counterattack, but before they could take action, they were stopped by Yvonne. You take them out of here first, I'm afraid you don't have a chance to intervene in this battle of Fran. Yvonne said solemnly. Also don't forget, your goal is to complete the task I arranged for you before. The strength of Fran and others may seem to be very good for ordinary wizards, but it is far from Grindelwald. If you take part in the battle rashly, it may become a drag on him. It is better to keep the strength to do something more. For important things. Having said that, Yvonne took out a bottle of reagent with his backhand and threw it towards Fran. Take this one. Fran clasped both hands to catch the reagent bottle that was flying over, and looked down at the transparent reagent containing half a bottle of golden liquid. This is a blessing potion, which can improve a person's luck within 12 hours. You may be able to rely on it to find Alison's location. The Horcrux is on her neck. Ivan's voice rang in Fran's mind. Fran did not ask much, opened the potion and drank it, and then took the remaining two people to rush. The destructive power of these two bigwigs is vividly manifested in the North American capital, and they don't want to be affected by the aftermath of the battle. Watching Fran and the others go away, Yvonne quickly moved his gaze to Grindelwald again, somewhat surprised that the other party did not take advantage of this difficult opportunity to attack him. Do you think they can go? Grindelwald's mouth evoked a mocking smile, and then lightly clapped his hands, and the whole platform vibrated violently. At the feet of Fern's people, the black and white floor tiles instantly collapsed, and a crack that was several meters wide and bottomless soon appeared on the huge platform. Fern and others were unable to resist, so they just fell straight into it. Into the bottomless abyss. Seeing this scene, Grindelwald smiled even more. He looked at Ivan, wanting to see the annoyed and angry face, but Ivan's reaction was beyond his expectation. It's calm and scary. If the Aurors who fought desperately in the Ministry of Magic knew that the President of the League of Nations who led them would have ignored their sacrifices, I'm afraid they would be disappointed. Grindelwald laughed sarcastically. Every colleague who fell here, I will keep their appearance and achievements in mind. Ivan said non-committal. But I'm sorry I didn't plan to let my subordinates die in front of me. Don't you think I came to see you in a hurry without making any preparations? Ivan said with a sneer. Before entering the Department of Mysteries, Furin had already informed him of everything that had happened here through the magic mark. Ivan knew very well that the entire Department of Mysteries was under the control of Grindelwald. He dared to let Furin leave. Naturally, there is a certainty. Ivan's indifferent attitude froze the smile on Grindelwald's face. He faintly felt a little uneasy, and he opened his left hand to the gap that was several meters wide, and then his 5 fingers were tightly clenched. This chasm that looked like an abyss quickly closed. He is going to crush those Aurors to death in the ground. At this moment, a loud neigh suddenly resounded. Immediately before the ground was completely closed, a white phantom rushed out from the ground like lightning. It was a huge unicorn several meters high. Its body was composed of solid white mist, and it rushed out all the way. Behind the ground, he stepped on the light and flew towards the distance without turning his head back. Fern and Walker, who had fallen into the ground before, were sitting steadily on the back of the giant unicorn. As for the hapless wizard, it was firmly in his mouth. Grindelwald's face suddenly became very ugly. The Department of Mysteries could be said to be his home court, but the person he wanted to kill was easily saved by the other party. How did this make him not angry? Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Looking at Ivan's slightly immature face, Grindelwald's heart slowly sank. Since he escaped from Neumont Guard, the young wizard has become a thorn in his heart, and it continues to expand. Every time I meet, I will have a big improvement in strength. In the North American Magic Congress more than a month ago, Ivan used the secret hand on the key to sully him, Grindelwald. There is a hunch that if he can't take advantage of this battle to kill the opponent, then I am afraid there will be no chance in the future. So he must win this battle. Grindelwald was not speaking, and raising his hand was a smashing curse. Blood to pieces. Ivan conjured an invisible shield to resist it, and before he could fight back, he was short out of thin air. The solid bricks on the ground had turned into a swamp full of silt at some point. The hand was reaching out from the mud puddle and tightly grabbing his ankle and thigh. The huge magic cabinets on both sides also seemed to be dragged by some kind of force, and ran straight into him. Ivan was still expressionless, as if he hadn't noticed the danger, but his counterattack had already begun, and the white fierce fire poured out from all over his body, and burned into the weird arms that grabbed his ankles and thighs. In the quagmire. A weird wailing sounded in my ears, and the weird arm that stretched out from the quagmire instantly collapsed into a cloud of black mist. At the same time, the robes worn by Ivan on the outside also quickly elongated and deformed, alienated into a pair of black bat wings, struggling to shake before the magic cabinets on both sides came into existence, and leaped up with Ivan high altitude. The ground is Grindelwald's home court, and the experience of Fern's people is still vivid. Naturally, Ivan will not be stupid enough to stand in place. Chapter 997, Successive Fierce Battles. Thunder. Ivan flew high in the sky, waving his wand towards Grindelwald, the fine arc condensed at the tip of the rod, and then the terrifying thunderstorm galloped down like a silver snake. The speed of lightning is unimaginable, but Grindelwald is not the first time that Grindelwald has confronted Ivan. The moment the arc was lit, he reacted, and the old wand in his hand struggled to pick up the petrified man on the side. The female Auror floated up, stood in front of her, and slammed into the dense arc from flying. A harsh thunder sound immediately sounded, and the tyrannical thunderstorm instantly smashed the petrified statue into pieces. And speeding up, and blazing flames, ppn tens of thousands of bullets. Splashing stones poured down the sky, and Grindelwald's wand pointed again. Under the silent casting of the spell, 3 spells were triggered in succession. The scattered fragments of stone were suspended in the air and expanded rapidly under the action of the magnifying spell. It was several times the original size, blessed with the blue fierce fire, and rushed in the direction where Ivan was. Each of these petrochemical fragments engulfed in fierce flames was the size of a human head, and it attacked like a cannonball, exploding one after another in mid-air. Ivan waved his wings and dodged in the gap of the explosion, with a little anger on his face. He naturally saw that the human figure that had just been blown up was like one of his subordinates, and the other party was probably still alive. Grindelwald deliberately used this to resist his magic, undoubtedly with a very sinister intention. However, Yvonne also knew that the opponent was deliberately irritating himself, so that he could mess around and gain an advantage in the battle. Although the magic level reached the level of him and Grindelwald, all kinds of spells were almost used to the extreme, and the means of life-saving were endless. Even if it was played for a day and a night, it may not be able to produce any results. But no matter how much the wizard said, it is just a mortal body, and sometimes only a critical flaw can be used to determine the outcome. This is also the reason why Yvonne handed over the remaining elixir to Fran. He needed a chance to defeat Grindelwald, and his instinct reminded him that Fran might be able to help. It just so happens that he believes in his instincts especially today. At the same time, Furin and the others, who had just escaped from the Department of Mystery Affairs, ran into another fierce battle head-on. They spent a lot of effort to solve several fierce saints and nearly killed the four. After the colleague rescued, everyone present all looked at the gap on the right wall. In the previous battle, they teamed up to release a blasting curse. While killing several saints, they also blasted holes in the solid wall, but to everyone's expectation, the back of this wall had happened to be empty. This looks like a secret road, and it must be a very important place to hide it so secretly. We might as well go in and take a look, maybe there will be something to gain. Walker took a few glances, then looked at Fran, and said eagerly. Orothes on the side had different opinions. The previous ambush in the Department of Mystery had given him a lot of psychological shadow. A total of 12 wizards died in the end and only 3 of them were left, even in this secret tunnel. It's not a trap, and it's definitely dangerous, so they'd better gather more people before considering it. Fran hesitated for a moment, and finally accepted Walker's opinion. On the one hand, it was the premonition brought about by taking Fu Lingji, and on the other hand, he agreed with Walker's guess. This secret tunnel was set up not far from the Department of Mystery Affairs on the first floor, and it was arranged so secretly, it must be very important. It is probably the place where the witch Allison hid. If this is the case, then the battle just now might have been horrified. Before the opponent escaped, Fran didn't hesitate for too long and waved his wand to enlarge the gap in the wall again, and then took Walker, Sith, and the 4 who were rescued from the aura into the secret path. This is a long and narrow corridor. The floor is covered with grey-blue stone slabs. A torch is placed every 3 meters on both sides. It is illuminated by the blazing red flame. At a glance, Furin judged that this was definitely not a temporary passage. In order to avoid being beaten by the crowd due to lack of manpower, Furin also sent a message to the Aurors who were fighting in the Ministry of Magic through the magic mark, so that those Aurors who had solved the enemy and were able to get their hands free could gather here as soon as possible. At the same time, he also took Walker and others to speed up the pace, so as not to be blocked before and after death here. In just half a minute, a few people passed through this long and narrow corridor, and at the end was an extremely wide hall. More than a dozen lifelike angel statues were erected on both sides, looking very solemn, and the surrounding walls were separated by eye-catching magical images. Fran took a quick glance, and every battle that took place in the Ministry of Magic was truthfully recorded, so it seemed that the actions of himself and others were under the surveillance of the other party. Reading www.yunsha.com is no wonder their losses are so heavy. Where is this? Walker said in astonishment. Probably the main control room of the French Ministry of Magic. Fran guessed, his eyes focused on the 5 wizards in the middle of the hall after looking around. The other 4 are just guards, and the witch in the center is somewhat familiar to him. After a little comparison with the photo that emerged in his mind, Fran couldn't help feeling a bit of joy, because the person in front of him was the one they had always been looking for, the witch Allison. According to the intelligence, the Horcrux is on the opponent's neck. The 5 Allisons who sensed the invasion of the personnel also turned their heads, but their faces did not show the slightest surprise. Fran and the others defeated the guards and entered the general control room. The intelligence Allison had already seen from the magic image. It's here, but since there are not many people coming in, she is naturally more inclined to destroy the opponent here. It seems that we are lucky. The enemy is 2 less than us. Sith raised his eyebrows and said lightly, but as soon as his voice fell, the main control room shook, and the angel statues erected on both sides suddenly came alive. He came over, took the sword in his hand and surrounded them in a semicircle. Well, it looks like it's more than that now. Sith said slyly as he looked at the numerous angel statues. You better shut up. Furin gave him an angry look, then drew out his wand and a smashing spell exploded the head of an angel statue. However, this did not affect the opponent's actions, and the blasted head grew back in just 2 or 3 seconds. Allison glanced at Furin and the others, and said to the saints beside him. You don't have to protect me. Go and kill them first. If you drag it too long, maybe more enemies will come over. Chapter 998, Allison arrested. The saints hesitated for a while, but they also understood that if the enemy gathers more and more, the situation will become extremely dangerous. With this in mind, the 5 would no longer delay Chi-Chi withdrawing their wands and attacking Fran and others. Several spell beams flashed through the air, and the Aurors, who had been able to do well under the siege of a dozen angel statues, suddenly fell into an extremely dangerous situation. Fran punched an angel statue in the face, smashed its head, then dodged the two cursed beams that shot at him, frowning tightly. If they continue to fight like this, they probably won't be able to wait for support. In a blink of an eye, an aura colleague couldn't dodge and was hit by the curse. The whole person seemed to be hit hard by a heavy hammer. Fran was anxious and looked over there involuntarily. It was the moment of distraction. Another angel statue swept over with a huge stone sword, trying to cut him in the middle. Fortunately, the iron armor curse blessed on his body blocked him for a while. Fran's embarrassed tumbling barely avoided, and then a smashing curse blasted the upper body of the stone statue to pieces. However, for a stone statue that can be repaired quickly, it doesn't matter if the upper body is destroyed, and it can be repaired as before in tens of seconds at most. Just as the situation was getting more and more dangerous, Fran's eyes unexpectedly saw the magic lamp on the ceiling. Suddenly, when he had an idea, he conveyed his plan through the magic mark. After receiving the order, Walker and the others immediately understood what Fran meant, and immediately waved the magic wand together and pointed it forward. NRN. Strands of palpitating firelight condensed on the tip of the rod, and then it quickly expanded and grew, turning into huge fireballs after another and hitting Allison and others. Fuck, these lunatics. The saints who saw this scene almost cursed, releasing such a large-scale blasting curse in such a confined space. Usually only a lunatic who wants to commit suicide can do it. If it causes the floor to collapse, everyone in the room has to finish it. PNRS. While swearing in their hearts, the saints did not forget to release the protective spell, and Allison even recruited the angel statues to keep them in front, weakening the power of the explosion. A violent explosion sounded immediately, and hot flames and violent shock waves continued to rage in the control room. The angel statue as a meat shield quickly collapsed and melted in the firelight. The magic lamp on the ceiling and the magic curtain around were burst open. Thanks to successive protective measures, the 5 members of Allison and his party hardly suffered much damage. On the contrary, the auras who released the blasting curse were all ashamed, and Walker, who stood at the front, suffered some minor injuries. But Fran and others are not depressed, because their desired purpose has been achieved. Most of the annoying angel statues were temporarily destroyed, and it would take at least a minute or two for them to regroup. More importantly, as the light source disappeared, the originally bright control room instantly became pitch black. And the darkness happens to be their home court. Walker didn't care about his injuries at all, and a forward leap transformed into a werewolf form. With his excellent sense of smell and night vision ability, he rushed directly to the nearest wizard. The smoke and dust from the explosion scattered. After experiencing the initial chaos, the saints also reacted. One of the wizards waved a magic wand to release a bright curse. Ying Ying's white light re-illuminated the surroundings, but a huge wolf head had already appeared in front of him. Die to me. Walker's face was a little scary, his mouth was wide open, and his sharp canines bit directly on the opponent's neck. The lighted fluorescence disappeared without a trace, and the surroundings plunged into darkness again, leaving only a painful wailing sound. Walker bit the wizard's neck and flicked it hard, pulling out a whole piece of flesh and blood. Scarlet blood was constantly pouring out from the wound, and the wizard whose neck was bitten off fell to the ground and convulsed a few times, then there was no sound. Bah! Walker, with his mouth full of blood, spit out a few mouthfuls. This was the first time he opened his mouth to bite someone. A similar wailing sound soon resounded in the control room, and it was obvious that Fran and others had already begun to act. In the invisible darkness, the werewolf form can be said to have the advantage, and the unprepared saints were caught off guard. Allison, who hadn't intervened in the fight, finally couldn't sit still. The curse in his hand was struggling, and a crimson flame burst out from the tip of the stick, surrounding him for protection, and also illuminating it by the way. The scene ahead. In just such a short time, 2 of the 4 saints who protected her have died, and Fran, who has become a werewolf, rushed towards her directly. Seeing such a scene www.mdlnovel.com, who lacked combat experience, Allison couldn't help being a little panicked, but still controlled the last movable angel statue, brandishing a stone long knife and slashing at Furin. Just when the long knife was about to hit, a blue spell beam hit the angel statue directly, blasting the opponent out, but Walker, who was free to take action, solved the trouble for him. At this time Fran had already rushed in front of Allison. Go away! Allison yelled angrily, and the burning flames all rushed towards Furin, trying to force him back. However, Fran relied on the excellent magic resistance and recovery ability of the werewolf form, and did not dodge towards Allison. He just slammed a paw on Allison's chest and flew her away. Get out! Allison slammed into the back wall, his head broke, but he still tried to get up and took the wand that had fallen to the side. It's a pity that Fran didn't give her this chance, and when she hit a coma spell, he stunned Allison. The reason why he didn't kill the witch directly was not because Fran was pitying and cherishing the jade, but because he expected to catch him alive, and let the sentry master to torture information from the opponent's head. After this war, they are bound to clean up the spies who are loyal to Grindelwald who are hiding in the various Ministry of Magic. As the most important subordinate of Grindelwald, Allison may have a list of personnel who know them in his mind. Fran backhanded into a rope to bind Allison, and then helped his colleagues who were still in the fight to solve the two saints who were trying to resist. As for those angel statues, after losing the controller of Allison, it became much easier to deal with. Several people cast spells together to turn the ground into a swamp, and easily trapped these annoying things in the corner of the control room. Chapter 999, Final Duel. After solving these troubles, Furin and others jointly cast a spell and used a lighting spell to restore the dark control room to light. "Are you okay, Sith?" Walker also noticed the injured colleague before and hurried forward to check. "Fortunately, I can't die temporarily," Sith said weakly, clutching his blood-stained chest, trying to stand up, but almost fell back. If the iron armor curse hadn't blocked him a bit before, he would probably be dead. "Don't mess around, support will be here soon, I'll help you deal with the wound." Walker frowned and helped Sith to sit down in the corner, but used the half-baked medical magic to stop the bleeding. Fern glanced over there, and after noticing that Sith was not life-threatening, he crouched down and pulled a weird triangle pendant from Allison's neck. The inside of the pendant is a circle with a vertical line in the center. Fern, who often deals with saints, is naturally no stranger to this. Knowing that this is the symbol of Grindelwald, many saints carry similar hangings. Fall. However, the pendant in front of it looks very different, with blue magical fluorescence flowing on the surface, and a vague sense of evil is revealed. Fern didn't dare to look more, and threw it on the ground, then waved his wand to summon a fierce fire. Yvonne once reminded him of the horror of the Horcrux, which can affect the mood of the carrier to a certain extent, and some people with weak willpower may even be controlled by the Horcrux in turn. Just as the flame approached quickly, the pendant that fell on the ground seemed to perceive a threat, and it trembled violently. After a while, a harsh scream sounded in the control room. This sound was as if it had a certain magical power that caused a headache. Fern, Walker and others were holding their ears tightly but were unable to stop the sound from entering the brain. Sith even squirted out in one breath. The ground fell into a coma. Fortunately, the terrifying fire quickly swallowed the pendant. After a few seconds, the harsh scream stopped abruptly. It took a long time for Furin to slow down, and then cast a spell to extinguish it. The fire was fierce, and the pendant had completely disappeared in place. Horcruxes destroyed. A minute ago, in the Department of Mystery Affairs, Yvonne, who had received a letter from Furin, was overwhelmed with joy. The offensive became fierce again, and several spells flew out, aiming directly at Grindelwald. The Shield of Achilles. Grindelwald swung the magic wand in his hand, and a gorgeous magic shield emerged from the void. With all his strength, the shield was completely solidified into an entity, just like a myth. The slender spell beam hit the shield, bursting out a sore sound, and a few cracks appeared on the surface of Achilles' shield, but it was repaired in no time. Thunder. Ivan's wand pointed again, and blue lightning surged from the tip of the wand, flexibly bypassing the strong Achilles' shield, and struck both sides. Grindelwald would naturally not be hit. The old magic wand waved lightly to block the dense thunder and lightning. When the battle was at a stalemate again, Grindelwald's face suddenly changed, his body shook uncontrollably, and the magical shield standing in front of him shattered. SPR Shenfeng Wuying Yvonne was waiting for the scene. The invisible and shadowless magical blade flew out from the tip of the stick, slashing straight towards Grindelwald at an unspeakable speed. A sense of crisis suddenly rushed into his mind, and Grindelwald forcibly suppressed the tingling sensation in his mind, and leaned his body to avoid it. However, Ivan's long-planned offensive will of course not end here. Silently, a white light and shadow came out from the ground, raising both hooves and stomping hard towards Grindelwald. That was exactly how Fern was sent away. After that, the shadow of the unicorn that has disappeared without a trace. Although it was a repeat of the old trick, I have to say that Ivan's timing was very good. Grindelwald, who had a headache, had only time to cast a spell to bless himself with a protective spell, and was kicked by the pair of hoofs. The magical barrier surrounding the body was broken first, and then the invisibility cloak wearing the outer robe glowed and blocked it again. The force that really fell on Grindelwald was already less than 30%, but he had no intention of resisting it, so he was taken advantage of. Kicked out. Even though it has been weakened by layers, the full blow of the unicorn shadow is not so pleasant. The huge force acts on the chest, Grindelwald's chest collapses slightly, and the mouth can't help but spray a mouthful of blood. It fell straight on the body of the unicorn shadow, dyeing the white light and shadow into blood. Grindelwald slammed onto the hard floor tiles in embarrassment, and before he could take a sigh of relief, the warning signs in his heart rose again. Yvonne was not forgiving. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Flashing thunder light condensed on the tip of the rod again, Grindelwald's pupil shrank, the old magic wand quickly waved, and the black and white floor tiles in front suddenly rose to form a block. Thick walls keep in front. The tyrannical lightning exploded immediately above it. The next moment, a loud neighing sound rang in the control room, but the shadow of the illusory unicorn rushed towards him through the protection of the brick wall. Mark appearance. Grindelwald's eyes were staring at the shadow of the unicorn tightly, and a spell was chanted quickly in his mouth. The blood attached to the surface of the shadow of the unicorn squirmed quickly, forming a rope to hold this head. The illusory behemoth is directly tied up. After such a delay, the brick wall he used to block Yvonne had collapsed. Surrender, Grindelwald, you have no chance of winning. Yvonne approached step by step, interfering with Grindelwald's mind with words, and frowned involuntarily after realizing that the opponent was only slightly injured. It seemed that the Horcrux was destroyed, and the impact on Grindelwald was not as great as imagined, otherwise the opponent would never be able to block his long-planned sneak attack. Is it the number of Horcruxes? Yvonne guessed that there were not many souls distributed by Grindelwald, so the spirit was not so fragile, enough to resist the impact of the destruction of a Horcrux. Grindelwald stood up from the ground, wiped away the blood remaining at the corner of his mouth, his eyes were sharp, like a wounded tiger, his momentum was not diminished at all, even a bit better. Before a battle is over, no one can know its ending. Why do you think I chose the battlefield here? Grindelwald said slowly, pointing the old magic wand in his hand to the ground, with countless complicated patterns in it. Every piece of floor tile appeared and spread out in all directions. Time should be almost up. Chapter 1000, The Final Duel. An invisible magic barrier rose from the ground, and in an instant it enveloped the two of them together. Ivan's face suddenly changed, he clearly felt that his magic power was slightly hindered, and Grindelwald's momentum rose again. The majestic magic power is continuously pouring from the ground and pouring into Grindelwald's body. Let's disappear here, Halls, from now on I will create a world that belongs to wizards alone, and you are the last obstacle. Grindelwald said in a high tone, feeling the huge magic power constantly pouring into his body. Go to and have your dreams, Yvonne said with a sneer. After realizing that the opponent's strength was increasing, he no longer hesitated to attack first. Wind. Yvonne stretched out his wand and shouted loudly. A gust of wind blew in the control room, and countless fine wind blades were hidden in the wind and rolled towards Grindelwald together. Grindelwald could not see the murderous intent hidden in the wind, but he could clearly sense the arrival of danger. The old magic wand in his hand was gently waved, and one huge angel sculpture came up from the ground. Their surface exudes a metallic luster, their arms are sturdy and powerful, holding knives, guns and swords, like an army guarding Grindelwald. The dense wind blades scraped on the surface of the angel sculpture like sharp blades, drawing deep wounds one after another. However, with the continuous supply of magic power, these wounds quickly began to heal. Dozens of metal statues of 5 or 6 meters high just like this, step by step towards Yvonne, step by step against the storm. And flaming blazing Ivan's complexion remained unchanged, a wisp of white flame suddenly ignited from the tip of the stick, and under the blessing of the storm, it spread into a terrifying white sea of fire in just a few seconds. The angel sculpture, which appeared extremely strong in the erosion of the wind blade, appeared extremely fragile in front of Li Huo, and its ability to quickly recover could not keep up with the speed of melting. It was gradually swallowed and turned into flame fuel, and finally the rising Li Huo turned into a long snake. Grindelwald swallowed it. A strong magical barrier emerged from Grindelwald's body, blocking the tyrannical fierce fire, and then the old magic wand quickly shook, and the huge magic blade flew out from the tip of the wand, arousing a piercing sound. Violent in front of him the sea of fire was separated in an instant. This is impressively Shenfeng's shadowless curse. After confronting Yvonne several times, it was naturally easy to reproduce this kind of magic with Grindelwald's magic knowledge. Yvonne did not retreat but moved forward, a series of wind walls blocked the center of the battlefield, weakening the powerful magic blade layer by layer, and then the protective ring on his left hand lit up one after another, eliminating this wave of offensive. At this time, the two sides were less than 5 meters apart, and Yvonne took another step forward, and a faint green light flashed on the tip of the stick. Aravada Sol. Aravada Suoming. Almost at the same time, Grindelwald also waved his wand together, and the two dark green light beams collided directly, bursting out a burst of explosions that looked like cannonballs colliding with each other. The turbulent air wave repelled the surrounding fierce fire, forming an absolute space with a radius of 10 meters. Under the blessing of huge magical power, the power of the suicide curse was almost brought into full play. The nodes of the two magical curses were intertwined with a faintly flash of black light, revealing a breath of death, and it was still following the magical power. The supply continues to expand. If you are touched by this thing, you will undoubtedly die. This idea emerged in the hearts of the two at the same time, but Yvonne and Grindelwald, who were very confident in their own strength, did not intend to withdraw the spell, but continued to output magic power in an attempt to force each other to death. With the magic blessing of the entire Department of Mystery Affairs, Grindelwald has increased the output of the magic without hesitation, and Ivan is not ready to stop. The magic in the Philosopher's Stone is quickly consumed, and he is fully blessing the death curse. Unwilling to give up this excellent opportunity to kill Grindelwald. He won't admit defeat just by competing with magic power. The two extremely powerful wands trembled slightly, seeming to be struggling with each other, and they actively tuned the power of the holder's magic augmentation spell. If the two of them didn't want to let go, then this time they couldn't be easier. The spell was revoked. The black light spot moved horizontally from side to side, and finally approached Ivan bit by bit. Due to the vague magical barrier in the enchantment, even if Ivan possesses no weaker than Grindelwald's total magical power, these slight disadvantages cannot be reversed. To make matters worse, a slight noise suddenly came over, and Ivan lowered his head and glanced. There was a crack in the human bone wand in his hand. Damn Ollivander! Ivan cursed secretly in his heart, saying that as long as he uses his own bones to make the rod, it will be extremely stable. Something went wrong at such a critical time. Ivan can't wait to kick a certain magic wand master. Read www.uuganshu.com, however, knew in his heart that what Ollivander was talking about was probably just a general situation, and it would have been a long time since he had to replace the magic power thousands of times that of an adult wizard like this with other magic wands. However, as a comparison, the old magic wand is still stable in Grindelwald's hands, and the two are higher and lower at a glance. Although Grindelwald could not hear the slight sound of the human bone wand cracking, he could perceive the black spot of light quickly approaching Ivan. The corners of Grindelwald's mouth curled up slightly, and through the intertwined spell beams, he was about to look at Ivan's desperate face, but unexpectedly met a pair of weird orange-yellow vertical pupils. This is the pupil of the magical basilisk that Ivan has been hiding the unused trump card blood. Although Grindelwald had learned about this blood magic from Dumbledore's memory before, Ivan had never used it in the previous encounters. Now he suddenly used it, unprepared Grindel. Woe was caught in an instant, and all his minds were attracted by these strange pupils, and his body was gradually becoming stiff and dead. Ivan was also uncomfortable, and the magic in his body was almost drained in just a few seconds. Fortunately, he had the magic stone as a backing, continuously providing him with a supply of magic power, and this was supported. Die to me! Ivan roared vigorously in his heart, and once again increased the output of magic power. The human bone wand in his hand broke apart again, and the black spot of light in the center quickly rushed towards the end of Grindelwald. Death is approaching bit by bit, but Grindelwald is still motionless. If the old wand was frantically pulling the magic power of the holder to fight, Grindelwald had already fallen under Ivan's death curse. Chapter 1001, Faith the Sword of Gryffindor. At the moment when death was approaching, a faint light flashed across Grindelwald's chest, and the originally stiff and stagnant body instantly regained the ability to move. His free left hand struggling to hook the magic cabinet behind Ivan. He ran straight into it. Ivan, who was concentrating on casting a spell, couldn't react at all. He was slammed behind his back, and he was forced to stop as he maintained the killing spell. The two spell beams shot in midair disappeared almost at the same moment, and the central black spot suddenly shrank into a small spot, and then accelerated and expanded. The next moment, a violent explosion sounded inside the Department of Mystery Affairs, and the aftermath of the explosion shook the masonry on the ground to cracks layer by layer, and the rising wave overturned the only two people standing on the court to the ground. More importantly, when they were forcibly interrupted to cast spells in the middle, Ivan and Grindelwald were both backlashed by not light magic, and their faces were more ugly than the other. Ivan stood up from the ground, clutching his chest, and his eyes on Grindelwald were full of confusion. He had already used the basilisk's pupil to fix the opponent, but Grindelwald recovered in an instant. Action ability, which has never been seen in previous battles. Unless Ivan suddenly thought of a special case, there was a chill in his heart. When he confronted Tom Riddle in the Slytherin chamber more than 4 years ago, the opponent had a similar performance. While the body's mind was under the control of the basilisk pupil, another Horcrux of Tom Riddle controlled his body instead of him, avoiding his own fatal blow. Thinking of this, Ivan's heart suddenly sank, and it seemed that his most worried thing had happened after all. Originally, he thought that Grindelwald's arrogance was disdain to make multiple Horcruxes, but now it seems that perhaps because of his pressure, or perhaps to avoid following Voldemort's footsteps, Grindelwald made at least 2 Horcrux, and carry one of them with you. No wonder that when the first pendant was destroyed, Grindelwald had very limited impact. Ivan's gaze swept across Grindelwald, but he couldn't see where the Horcrux was placed, but even if he knew it, with the protection of the invisibility cloak, it was never easy to destroy it. I can only hope that without the third Horcrux, Ivan's right hand trembles slightly, stroking the fine cracks on the human bone wand, he understands that he might be fighting for his life in this battle. Ivan let out a deep breath, and then rushed towards Grindelwald with his wand. Red dragon scales gradually appeared on Ivan's arms and cheeks, his expression looked hideous and tyrannical. At this moment of delay, Grindelwald has also slowed down. Although his body is still not affected by the defeat of the basilisk pupil, it seems extremely stiff, but with the continuous supply of magic power, the state can be said to be getting better every second. Concerned about the opponent's strange eyes, Grindelwald deliberately avoided Ivan's sight. When he saw the latter rushing towards this side, his face changed even more, and his slightly stiff right hand waved vigorously. An invisible and shadowless magical blade slashed out. Spr Shenfeng Wuying Ivan also waved his magic wand at the same moment. There was a sound of iron and stone clashing in midair, and the two invisible blades collided together, and then disappeared into the invisible again. The human bone wand in Ivan's hand couldn't bear it after this spell casting, and it exploded directly. There was a smile at the corner of Grindelwald's mouth. He had already seen the dawn of victory, once again raised the old wand and pointed it at Ivan, shouting loudly. Aravada Sol! At such a close distance, Grindelwald was convinced that he would never miss, and this killing spell contained a strong killing intent. However, Ivan, who was less than 2 meters away from him, made an unbelievable move. Without carrying any weapons, he faintly made a grasping action with his hands, and then struggling to slash down. The dark green light beam was split up, deflected and flew out from both sides of Ivan's body. Also cut off was Grindelwald's right hand holding the wand, and the blood came from the broken wrist. Gushing out, the strongest wand sought after by countless legendary wizards fell to the ground like this world. This is impossible. Grindelwald's pupils shrank slightly, and only then did he discover a silver-white sword with countless exquisite runes. It appeared in Ivan's hands that he held together. It was it that cut through the powerful killing curse and slashed it down his right hand. Ivan stepped forward again, turning his right wrist over to stretch out the sword, and thrusting his left hand into Grindelwald's chest against the hilt of the sword. A thin layer of robe stood between the tip of the sword and the chest, and the solid invisibility cloak became the only obstacle in front of Ivan. Get out of here! Grindelwald shouted angrily, and the powerful magic power burst out at this moment, transforming into a massive blue fire rushing towards Ivan. No one can face the terrifying fierce fire directly, but Ivan does not evade, letting the fierce fire burn his whole body. His expression becomes more and more ferocious, and he uses the tip of his sword to push Grindelwald's body against the wall behind. You can't kill me, Halls, it will only be me who wins. Grindelwald said viciously. The intact left hand pinched Ivan's shoulder tightly, and the blue fierce flame kept coming from his fingertips. Gushing out, vainly attempting to engulf Ivan. It's a pity that an invisible magic barrier drifted on the surface of Ivan's skin, blocking the fierce fire's invasion. That's not necessarily. Ivan's eyes flushed, staring at Grindelwald, and said word by word. Give it a gamble, Grindelwald. I bet you will die. Ivan yelled loudly, the Gryffindor sword in his hand glowed with golden fluorescence, and the inscriptions on the sword appeared to be alive, quickly absorbing the magic power of the holder. There was a crack on the surface of the invisibility cloak that looked like a flowing fabric, and then the crack expanded, and the silver-white blade of the sword pierced into Grindelwald's body. Why? Grindelwald looked down in disbelief. This powerful protective holy weapon was penetrated. What made him even more frightened was that Ivan Thorn. It was not his heart, but the position of his left chest where he had stored the Horcrux. My luck has always been good. Ivan's eyes flickered. He didn't know the place where Grindelwald had stored the Horcrux on his body. He didn't even know what it looked like, so he just cut it off intuitively. Got it. It just so happens that his instinct today is very accurate. It seems that you don't have a third Horcrux. Ivan said sarcastically, feeling the rapidly weakening vitality in Grindelwald. The expression on Grindelwald's face was extremely crazy, the remaining magic power in his body all rushed to his right hand, knocking Ivan out in front of him. Ivan fell to the ground embarrassedly, and Grindelwald, who was about to stand up again, caught his throat and fell to the ground again. Ivan didn't resist, and just looked at Grindelwald indifferently, because the opponent didn't even have the strength to strangle him. If it hadn't been the point that the sword stabbed just now, Grindelwald would have died a long time ago. Even so, he could feel that the vitality in Grindelwald had almost disappeared, and the reason why he stood firm is only the opponent's strong will to maintain with the last glimmer of life. Ivan stared at Grindelwald's pupils, and after a long time, he suddenly spoke hoarsely. It's time for you to fulfill the contract, Gellert. Grindelwald's crazy expression instantly froze, and the left hand holding Ivan's neck trembled slightly. This time you lost. Ivan's face was extremely calm, he said slowly. Don't forget, he is still waiting for you. Ha 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 ha. Grindelwald released the pinch of Ivan's left hand, stumbled to his feet, and soon there was only a burst of sharp chuckles left in the empty mysterious affairs department. It wasn't until 10 seconds later that everything was calm again. Chapter 1002, The Beginning of a New Era. Ivan stood up on his feet, looked at Grindelwald, who had fallen on the ground, and breathed out slowly. Everything is over. Ivan lightly stroked the crescent moon pendant hanging on his neck, feeling a little scared in his heart. In the previous battle, if the pendant had not blocked Grindelwald's fierce fire curse for him, then it would be unclear who the man fell on the ground now. Fortunately, no matter what, he finally solved this biggest opponent. It's worth noting that he had done so much preparation before. While sighing, Yvonne didn't forget to use the magic mark to inform Fran, who had solved the battle, to come and clean up the mess, and then took 2 steps forward and picked up the elderberry wand that had fallen on the ground. A new introduction also appeared in the system column. Magic item, Old Wand, Death Hallows. Magic, very strong. Effect, greatly enhance the power of the spell and greatly reduce the consumption of mana. Owner, Yvonne Halls. Fit, 100%. Description, legend has it that this is a magic wand made by the of death intercepting elder bone branches. It has an unimaginable power. Holding it, you will control the fate of others. Note, you killed the former owner Grindelwald in a one-on-one battle and became the new owner of the old wand. Holding this strongest wand, Yvonne suddenly felt that the magic power in his body became extremely active, which was a feeling that no wand could bring him. Although he had the privilege of using this wand once more than 4 years ago, at that time Ivan's strength was poor and pitiful, so he couldn't intuitively understand the power of the old wand. All curses are over. Yvonne glanced around, looked at the fierce fire that was still burning around, and tentatively waved his magic wand. An incomparable magical force spread quickly, and the terrifying fire that spread throughout the Department of Mysteries was quickly suppressed under this force, and gradually returned to nothingness. The magic barrier that had been erected all around slowly dissipated after losing the manipulator of Grindelwald. Yvonne nodded in satisfaction. The old magic wand is indeed the strongest magic wand, much stronger than the human bone wand he has painstakingly built, and I don't know how to make it. Wait, the Deathly Hallows. Ivan's heart moved, and suddenly remembered that he seemed to have assembled 3 Deathly Hallows. He walked to Grindelwald's body, and first pulled out the griffin that was still plugged into the opponent's chest. Many swords then stripped off the outermost robe worn by the opponent. Magic item, Invisibility Cloak, Death Hallows. Magic power, powerful, extremely strong. Special status, partially damaged. Description, according to the legend, this is the Deathly Hallows made by the Death God's cloak as the material. It possesses unimaginable magical powers, allowing it to wear a concealed figure and escape detection. Note, you destroyed it in a big battle. Looking at the introduction in the system bar, Yvonne couldn't help but feel a little complacent. No matter how mysterious and powerful the Deathly Hallows, was he stabbed through with a sword? But when I think that the invisible cloak has become my own thing, these Suicide quickly turned into distressed. With his current level of alchemy, it may be difficult to repair such a powerful magic item. Perhaps because of the damage of the invisibility cloak, after Yvonne put it on his body, the 3 holy artifacts did not show any resonance. Yvonne touched his chin to meditate, but the door of the Department of Mysteries was opened at this moment. Hundreds of Orcikis broke in. After seeing the scene inside, they all couldn't help but take a cold breath. Gas. Although the raging fire had been cleaned up by Yvonne in advance, in such a fierce battle, the entire Department of Mysteries was ruined, and Grindelwald's body fell at Ivan's feet. Seeing this scene, everyone suddenly understood that there must be a grand battle here, and the ultimate winner was Yvonne Halls standing in the middle of the room. Are you okay? President Halls. Unlike the others, Fran stepped forward and asked with concern for the first time. Ivan's condition doesn't look good, his robe is full of burn marks, and there are a lot of blood stains on his chest. It was the first time Fran saw Ivan's embarrassed appearance. Don't worry, I'm fine. Don't worry, this is Grindelwald's blood. Yvonne recovered from his thoughts and saw the blood on his chest. He immediately pointed to Grindelwald on the ground and smiled. Comforted. Fran looked down and noticed that a big hole had been opened in the chest of Grindelwald's corpse. As for the murder weapon, it was probably the sword held in Ivan's left hand. Clean up. Yvonne waved his wand and tapped lightly on his clothes. After cleaning, he asked about the casualties of the battle. Fran smiled bitterly, did not dare to conceal anything, and said it truthfully. Of the 400 wizards who participated in the attack on the French Ministry of Magic, 137 were injured and 62 Aurors were killed. The casualties are close to half of the total. Yvonne frowned uncontrollably, but soon stretched out again. When he made the decision to attack the French Ministry of Magic, he expected that there would be considerable casualties. After all, this time is no better than the original attack on the British Ministry of Magic. There is no internal responsibility to disarm the many protective magics in the Ministry of Magic. It is more difficult to have an opponent like Grindelwald, dragging him into the Department of Mysteries. In this way, UU reading www.UU The Comorers must fight head-on with the cruel and geographically occupied saints, and the casualties cannot naturally be lowered. By the way, President Halls, we also found those magic masters who disappeared more than half a year ago in the French Ministry of Magic. Fran suddenly thought of this and hurriedly reminded him. Yvonne was a little surprised. After searching the memory in his mind, he immediately remembered it. Then have you figured out what Grindelwald did with them? Yvonne asked curiously. Grindelwald wants Fern subconsciously prepared to speak, but then realized that this matter might need to be kept secret, and his expression suddenly became serious. Anyway, you'd better come with me. I will explain to you while walking. Okay. Yvonne nodded and agreed directly. The two left the Department of Mysteries, crossed 2 corridors, and then entered a heavily guarded room. Yvonne looked around, and it looked like a hospital. He saw hundreds of hospital beds. The patients lying on it looked miserable one by one, and they were all by magic ropes. Only then did Fern speak very cautiously. Grindelwald wants these potion masters to develop potions that can turn muggles into wizards. Chapter 1003, New Beginning. Hearing this, Ivan's pace couldn't help but stop, and there was a little surprise in his eyes. Grindelwald wants to turn a muggle into a wizard? Why? Yvonne was a little confused at first, but after thinking about the opponent's situation, he quickly got to guess. Since his resurrection, Grindelwald has always wanted to build a world of wizardry supremacy. However, judging from the huge base of muggles and technological power, it is no different from the fantasy to achieve this by force. Crooked ways have also become necessary. If a potion that allows wizards to become muggles can be developed, then Grindelwald will be able to gain the support and approval of most muggle seniors, and turn the most difficult enemy into a friendly army that can be easily wooed. Although some of Grindelwald's ideas are too extreme for Yvonne, it is foreseeable that the invention of this potion will certainly ease the contradiction between wizards and muggles to a large extent. Because that way, the growth of wizards is not only dependent on the inheritance of blood and accidents in the muggle community, but has become a power that everyone can obtain. Thinking of this, Yvonne asked eagerly. Then did he succeed? Fern hesitated for a moment, not knowing what to say. Just then another voice rang. In fact, we succeeded in half. Yvonne turned his head and looked at him, and what he said was a bald, fat old man. He was walking out of the room marking the research room with a dozen people, with a kind smile on his face. Horace Slughorn. Yvonne searched for the memories of Dumbledore in his mind, and quickly understood the identity of the person in front of him, the most famous potion master in England. Horace Slughorn, who became a potions professor in Lee's 6th grade. Ah, it's an honor. I didn't expect the chairman to recognize me. For Yvonne, who recognized himself at a glance, Slughorn was surprised at the same time. He didn't expect that he was so famous in England. Even the newly appointed president of the League of Nations knows. Of course, it's also possible that Yvonne had read the information of those arrested, but Slughorn, who was extremely vain, ignored this possibility, and happily held Ivan's hand tightly. Thank. It seemed to him that Yvonne must have received news of the French Ministry of Magic with so many Aurors and came here to rescue them. The remaining potion masters obviously think so too, and Yvonne has always expressed his gratitude. This time it became embarrassing to become Yvonne, because the goal of this operation was actually to destroy the Horcrux and kill Grindelwald. Even before he came, he never thought that Horace Slughorn and others would be affected. Shut it here. Fortunately, for so many years, Yvonne has already developed the ability to meet people, talk to people and talk to ghosts. He took the gratitude from everyone without blushing at all, and then pretended that he was trying to gather information. The formulation of tactics delayed a lot of time, so it has been delayed until now to come to rescue, which really made them suffer. Horace Slughorn expressed their understanding. How tragic this battle is, they have already learned from Fern. Nearly half of the wizards were used to save their casualties, and Grindelwald secretly arrested them and imprisoned them to the French Ministry of Magic. Those who knew this information were all Grindelwald. It's not easy for Yvonne and others to find this for his confidants. Yvonne exchanged a few words, and didn't dare to talk more on this topic, so as not to accidentally reveal the stuff, and then turned to look at the muggles who were lying on the hospital bed and wailing constantly, and asked. Let's talk about it, what is going on with that potion? It's about half a year ago, when we were attacked. Horace Slughorn pondered for a while and slowly began to explain. It was about the beginning of this year when the news of Voldemort's death had just been confirmed. He returned home happily but was attacked by a group of saints who had emerged from nowhere. These who are not gentlemen directly used a spell to knock him out and carry him away. When they woke up, they appeared here. At the same time, they saw many of the same colleagues who were tied up, and then Grindelwald ordered they did various cruel potion experiments, and wanted to make a potion that would turn muggles into wizards. We naturally rejected Grindelwald's proposal without hesitation, but he used various means to torture us in the next month, even killing Master Good who resisted the most fiercely, and used his family as a threat. Forcing us to do things for him. Horace Slughorn said bitterly about his tragic experience during the period of imprisonment, repeatedly emphasizing that they were forced to join this frenzy. Potions experiment. Yvonne looked suspiciously at these potion masters, and they didn't look like they had been abused at all. In addition, Slughorn definitely did not have such noble sentiment in his impression, otherwise he would not have touched the taboo knowledge of Horcrux. However, since Grindelwald chose to put these people under house arrest in the research room, at least it means that they did not completely take refuge in the saints. Coupled with the status of these people as a potion master, Yu read www.yuyugonshu.com. After Ivan hesitated for a while, soon there was a decision, and he patted Slughorn and said with a smile. I know what you mean, Master Slughorn, the real murderer of these people is Grindelwald, and you are also among the victims. With the assurance of Ivan's words, Slughorn and the others finally felt relieved, and then introduced their development results to Ivan. After thousands of human experiments, they successfully developed a potion that can give muggles magical powers at a low risk, but the effect is not significant. The test products that took the potion performed similarly to a dumb cannon. Has magical powers but cannot perform magic smoothly. Ivan didn't care about this. The fact that such results can be achieved in just half a year is enough to prove that this path is definitely feasible. What is lacking is only a large number of research experiments. What is the success rate of the experiment? Ivan lowered his voice and asked directly. Although Grindelwald's research is cruel, he is not going to waste it now that he has the research results. Slughorn glanced at Ivan in surprise, but immediately realized that the other party was not as jealous as the prophets daily said, so he simply stopped pretending to be a righteous person, and said excitedly. It is about 70%. If there is a wizard who can heal magic, the success rate can be increased to 100%, and there will be basically no failure. Chapter 1004, The Beginning of a New Era. That's not bad. Ivan nodded. It doesn't matter if the effect is weaker, the most important thing is risk-free. This means that you can use it as a bargaining chip now. By the way, President Halls, where's Grindelwald? Did you catch the demon? Horace Slughorn suddenly remembered the demon who had captured them, and hurriedly asked. Don't worry about this, he is dead. Ivan responded succinctly. Dead? Are you sure? Slughorn asked suspiciously, and the rest of the potion masters couldn't believe it. At their age, they have naturally experienced the catastrophe of more than 50 years. They deeply understand the power and cunning of Grindelwald. Now they suddenly learn about the death of the other party, and they all feel a dream. Before Ivan could speak, Walker yelled. President Halls killed him in an honorable duel. Grindelwald's body is now in the Department of Mysteries. Slughorn glanced at each other, their eyes full of horror. They all knew the meaning of honor duel, which meant that Ivan had killed Grindelwald in a one-on-one frontal battle. But, how is this possible? Slughorn was shocked. They were imprisoned in the French Ministry of Magic more than half a year ago, so I didn't know that Ivan had defeated Grindelwald in the magical capital. I learned from the Aurors who came to rescue the Aurors before that it was enough for them to be surprised that a 16 or 17-year-old kid became the acting president of the International Wizarding Federation. Now they suddenly learn that the other party can kill Grindelwald. Is beyond shock. Just when Slughorn couldn't wait to continue to ask for details, a female Auror rushed in from the door and interrupted the conversation of several people. Why, did something happen? Ivan paused, looked at the female Auror, and asked inexplicably. It was the information from Mr. Colin Morton. They were betrayed by several Auror colleagues during their mission. These people, along with more than 30 saints, hijacked the Excellency the President and are confronting our people. At the Élysée Palace. In addition, the Muggle army has also been dispatched, and they are now surrounded outside the Palace of Versailles. The female Auror quickly explained the whole story. Hearing this, Ivan's brows wrinkled involuntarily, but he stretched out soon. More than 600 Aurors of the Rapid Reaction Force come from all over the world, with different ideas. I want one or two. It is impossible to completely conquer them within a month, and it is reasonable to have a few traitors. Of course, he didn't make any preparations before. For example, the plan to attack the French Ministry of Magic has always been kept secret. Only on the day of the mission, these people will know what they are really going to do. Ivan thought that this would stop some uninterested guys from whistling secretly. When the war really starts, the disparity of power will make the ghostly see the situation clearly, but he doesn't want someone to choose a wrong path after all. Ivan shook his head secretly, but he didn't worry too much in his heart. After Grindelwald was resolved, the entire magical world was already in his pocket. He didn't put a single France in his eyes. No matter how bad the situation is, he can do it. Save. You need to know that the alchemy device that can cover the whole city has been repaired by him. The big deal is to do a large-scale brainwashing for the Muggles all over Paris. Let's go out and see the situation first. Ivan waved his sleeves, and a burst of white flames wrapped everyone in the room. Winfried, Walker, and Slughorn came back to their senses. They suddenly found themselves on top of a tall building, and the Palace of Versailles could be seen faintly in the distance. As for the periphery, as Walker said, it was surrounded by thousands of Muggle armies. Even the armored vehicles came along, and there were more than a dozen helicopters hovering in the sky. These Muggles are really stupid. Slughorn said with a sneer. The wizards of the Palace of Versailles had been notified to perform apparition and evacuate in advance. The so-called encirclement is a complete joke. Walker glanced at Slughorn and didn't say a word. Now is not the time for Muggles to be stupid, but to think about how to solve this trouble. Do you need to tell the Aurors to disperse them? Fran asked cautiously. Although these muggles are not as easy to deal with as civilians, but if 200 wizards form a big circle, they will raise the magic knot together. Gee, casting a muggle expulsion curse can still get all these people out. No, this method won't work. Now muggles have entered the age of information technology. Directly drive away these troops. The muggles who are in charge of the higher level command will also notice the error for the first time. I will come in person, and it will happen. Some people recognize the situation. Yvonne looked at the muggle legions surrounding the Palace of Versailles and was trying to advance step by step, and said with a sneer. Seeing such a situation, Yvonne knew that the French president, His Excellency, mostly chose to stand on the side of Grindelwald. Reading www.uuganshu.com. This should be the real cause of the failure of Colin Morton and others' missions. But I can take advantage of this opportunity to properly demonstrate the strength of the wizard, so that I can spend less time talking with the muggle leaders in the future. Are you planning to subdue these muggles yourself? Walker said in anticipation and surprise. It was a pity that he had not been able to witness the epic battle between Yvonne and Grindelwald before. He didn't expect to have the opportunity to see Yvonne personally again soon. Slughorn and other potions masters also looked at Yvonne together. They also wanted to know what was he who killed the president of the Grindelwald League of Nations, and what he could dare to boast about solving thousands of muggles in High-Cow at once. In the eyes of dozens of pairs of eyes, Yvonne took a step forward, took out the old magic wand from his waist, raised his finger to the sky, and slowly said, "Wind." As the spell was pronounced, the clouded sky seemed to become darker. The surging layers of dark clouds twisted and formed a huge tornado, as if some terrifying force was rapidly condensing in front of you. Everyone has the urge to run away. Let's take a good look. This is the power of the strongest wizard. Fern looked at Slughorn and the others in fear, and said with Eurongian. Chapter 1005, New Beginning. At the same time, the Muggle soldiers surrounding the Palace of Versailles also noticed the heavy pressure from above their heads. This trembling as if the end was coming, made everyone present could not help but look up to the sky. My God, isn't this a dream? A Muggle officer stammered, his gun's arm trembling faintly, and his eyes were about to come out. Dominic, the commander next to the battlefield, didn't get much better. His eyes were filled with amazement, but after all he did not forget his identity. When he recovered, he suddenly turned his head and shouted hoarsely. Tau! It's a tornado. The mission is cancelled. Retreat quickly. Dominic's strenuous roar quickly awakened the French soldiers who were still stunned. Everyone was almost crazy without hesitation. No one would be arrogant to think that they could contend with the power of heaven and earth. Behind them, a huge tornado with a diameter of tens of meters and connected to the clouds has been erected on the huge square in front of the Palace of Versailles, and rushed straight towards them. Where the storm passed, floor tiles shattered and floated up, big trees were uprooted, pools flooded, doors and windows burst, everything around was sucked into the terrifying tornado. The dozen or so helicopters flying in the sky were the first to suffer. Under the wind pressure formed by the huge storm, they were completely out of control. The pilots inside could only watch as they were involved, leaving only a desperate cry. Sound. Abandoned tanks and armored vehicles on the ground were then overtaken by the tyrannical tornado. These large guys weighing several tons are solid and convincing fortresses on the battlefield, but they seem weak in the face of such a huge storm. Easily rolled up to a height of hundreds of meters, and then was thrown into a pile of scrap iron. This is magic. Looking at the scenes before him, the potions masters present were all stupid. Although Fern and Walker knew that Ivan's strength was extraordinary, they did not expect that such a terrifying storm could condense when the other party raised their hands. The huge tornado in front of them really refreshed their understanding of magic. Such a power, even the legendary great wizard Merlin is nothing but this. When the wizards were horrified, the Muggle soldiers underneath were almost desperate. Their two legs could not run away from the galloping tornado, and they were swept in together in just a few tenths of seconds. Fortunately, Yvonne is not a person who is addicted to killing. Erasing thousands of lives at one time is not in line with the concept of peaceful coexistence between wizards and muggles. Therefore, the destructive power of the storm has been slowed down in time. Fan waved his magic wand to release the Muggle soldiers who had passed out. The terrifying tornado slowly stopped under Ivan's control, leaving only a mess, and a huge gully was torn open on the ground. At this moment, the heavily armed soldiers were lying crookedly on the soft ground that was plowed by the storm. I have to say that, in addition to the super-yield nuclear weapons, human science and technology weapons appear vulnerable to the mighty power of nature. Let's go to the Élysée Palace and meet the president. This little trouble was solved easily, and Yvonne didn't intend to stay here anymore, and immediately cast apparition to go to the next location. What are you talking about? A tornado suddenly appeared outside the Palace of Versailles. It also attacked our advance troops. Now everyone has lost contact. The French president, who suddenly heard the news in the Élysée Palace, in the president's office, Sidon, was completely stunned, almost thinking it was an April Fool's Day joke. How could there be such a coincidence, and where did the tornado in Paris come from? Sidon subconsciously wanted to speak out, but the Secretary General next to him suddenly pulled his sleeves here, and pointed out the window with a horrified expression. Sidon turned his head strangely and looked over, his pupils shrunk slightly, and his consternation was beyond the reach. Although it is far away from the Palace of Versailles, you can still see the palace group from the window. The huge tornado that seems to penetrate the sky and the earth. The most important thing is that this storm is rolling here at a very fast speed. At this time, there was chaos outside the office of the president, and countless senior officials were prepared to run away in a hurry. Sidon was also panicked for a while. Just as he was about to excite the emergency plan, the terrifying storm in the distance suddenly subsided. Go down. The huge tornado just disappeared without a trace under their gaze. Sidon breathed a sigh of relief slowly, with cold sweat on his forehead, and tremblingly looked at the French wizards in the room in old-fashioned robes, and said in surprise and anger. What the is going on? Don't tell me that this thing was also made by that group of evil wizards. The saints present glanced at each other, and their faces were uglier than the other, and finally the headed person said with relief. Perhaps it is possible, but you don't have to worry too much, President, I believe the leader will solve these threats for you. Sidon frowned, and soon thought of the gloomy middle-aged male teacher with two color pupils. 3 months ago, the other party suddenly appeared in his home. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com used a bottle of potion and all kinds of magical and powerful magic to let him understand that his personal power can be so powerful. Thinking of the tornado that disappeared just now, Sidon immediately made up for what happened. The wizard named Grindelwald must have broken it up. Thinking of this, Sidon felt a little more relieved, but it was a pity that a deep voice rang in the room the next moment. If you refer to Gellert Grindelwald as the leader, it is a pity that he may not be able to help you now. Who? Several saints reacted for the first time, drew their wands and pointed them at the gate. At the same time, the guards of the president were also on alert. Under the attention of everyone, the door to the office slowly opened. Unexpectedly by Sidon, a young boy walked in. Ivan walked in and looked around, completely ignoring the dozens of wands and rifles pointing at him. He moved his gaze directly to the French minister Sidon, bowed slightly, and said politely. Hello, Sir Sidon, I am the acting president of the International Wizarding Federation. You can call me Halls. Just now, my Aurors received news that a group of evil wizards tried to hold France. Minister, so I came here to help you. Chapter 1006, New Beginning. Help? Sidon looked at Ivan with fear, but didn't believe a word of these words. Just half an hour ago, dozens of vicious wizards suddenly came in from the outside, hurriedly trying to take them away, apparently trying to get rid of them. Had it not been arranged for him, 30 of the most elite snipers had been ambushed nearby, and the wizards who had stayed here to protect him with Grindelwald had created a successful ambush and repelled these wicked men, then now I'm afraid it's too bad. Compared with Sidon's fear, the reaction of the saints present can only be described as horror. They naturally know how terrifying the person in front of them is. The most important thing is that according to the plan, the opponent should have already died in the French Ministry of Magic. Unless. Thinking of that possibility, the saints present all showed fear and trembling in their hands holding their wands. You guessed right, Grindelwald is dead. I killed him myself. Ivan said slowly, and then continued to speak as if thinking of something. If you are willing to put down your magic wands now, I can give you a chance to atone for your sins. Ivan's words are very sincere, and there is no joking at all. Although these so-called saints had troubled him in the magic world before, many wizards who joined the saints were just fooled by Grindelwald's theory of wizards ruling the world. That's it, not the really vicious dark wizard. And according to the information collected by the International Wizarding Federation, there are probably thousands of followers in Grindelwald. It is impossible for him to kill all the wizards who have taken refuge in Grindelwald. These are precious spellcasters. If the other party can figure out that they are willing to correct themselves, Ivan wouldn't mind giving them another chance to repent. It's a pity that Ivan's plan failed after all. After hearing the news of Grindelwald's death, the saints present were first panicked and unbelievable, and then their faces became more and more crazy. This is fake, he must want to fool us, go together and kill him. The headed saint shouted hoarsely and waved his wand vigorously. Reducto, bone to pieces. Petrificus, all petrochemical, hard cutting. The rest of the saints no longer hesitate when they see this, dozens of spell beams fly out, and the target is directed at Ivan. In addition, the presidential in the office also joined the battle with Sidon's acquiescence. Although the guns in his hands are not magical and weird, they are more destructive than they are. Facing the combined attack of technology and magic, Ivan just gently lifted the old magic wand a little bit in front of him, and several invisible magical barriers appeared in front of him out of thin air. The brilliant spell beam hit ripples on the magic barrier, and the bullets shot out of the gun's chamber were directly ejected. So it seems that you have chosen the worst decision. Ivan shook his head, disappointed by the choice of more than 30 wizards. But that's right, if it were not for die-hard loyalty, Grindelwald would not send them to monitor the French minister. Thinking of this, Ivan completely lost interest in these people, and the tip of the thin blue lightning hidden rod was condensed into shape. Thunder! Ivan said indifferently, and the flashing razor attacked the enemies on the field at an unimaginable speed. Prot egos, armor body protection impedimenta, obstacles. Seeing that the previous offensive had no effect, the saints on the field were almost desperate. In addition, Ivan heard the news of Grindelwald's death from Ivan's mouth. Several protective spells. It's a pity that the blood magic blessed by the old wand is not something they can resist. The flashing thunder is more flexible and unexpected. It splits directly into dozens of tiny thunder snakes, bypassing the barriers in front of them, and rushing towards the saints behind. Accompanied by the screams one after another, the battle was over. Whether it was Grindelwald's men or the presidential guards holding guns, they all twitched and fell to the ground, passing out directly. The huge presidential office soon left only Ivan and Sidon. Seeing that his guards were brought down as soon as they were facing each other, Sidon's fear of Ivan almost reached its extreme. Under Ivan's repeated pressure, he kept taking a few steps back and yelled in panic. "Guard, guard!" Sidon eagerly hoped that someone could come in and rescue himself from this demon, but no matter how he shouted, no one responded. Ivan was not surprised at all, because before he came in, he asked Fran and others to protect the important officials of the presidential palace, and by the way, disarm the guards and bodyguards. However, the look of fear that appeared on Sidon's face made Ivan stop his pace, and from the other side's performance when he entered the door, this French president probably had a deep misunderstanding of himself. Thinking of this, Ivan was ready to explain it, but just as he was about to speak, a warning sign suddenly rose in his heart. At the moment when he sensed the threat, Ivan entered the state of flame incarnation, and did not hesitate to open the 3 remaining protective rings. www.mdlenovel.com. Then, the window on the right exploded suddenly. Opening, a slender bullet directly hit the first protective barrier, tearing it apart in just half a second, and then the second protective barrier was also broken. Fortunately, it has been weakened twice in a row, and the kinetic energy of the bullet has been run out. It hovered in the air and got stuck in the third protective barrier. Ivan stretched out his hand and took down the severely deformed bullet that was suspended in front of his head, and burned it to ashes with a light rub with his fingers. Sniper! I didn't expect another fish that slipped through the net. Ivan was a little surprised. He thought that Fran and others had solved the problem. In the next second, Fran's figure appeared, with a sniper in camouflage in his hand, and said apologetically. "Sorry, Sir Halls, I missed it. Be careful next time." Ivan's words showed a little dissatisfaction, but he didn't mean to blame Fran too much. The snipers who can be arranged to protect the president must be the king of soldiers who are proficient in camouflage. It is normal for a fish to slip through the net in the previous investigation. Since the threats have been eliminated, I think we can have a good chat now. Your Excellency Sidon. Ivan turned to look at Sidon, and said in a calm tone. Chapter 1007, New Beginning. Sidon sat down on the chair, staring at the small wizard in front of him, with cold sweat on his forehead, but he still asked calmly. What do you want to do? I think I should have said very clearly before, Your Excellency President, we came here to help you specially. Ivan repeated it again, raising his brows. Listening to Ivan's words, Sidon's face twitched involuntarily, and then he glanced at the guards who fell on the ground who knew nothing about life or death. This is also called help? Ivan naturally saw what Sidon was thinking, and explained very kindly. You don't have to worry too much, they just passed out temporarily and are not life-threatening. Then do I have to thank you? Sidon was angry in his heart, but when he thought that the opponent could easily defeat a modern army of thousands of people, he was unharmed by dozens of guns and even rubbed a sniper bullet into ashes with his bare hands. Sidon's words were abruptly held back by Sidon. There is no way, the form is better than the human, and the ugly words are a little bit ugly. Now even his life and death are only between the other's thoughts. So under Ivan's kind eyes, Sidon tried his best to put on a smirk that politicians used to smirk, and spoke very aggrievedly. Since they are okay, I can rest assured. This time, thanks to your help, I can see through these people's wolf ambitions. This is what I should do, Mr. Sidon, as the president of the International Wizarding Federation, my duty is to maintain peace in the magical world and the real world. Ivan replied very humbly. Sidon thought about the huge tornado that appeared in Paris before and the lost advance troops. For a while, he didn't know how to complain. He could only think that the peace Ivan said might not be the one he had in mind. The only thing to be thankful for is that the other party doesn't seem to mean to do it to himself. Realizing this, Sidon kept his heart in mind and let go of a little bit. He took out the grace he deserves as a president, and had a kind and friendly exchange with the culprit who had just brought down a group of guards in person. Ivan also took advantage of this opportunity to tell Grindelwald that he and a group of fanatical believers were involved in the European magic world after he escaped from the prison of Neumont Guard, with the intention of starting a Muggle and Wizarding war. Ivan, who is proficient in Pantheon, knows very well that this President Sidon was only fooled by Grindelwald under the banner of the French Ministry of Magic. In fact, he did not know the true face of Grindelwald. This is also his willingness to talk to the other party. The reason for so much nonsense. Sidon did not fully believe in Ivan's remarks, but on the surface he put on an angry look. He berated Grindelwald and others who had deceived him, and then he slapped on the hint that he, after going through a series of things, the spirit is very exhausted and needs a good rest. Ivan could of course hear that this meant to let himself go away. No one would want someone who could decide his own life and death to stay beside him. However, Ivan put on an unaware gesture and continued to speak. In addition to solving these wizards who tried to provoke the war, I have 2 more things to tell you this time. Please tell me, what's the matter? Sidon immediately made an appearance of listening attentively. The first thing, 1 month later, I will hold a global conference at the British Ministry of Magic. At that time, leaders of all countries will be invited to discuss the future of magic and non-magic worlds. Ivan said openly. Sidon's face changed. Although he learned some information about wizards from Grindelwald, he has always been extremely jealous of those who possess magical powers. Such a wizard who broke into the office of the president unscrupulously suddenly asked him to leave France for a so-called summit meeting a month later. Sidon was naturally extremely reluctant. Does North America and the rest of the EU member states know about this? Sidon did not dare to object clearly. The President of North America and the rotating presidency of the European Union have agreed, and the leaders of the other member states have probably also received my notice of invitation. Ivan looked at Sidon deeply and said word by word. I don't think anyone will refuse. Sidon's pupils shrank slightly, and only a chill came to his heart. Behind them, Fran, Colin Morton and others who had just arrived were at a loss. How could they not know that there would be a global conference in a month, and when did Ivan inform the Muggle leaders? But when I thought that Ivan was the acting president of the International Wizarding Federation, Colin Morton, the strongest man in the magic world, closed their mouths. Since Ivan said that there was a meeting, it might have been. If this is the case, then I must be there. Ivan's words have already been said for this purpose. Even if he doesn't want to, Sidon can only agree to it, and at the same time quietly comforting himself in his heart, if the other party really wants to do it to him. There is no need to wait until a month later. Seeing Sidon nodding his head, Ivan showed a mild smile on his face. He put his hand into the sleeve and turned a button he had untied into an invitation letter, and put it on the desk to express himself. His sincerity, and then continued to speak. As for the second thing, your safety issue. Grindelwald is dead, you reading www.uyugonshu.com, but his followers are still hiding in the dark, so in the next few months, the Wizarding Federation will send additional staff to protect your safety. This is not necessary, we have the ability to protect ourselves. Sidon hurriedly interrupted. After witnessing the power of Ivan's trespassing into the Echerie Palace alone, he was extremely jealous of the magical power of the wizard, so naturally he did not want to have a few more eyes around him to monitor him. Is that so? But I don't think these guards are enough to protect your safety. Ivan looked at the guards who fell to the ground, and said with interest. Sidon's expression suddenly became a little ugly, and Ivan continued to speak. The Saints of Grindelwald are extremely cruel dark wizards, mastering a lot of strange black magic. For example, use a hair as a medium to cast a curse of doom on the target, refine a living person into a corpse, use the Imperious curse to control your personal secretary to carry out assassination, etc. Ivan didn't say a word. Sidon's face became even paler. He tried to think about what it would be like when a group of people came to assassinate him. In front of these weird magics, even if I hide in the underground nuclear war shelter, I'm afraid it's hard to escape bad luck. In the end, Sidon had no choice but to agree to Ivan's decision to send people to protect himself. Chapter 1008, New Beginning. After a friendly conversation, Ivan left 6 Aurors as the guards of Sidon and took them back to the French Ministry of Magic to clean up the mess. Although Grindelwald, who was the culprit, had already fallen, many of the mess left behind by the other party still remained. The most urgent thing is to elect a new French minister as soon as possible, and put an end to the chaos of the French magical world. Fortunately, Ivan is very experienced in this point. After some investigations, he found the director of the Magic Cooperation Department who is the most aware of current affairs and has the highest affection for himself through the use of mindfulness. Take up the position of the new minister. As for the disturbance caused by the huge tornado in the Palace of Versailles, it has also been dealt with, and all the Muggle officials who knew the inside story were given a forgotten curse. The ignorant people underneath were better solved. Under the vigorous propaganda of various experts and the media, this quickly became an ordinary natural disaster event. After solving this mess, the Colin Morton who returned to the International Wizarding Federation returned to their lives. After hesitating for a while, they couldn't help but ask. Your Excellency Halls, is it really okay for us to treat the French president like this before? Yvonne glanced at him and explained patiently. Don't forget, this is a special time, Captain Morton, just imagine, if we are good-spoken persuasion, President Sidon will listen to us and cooperate with our actions. Colin Morton thought for a while, but he was speechless. If Yvonne didn't put on such a tough posture, Sidon would say nothing would agree to the addition of the Auror as a personal guard. The Saints who are still on the run can take advantage of this opportunity. And without official full cooperation, the two riots in Paris could not be calmed down so easily. Of course, as a wizard, Colin Morton didn't care about the mental health of the French president at all. He deliberately brought up this incident only to implicitly imply that the president in front of him. People have violated a total of 17 League of Nations regulations. The next day, early in the morning, Yvonne led a surprise attack on the French Ministry of Magic to implement decapitation tactics, and the news that he successfully killed the Dark Lord Grindelwald spread throughout the magical world. Mainstream newspapers such as the Daily Prophet, the European Times, and the International Magic Exchange have spared no effort in propagating and admiring Ivan's tact and decisiveness. Not to mention the ordinary wizards, they all breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the news. Since Grindelwald escaped, the originally harmonious magical world has inevitably fallen into the abyss of chaos. From time to time, we can see in the newspapers news of certain crazy saints attacking muggles and even mudbloods, even some half-blood wizards have been affected. As a result, there have been fewer wizards going out during this period of time, and the entire magical world can be described as panicking. What made them even more frightened was that 2 months ago, Grindelwald disguised himself as the chairman of the North American Ministry of Magic and killed several ministers in the capital. Many knowledgeable wizards were pessimistic that the Second Wizarding War would be certain. It is inevitable. But after Yvonne took office and became the acting president, the chaotic situation immediately improved a lot. A large number of troubled saints were sent to prison one after another, and now Yvonne killed the Dark Lord Grindelwald in a duel, defuse a potential war. Almost overnight, Yvonne became famous, and under the praise of the media, he became the most well-deserved wizard and the new savior of the magic world. Ivan's various legends and deeds have also been turned up, occupying almost every page of the newspaper. Amidst the praise, there will inevitably be some voices of opposition. For example, the Nordic Magic Times alluded to a strange tone of yin and yang that a certain acting president abused his power and did not hold a wizard meeting to ventilate with other countries. The French Ministry of Magic launched a war, causing a large number of casualties of innocent people. Yvonne will not get used to these media who make up their minds in order to gain attention and make up for bad intentions. He has rectified them severely so that they can shut up. It is also worth mentioning that the system task of dominating the magical world has finally been completed. Task objective: dominate the magic world. Task progress: 100%. Task reward: legendary value *5, whether to receive it. Mission description: in order to gain the dominance of the entire wizarding world, you insidiously use Grindelwald to clean up political opponents, slaughter opponents, and extend your power to every corner of the world. Now that you, with full wings, finally decided to tear off the disguise, it's time to bring the whole world into your palm. Even though Yvonne was mentally prepared for a long time, after looking at the task description in the system bar, he was a little bit dumbfounded, and a certain guess in his heart was faintly shaken. How could he get himself such a second-year gadget? Yvonne murmured silently in his heart, and received the reward by the way. 5 legendary points are enough to redeem protection mode for the next bloodline, but considering that there is no one who can match him in the entire world, Yvonne did not rush to do this, but decided to study Slater. With the information that Lynn left behind, choose the most suitable bloodline from all the magical creatures. In addition, Yvonne has not forgotten that the top priority now is to prepare for the meeting a month later, so in the next few days he can't stop at all. The first thing to do is naturally to remove the agent. 2 words to become the true president of the League of Nations. UU reading www.uuganshu.com. This is not difficult. The achievement of killing Grindelwald to stop the war is enough to make the wizards who questioned him shut up. The only difficulty is how to unify the will of the entire magical world. Although he is now the supreme leader of the magical world in name, if he dared to challenge the International Wizarding Secrets Act, he will inevitably be opposed by conservative forces from all sides, and may even be regarded as a public enemy of the whole people. The second Grindelwald. Fortunately, Yvonne has never thought of jumping out. The long life provided by the potion of immortality makes him have the patience to spend dozens or hundreds of years to promote the integration of wizards and muggles. The meeting to be held a month later is just the beginning. The reason why I am so anxious is because the timing is just right now. England and France of the 2 magic powers are both under his control. The new chairman of North America and Tsarist Russia are in a hurry to gain a foothold, and he desperately needs his support and can be easily drawn in. The remaining Asia Association president is a clever man, and he never has the guts to oppose him explicitly. Even if he has some ideas, he can't make waves. We must know that the most elite group of wizards in the magical world are all in the newly formed Rapid Reaction Force, under the control of the Magic Mark, and coupled with the huge prestige gained by just killing Grindelwald, Yvonne has gained a chance to negotiate with the leaders of the entire wizarding world and Muggle nations. Chapter 1009, New Beginning. In the past month, Yvonne has been wandering in the world of reality and magic, venturing with consortia that have a lot of resources, and politicians with huge political influence. The last time I participated in the International Wizarding Federation, Yvonne understood a truth. For those important matters, it is best to discuss clearly before the meeting officially starts, at least to reach an agreement with a few big bosses. If you can't do it, then you are doomed to get no results during the meeting. However, it is obviously not an easy task to convince these giants who have a lot of power and resources and their heads are above the top. Fortunately, Yvonne is not a vegetarian. With the ability to perceive the mind, he will be lured and threatened. There are almost no cases of failure. After all, he has 3 decisive chips in his hand. The first bargaining chip is naturally the potion that can turn muggles into wizards and the potion of immortality. The former represents power, especially after Yvonne summoned a huge tornado to overturn a modern army in France. The presidents and prime ministers who knew the inside information understood what kind of power magic is. If they can, no one will refuse to be a wizard. The effect of the potion of immortality is even less important. The big chables and the heads of political families are all aging. For them, the most urgent thing at the moment is to continue to live. If their lives are gone, then a lot of rights and money are just dung. Of course, Yvonne would not waste the power of the Philosopher's Stone casually, nor did he have any good feelings for those chable politicians. The immortal potion was just a little bait he deliberately released. When his plan is successfully completed, he will take back as many as these people take away from him. As for the second bargaining chip, it is the identity of the president of the Yvonne International Wizarding Federation. He can make some decisions on behalf of the entire magical world. In the current political division of the Muggle world, wizards, as a reintegrated force, are fully capable of influencing and interfering in the balance of power among nations. Even if it is recognized as the world's #1 power, the United States, he must carefully consider every proposal made by his union president. If all the above threats and inducements fail, Yvonne still has the last hole card, which is the ability to lift the table. For those diehards who are insatiable and want to get more benefits from him, Yvonne will use an exclusive method to deal with it. Once the Imperious Curse goes down, he uses the mind to modify a wave of memories, and the solution is perfect. It's just that this method can't be used much, because the Imperious Curse will gradually become invalid over time, and the memory modification is not as reliable as imagined. People's hearts will always change, and he does not have a leisurely mind to take care of so many people at the same time. In addition, once the news that he used the Imperious Curse to control these giants is exposed, it will definitely have a very bad effect and hinder the implementation of the plan. Why, I'm not quite used to it. Yvonne, who had just advised a certain diehard, noticed that the auras around him were all eager to talk after he went out. But Yvonne didn't care, but asked with a smile. Do you think my method is a little too radical? A little bit overwhelming. The wizards looked at each other with a strange expression. They could witness how Yvonne threatened and lured each other to accept the proposal. After the final talk, they gave them an Imperious Curse. They almost thought the leader of the League of Nations in front of him was disguised by a dark wizard. Yvonne naturally understood these people's thoughts, and sighed helplessly. He knew that his actions would probably cause some unnecessary misunderstandings. Even if he patted the shoulders of a few people, he explained to them what it means to be committed in the dark, only to cultivate in the light. Even if they have solved the problem of Grindelwald, the contradiction between the wizard and the muggle still exists. If this matter is not resolved, there will be a second and third Grindelwald in the future, and what he is doing now, everything is to solve this problem completely. It's like I took you to attack the French Ministry of Magic and arrest Grindelwald. If you follow the normal process and hold a meeting to discuss and finally get a search warrant, it will take at least 3 days. There is no guarantee that the news will not be leaked. Dewo escaped and took the opportunity to start a war, which will inevitably cause more casualties. Under Ivan's constant flicker, oh no, under the explanation, several wizards finally realized the president's good intentions, and understood the necessity of using the Imperious Curse in violation of the rules. Looking at the minds of several people, Yvonne nodded with satisfaction. During this period of time, he had too many things to do, and Fran and others were sent by him to arrest the followers of Grindelwald all over the world. There is an urgent need to train a few trustworthy Lengtoking to help him work. 1 month passed in a flash, and the long-prepared World Joint Conference was successfully held in the British Ministry of Magic. As major issues have been discussed in advance, the initial process of the meeting went smoothly without encountering too many obstacles. The major powers readily agreed to the proposal to strengthen bilateral cooperation. The combination of science and magic sounds very promising, and may even trigger the Industrial Revolution as the source of a new round of technological explosion. Of course they will not and cannot refuse. Not to mention that Yvonne also directly produced some results this time www.ndlenovel.com, such as flying motorcycles, night buses and other modified creations, which proved that the combination of science and magic is completely feasible. Some of the presidents who have arms and war in their heads are already considering whether the solidified floating curse on flying motorcycles can be used on airplanes, which greatly reduces the weight of the fuselage, consumes less fuel, and loads more explosives. As for the problem of too few magic reserves and the number of wizards, Yvonne believes that as long as we continue to develop newer wizard potions, they will definitely be gradually solved in the future. Before that, Yvonne did not want to directly disclose the existence of wizards and the magic world, but was prepared to slowly release intelligence to test, so as not to cause large-scale conflicts. I am afraid that the complete publication of wizards will have to wait until the full version of the wizard's potion is completed. Let's talk about the successful operation of the developed magic net device. After the cooperation matters are generally finalized, the subsequent negotiations on the content of the contract will be more difficult. The negotiation experts brought by the presidents and prime ministers of various countries spare no effort to strive for more benefits for themselves, and even abandon the tacit alliance. Get up and put pressure on Yvonne, the president of the League of Nations. It took more than half a month for the whole meeting to finalize all the details. After the meeting was officially over, the presidents who walked out of the League of Nations building with a contract had a premonition in their hearts. A new era is coming. Chapter 1010, ending 19 years later. Because of the incompetent actions of the ministers, the prestigious Dark Lord Grindelwald was able to recruit believers in the magical world, trying to provoke a war between magic and the real world. In the morning in London, in the mansion of the Halls family, Yvonne was holding a little witch who was less than 10 years old with a beautiful blonde hair, telling her a story of the past. And then, Dad, you must have stopped him, right? The little witch asked eagerly, her big round eyes filled with anticipation and admiration. Well, this. Yvonne deliberately stretched his tone, and when the little witch couldn't wait, he rubbed her head and said jokingly, "Little Emma, if you are not picky about eating in the morning and eat well, then I will tell you what happened later." Emma pursed her mouth in dissatisfaction, with an unhappy look on her face, and the little wizard who looked a little older than her couldn't help but speak. "I know this." Later, in the Department of Mystery Affairs of the French Ministry of Magic, Dad had a one-on-one duel with Grindelwald, killed the Dark Demon, and resolved a war that was about to break out. Ryan, spoiler is not a good habit. Yvonne silently reached out and flicked his little Ryan's forehead. He finally found a way to change his little daughter's picky eating habits, but it was destroyed. Little Emma opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but she just happened to see her mother Hermione walking out of the kitchen with a plate, her eyes gurgling, and her words suddenly changed. Appearance, smiled and asked, "Do you know where Mom was at that time?" "Ryan? She must have been fighting with Dad, right? How is it possible? I heard that my mother would still be studying at Hogwarts. She is not as strong as her father, so she certainly won't be able to help." Ryan curled his lips and said casually. I suddenly felt an inexplicable chill behind him. Ryan turned his head shivering, only to find that his mother, Hermione, was standing behind him, staring at him with such a smile. Rana would not know that he had been caught by Emma's tricks, and immediately stared at his sister in annoyance, but it was a pity that his petrified eyes had been sealed by Yvonne because of occasional loss of control, and it was useless to stare at him. Facing the anger of her elder brother, little Emma was not afraid at all, made a face at Ryan carelessly, and then hid in Ivan's arms and smiled secretly. "You are wrong, Ryan, I was able to defeat Grindelwald smoothly, but thanks to your mother's help." Yvonne smiled and interrupted the siblings, and then looked curiously at the two little ghosts. I told the battle that happened at the beginning, and then concluded. In the duel 19 years ago, the strength of Grindelwald and I can only be said to be evenly matched. The other party still occupies a geographical advantage and can mobilize the magic power of the entire Ministry of Magic. If I hadn't drunk the elixir in advance, and with the pendant blessed by your mother to save your life, the final outcome is hard to say. After Ivan's constant narration, Emma and Ryan realized how thrilling the duel was. It is better than their father who relied on the protection provided by the crescent moon pendant to win the battle. Let the two little ghosts yearning. I think my father is the best. That Grindelwald is more than 100 years old, 10 times older than his father, and he still lost. If he were to change it now, his father would be able to defeat him easily. Emma said admiringly. Just your sweet mouth. But there is nothing wrong with it. Yvonne reached out and touched little Emma's forehead affectionately. 3 years ago, his various magic levels had already broken through the 9th level, reaching almost whenever he speaks. Defeating Grindelwald at that time is indeed easy and freehand. Hermione also gradually remembered the past, with a smile at the corner of her mouth, and after placing a plate of mashed potatoes in her hand on the table, she jokingly pinched Ryan's delicate cheeks. "Have you heard, Ryan. Who said I couldn't help? Just as a few people were chatting, Ivan's face suddenly changed, and then a violent explosion sounded over. Everyone present was taken aback, but there was not much reaction. The little Emma who was hiding in Ivan's arms whispered. My sister must have blown up the practice room again. Hermione had obviously guessed that it was her eldest daughter who had caused it, with blue veins on her forehead, and she yelled loudly while walking quickly towards the practice room. Lee. Lan, and I. Get out of me right away. It looks like my sister is going to be unlucky. Emma lamented falsely. Ivan rubbed his little daughter's head, so gloating and not afraid of being beaten. Mom, so are you, how can you give such a dangerous blasting magic to Lelani? Ivan turned his head and looked at Aisha, who was cutting the steak, and said helplessly. With the help of the potion of immortality, even after 19 years of baptism, Aisha's appearance remained the same, even younger than before. Naturally, Ivan and Hermione also took this medicine early, and their apparent age was always fixed at 18 years old. This made Hermione and their eldest daughter Lelani stand together more like a pair of sisters, not a mother and daughter. It's rare that Lelani has this talent, it shouldn't be a waste. Anyway, there is blood magic, no matter how strong flames and explosions can't hurt her, can it? Aisha slowly put a steak in her mouth and smiled again. Continued. I remember you were younger than her when you first learned these magics. How can this be the same? Ivan shook his head, not to mention that when he was 11 or 12 years old, he had a lot of dangerous magic in his hands. He was slaughtering everywhere in Knockdown Alley, but at that time he was not young in his heart. Why is it different? Aisha asked in surprise. You reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Naturally, Ivan couldn't say that he was a traverser, only replied with a sorrowful expression. I am the best genius in the history of the magic world. I can easily master any kind of magic. It is impossible for magic to get out of control. Ryan and Emma looked at each other, rolled their eyes together, and it was rare to reach an agreement. Dad was bragging about it again. Aisha was also speechless, but she couldn't refute, because what Ivan was talking about was an accepted fact. While she was proud of these years, she was also very puzzled. She was able to give birth to a stranger who can be called a monster. Chapter 1011, Ending a Warm Daily Life. Then you have to work hard, Emma and Ryan, and strive to surpass your dad as soon as possible. Aisha gently looked at her grandson and granddaughter and said jokingly. Emma, who was hiding in Ivan's arms, nodded, and Ryan knocked the bowl with the knife and fork in his hand, and said confidently. Wait, it won't be long, the name of the strongest wizard will be mine. Ivan glanced at little Ryan and shook his head amusedly. He wanted to surpass himself. It was too early, and it was almost the same after a few hundred years of practice. Just as Ivan was about to tease a few words, a loud noise came from behind him. Ivan turned his head and looked over, and saw Hermione babbling a 13-year-old witch, who was their eldest daughter Lelani. Because of the inheritance of the phoenix blood, the little girl's pupils are incomparably brilliant golden red, and her appearance is the same as her mother. Her hair is exactly the same tan, and there is a phoenix chick lying on her head, that is Lilan. And I was summoned when the blood awakened at the age of 11. Mom, can you stop being so verbose? I just blew up a practice room, and no one was hurt. Anyway, Dad waved his wand and used a curse. Lilani awkwardly covered her ears. It looks like I don't listen. Hermione had no effect at all, but she looked at Ivan and motioned with her eyes to let him control her daughter quickly. Ivan coughed slightly, then made a straight face, and said earnestly. You can't say that, Lelani, although there is no accident this time, what about next time and next time? Can you guarantee that you will be so lucky every time? I still remember that you practiced magic in the Forbidden Forest last school year and almost burned to the settlement of horsemen. If I hadn't arrived in time, you would have been arrested by them. That's strange, those horsemen can't beat me even if they add up. Lilani said indignantly. She had mastered the incarnation of flame as early as a year ago. There are more horsemen who can only shoot bows and arrows. Can't help her. The horse people are also intelligent creatures. If it's okay, you'd better not harass them. In addition, your mother is considering adding them to the list of protected creatures this month, so you'd better not add to her work. Trouble, or be careful. Ivan rubbed Lelani's little head vigorously, reminding him. Lelani slapped Ivan's big hand with dissatisfaction, stood out, and said proudly. Don't touch my head, I've grown up and will be in 3rd grade this year, Dad. Nonsense, the magic world must be 17 years old to become an adult. You are only 13 years old this year, which is far from it. Ivan glared at the little witch, pressed her to the side seat, and warned solemnly. Also, I must remember that I am not allowed to fall in love with me at school, you know. If I find out, that person will be done. Ivan squeezed Lelani's cheek and said in terror. Hey, Lilani curled her lips. A certain father, who was the principal, closely monitored her actions in the school. Every boy who tried to express his affection to her would be invited to the principal's room to talk alone. She wanted to fall in love too. It has to be this opportunity. Besides, there is no such thing as studying magic when falling in love. Ivan, who sensed his daughter's thoughts, felt a little headache while he was relieved. Lilani, the eldest daughter, has perfectly inherited his fanatical attitude towards studying magic, which often makes Ivan worry about her safety. Fortunately, Lilani inherited the blood of the phoenix, and mastered the ability to incarnate flames, and was able to ignore most of the dangers, otherwise Ivan would want to stop Lilani from continuing to make trouble like this. Thinking of this, Ivan glanced at Ryan again. In the second half of this year, this kid has reached the age to go to school, and he doesn't know what will happen after he enters Hogwarts. Alas, or else I just retire. Ivan sighed silently in his heart, full of the sentimentality of being an old father. I think he was struggling and risking his life to merge his blood, but now he has all these little devil heads, but none of them gave him peace of mind. Oh, no, I can't say that, at least little Emma is still very well behaved in front of him. You are the most obedient, little Emma. Ivan happily hugged her heart-warming little padded jacket and kissed her on the forehead. Ryan and Lilani, who watched this scene, curled their lips and were very upset. The most mischievous one of them should be Emma. They were obviously pretending to be well behaved. Okay, no matter what you have, let's wait until the meal is over. Asia spoke in a rounded tone, attracting everyone's attention. Ivan and Hermione let Lilani off for a while, and the family enjoyed breakfast. After eating, Lilani, with a guilty conscience, ran upstairs without giving Hermione a chance to reprimand. Little Emma and Ryan were also rushed to school by Ivan. Although they have not formally enrolled in Hogwarts, they still have to go to elementary school like other Muggle kids. If they fail to get good grades, he cannot be merciful. In the end, Ivan is naturally responsible for cleaning up the dishes and chopsticks. With a light wave of the old magic wand, the pots and pans on the table float up, become as clean as new under the action of magic, and then classify them all by themselves. The kitchen. There hasn't been a decent opponent in nearly 19 years. This strongest wand has completely turned into a tool for daily clutter in Ivan's hands, but it has to be said that it is really easy to use. Goo goo. Goo goo. Just after Ivan took care of the chores www.mentalnovel.com, he saw an owl flying in from the open window and slowly falling in front of him with a white envelope. Ivan reached out to take it, and before opening it, Hermione leaned forward, and skillfully took the envelope out of Ivan's hand, and asked suspiciously. Who sent this letter? Luna. It should be. Ivan answered. Since he made the magic net system 7 years ago, this kind of backward communication has rarely been used by people. It's just out of habit that Luna will still do it every once in a while. Send him a letter. I'll take a look first. Hermione opened the letter familiarly and checked it. Ivan didn't mind sitting on the sofa with Hermione and checked it. The content of the envelope is very concise. They are some of Luna's interesting experiences when she was looking for magical creatures in the Brazilian rainforest this year. Chapter 1012, Ending the Beginning and End of One Cut. Hermione looked at the entire letter over and over, as if trying to find out something different. She even took out the wand around her waist and tapped it on the letter paper lightly. Apparitium, appears in a hurry. A faint wave of magic power swept across the surface of the letter paper, but nothing happened. Don't you believe me so? Hermione. Ivan said helplessly, holding the witch in his arms. Hermione snorted softly and looked a little bit savory. This can't be blamed on her being cautious and suspicious. It is really outrageous that Ivan's relationship with someone has been so good over the past 10 years. Yesterday she even saw a report about Luna in the Daily Prophet. During her travels in recent years, Luna discovered more than a dozen kinds of nearly extinct magical creatures such as horned snorers, colored ballfish, harassment horsefly, etc., and surpassed Newt Scamander and became this century the most influential master of amazing animals. But she remembered that these strange creatures were clearly imagined by Luna, but now they actually appeared in the magical world, and she knew that there must be ghosts in them. And the entire magical world has the ability to do this, only his husband Ivan Halls. From this, she suspected that the relationship between the two was not just as simple as a good friend, but she couldn't find any evidence. Don't be so suspicious, Hermione. Ivan flicked Hermione's forehead amusingly, and said silently. Think about it. If I really have something with Luna, I won't write letters to communicate. Wouldn't it be better to use Maoong directly? The so-called magic net is the magic communication network. It exists on the basis of magic imprints. It is one of Ivan's research results in the past 19 years. It is equivalent to a personal terminal in the science fiction world, which contains all wizard information. Through this layer of magic network, wizards can communicate at any time regardless of distance, show the other party's magical image, or send their own coordinates to perform apparition, or even browse information and purchase items on the magic net, in short. The convenience. Of course, the most important role of the magic net is to facilitate the Wizard Federation to manage each wizard. As the master of the magic net, if Yvonne wants to chat with someone privately, no one can find out. Hermione was stunned, as if that was the case. Although Yvonne and Luna often exchanged letters, they never deliberately kept it from herself. As for the creation of these magical creatures, the insider knew what was going on as soon as they read the newspaper. If Yvonne simply wants to make Luna happy, just do it secretly, there is no need to post in the newspaper to let himself know. Well, it seems that I thought too much and blamed you. Hermione's doubts were gone, and she embarrassedly kissed Yvonne on the cheek, which was regarded as apologetic. But Yvonne wouldn't just let it go. He pressed the back of Hermione's head and directly kissed the witch's red lips. After tangling her lips and teeth for a while, he let her go. Hermione panted lightly, glanced at the clock hung on the wall, her face suddenly changed, and she said eagerly. "Ah, I'm all here, let go, I'm going to work." "What's the rush, stay with me for a while, or take a day off, and go tomorrow." Yvonne rolled over and pressed Hermione on the sofa, pressing her forehead, and said jokingly. "You are the current president of the Wizarding Association. Who dares to have an opinion? How can this work?" Hermione rolled her eyes. She is different from a certain former president who often slack off work. If she doesn't set an example, how can she motivate her subordinates to work hard? Hermione tried to push Yvonne away from her body, and after hurriedly finishing her clothes, she used apparition and disappeared in place. Yvonne shook his head, then stretched out his hand, and the letter that fell on the ground floated automatically and fell into his hand. It's been the same for so many years. Yvonne read the letter carefully, saw Luna's encryption method, couldn't help laughing, and drew a circle on the letter paper with the old magic wand with the words on it. They rearranged and combined again, and the hidden content appeared in front of Yvonne. "Thank you for your suggestion, Yvonne, but I think my job is also very good now. Michaela was injured recently and needs my personal care. I am afraid I will not be able to be a professor at Hogwarts this year. Your most loyal friend Luna Lovegood." At the end of the letter paper, two little people holding hands were also drawn. Looking at the familiar Q-print style, Yvonne chuckled, and could not help but miss the past of the year, and wrote a concise reply. The encryption method was sent back in the past. There is nothing special about the content of the reply. Using this special method for encryption is nostalgic on the one hand, and fun for two people alone on the other. As Yvonne and Hermione said, he didn't have any derailment or anything. The reason why Luna was so favorably treated was due to friendship and guilt. When he was going to school at Hogwarts, the other party helped him a lot, and because of him, Luna lost the opportunity to become close friends with Harry and others. Therefore, Yvonne always wanted to compensate the other party more. Over the years, according to Luna's fantasy, many kinds of interesting magical creatures have been created. After fusing the blood of Yechi and mastering the power to cross life and death, Luna's mother was able to return to the world through the Resurrection Stone. Inviting the other party to be the professor of magical creatures at Hogwarts, I also hope that Luna can relax. You must know that the work of studying magical creatures is very tiring, and there may be dangers. But now it seems that Luna probably likes the job she is doing now. Thinking of this, Yvonne dispelled the idea of pulling his friend back to teach at Hogwarts, holding his right hand virtual, and a golden diamond-shaped crystal appeared in front of him. "Zero serves you." A cold reminder sounded in Ivan's mind. The diamond crystal in front of you is the legendary system. It took him 7 years to make a whole magic stone as the core. It possesses the legendary magical intelligence and is the highest creation of alchemy. It's just that there seemed to be a little problem during the production of this thing, which made Yvonne feel very annoyed. "What kind of existence am I in your mind?" Yvonne asked tentatively. The icy reminder sounded again, "You are my maker, the great Dark Lord ever, a two-sided politician, a deep-minded conspirator, the ruler behind the reality and the magical world." "Nonsense!" Yvonne couldn't help but interrupted. "What is all this mess? With his accomplishments, it is not too much to be called the savior of the magic world, right? This is the most accurate evaluation based on your memory and experience, combined with information collected from the magic world." The voice of number 0 appeared in Ivan's mind again, and then the diamond-shaped crystal expanded into a light screen, restoring his various experiences. 20 years ago, he killed Dumbledore, captured the British Ministry of Magic, supported the puppet minister, and then blamed Voldemort. Before 19 o'clock, secretly used the Imperious Curse to secretly control dozens of politicians, playing with muggles in the palm of their hands. 7 years ago, a magic net was built to control the life and death of all wizards, closely monitoring their every move. Yvonne touched his chin, only to realize that over the years, he had done so many things that he did not want to do for the peace of the magical world. Maybe this is the so-called dark hero. To bear all the sins alone, but to leave the light and beauty to others. As described in many movies and TV shows, people like him are always misunderstood. However, Yvonne didn't mean to explain, and reasoning with a magical intelligence is purely full of food and support. He has considered whether or not to rebuild this thing. After thinking about it, forget it. If that is the case, a lot of precious materials was wasted, and maybe it was not up to my expectations. Yvonne shook his head. There are some flaws, as long as it works. It is also very interesting to say, when he wanted to provide some help to his past self, he thought about it, and finally found that the production system turned out to be the most convenient method. For him, who liked to read online articles in his previous life, he would never doubt the origin of things like the system, and he was able to guide himself to make the right choices at some critical time points by publishing tasks. Of course, because of his limited abilities, this so-called system does not have that complicated function, nor can it exchange items. After all, the magic consumed by creating out of thin air is too huge to be worthwhile. Therefore, he only gave the system part of the memory containing a lot of magic knowledge and 3 special abilities. The first ability is exploration. As a 9th level creation, Zero can quickly analyze most items and give relatively accurate evaluations through knowledge reserves. The second is the ability to greatly increase the speed of thinking like Ravenclaw crowns. At this point, Yvonne made some restrictions, because with this ability open for 24 hours, the consumption of magic power is definitely a big problem, and it is definitely not enough to rely on Zero to absorb the escaped magic power. In addition, a wizard can never reach the level of a legendary wizard by just reading books. Experience and experience are equally important. If there is not enough danger and pressure, then his strength will never increase so fast. As for the third ability, it is the fusion through the 0 number to experience the state of utterance of the law for a short time. This kind of power is enough to allow users to survive in any dangerous situation. Yvonne named it the protection mode, which means to protect the self in the past. However, fusion consumes a lot of magic power stored by the system, so it can only be used in key places, or to eliminate the risk of fusion of blood. Almost, it's time. Yvonne murmured, reaching out and draping the invisibility cloak that was hung on the wall, and then disappeared in a flash. When he reappeared, Yvonne arrived in the auditorium at Hogwarts. It was summer vacation, and there was no one in the auditorium. This was naturally the best time for Yvonne. He didn't want to be disturbed when he was casting a spell. It was 7:30 in the evening on September 1, 35 years ago. Yvonne Su held number 0 and poured magic power into it continuously. He added some sand of time when making the system. This makes 0 and the time converter have the same reversal time back to the past. The surrounding scenes are quickly disappearing, everything is retreating rapidly, and everything that has happened in the auditorium in the past 25 years has turned into blurred shadows one after another. Yvonne heard all kinds of sounds, screaming and shouting, and noisy discussions. I don't know how long it took, everything calmed down. After a while, another familiar voice sounded. Gryffindor. Yvonne turned his head subconsciously and looked towards the stage. A blonde wizard was taking off the sorting hat from his head, and it was Professor McGonagall who had just called out. Relived this scene from the perspective of a bystander, Ivan's mouth inevitably evoked a smile, just watching a certain kid walk down the stage blankly. He knew that at that time he had not recovered from the sudden crossing. Yvonne walked behind the blonde wizard step by step, and when he was chatting with the Weasley brothers in the past, he silently patted the system he was holding into the other's eyebrows. Due to the consumption of too much magic power in the process of backtracking, the core of number 0 is temporarily in a state of semi-out of service. He wants to recover by slowly absorbing the magic power and unlock all the functions, which is about a year or so, which he remembers. The time point of the system update is almost the same. After completing this last cycle, Yvonne didn't mean to stay too much, the correction of time and space was already desperately trying to drive him away. As for number 0, which is different from him, it is an existence between reality and illusion, so it can stay in the past. After releasing the protection, Ivan's body slowly disappeared. At this moment, Yvonne suddenly realized that someone seemed to be watching him, turned his head, and looked at each other with a pair of silver blue eyes. UU reading www.uuganshu.com. Albus Dumbledore, the principal of Hogwarts, was sitting in the chair of the teacher's seat and looked over here. It's really sharp. Yvonne smiled. He knew that most of the magical powers were accidentally leaked during the fusion of 0, which attracted Dumbledore's attention. Then, bye-bye, Principal Dumbledore. Although the other party was definitely invisible, Yvonne opened his mouth silently, said goodbye, and then returned to the original point in time under the pressure of the correction of time and space. The blonde wizard raised his head at this time, mistakenly thinking that the old principal was looking at him, but he did not have the slightest stage fright, pretending to be cunning and shy. After smiling at Dumbledore, he took a big piece of cake. Put it in your mouth and swallow it in twos or twos. Dumbledore. Cold, sleepy, pain, the brain is shaking. Let's end it like this, in the emptiness, Grindelwald muttered to himself. After he gave up his desire to survive, the pain in his sharp-edged chest disappeared without a trace, and his heart was unspeakably calm. I don't know how long Grindelwald regained consciousness. There seemed to be a very unique space in front of him. The eyes were full of white mist, and everything around was hazy. Grindelwald frowned. He remembered clearly that he had died in a duel with Yvonne Halls. 2 Horcruxes were destroyed one after another, and there was no possibility of surviving. Then, this is death. The world? Welcome, Gellert, my old friend. Just then a familiar voice rang behind him, and Grindelwald looked back, and Dumbledore, wearing a dark blue robe, was standing behind him. The surrounding scene was also changing rapidly, the fog slowly dispersed, and a wide promenade appeared in front of Grindelwald. The 2 heads were infinitely extended, and the end could not be seen at a glance. How do you feel? Dumbledore asked with a smile. You mean the feeling of death? Grindelwald stunned, recalling the pain of his body being pierced, and said with a sneer. Not bad. It seems that your luck is good, at least not better than me. It is not a good thing to be eroded by black magic and die. Dumbledore raised his eyebrows and said jokingly. Grindelwald did not reply. Of course he had experienced the kind of pain, just when he used the Horcrux to resurrect, so he sneered at Dumbledore's practice of giving up treatment and accepting death. You won, Albus, the kid you trained defeated me, just as you expected. Grindelwald said slowly. I expected you would not win, but it has nothing to do with Halls being able to defeat it. It only depends on his own efforts. Dumbledore said lightly. Aren't these all in your plan? Albus? Grindelwald asked with a sneer. In the final battle, he clearly noticed that Yvonne Halls was very familiar with his spell-casting methods, and he didn't need to think about it or know that Dumbledore must have left behind. That's why I keep saying that you look up to me, Gellert. You might as well think about it, if I don't do anything, are you sure of winning Halls? Dumbledore asked rhetorically. Grindelwald was silent for a moment. In the past 2 years, he has witnessed the growth of Yvonne with his own eyes. It is simply a freak. It is not an exaggeration to use Merlin's possession. He has never seen anyone who can be 16 or 7 years old. The age has reached such a height. Even if the opponent does not rely on Dumbledore's help, he can easily defeat himself in 2 years. As for killing Yvonne Halls before he grows up, Grindelwald has not tried it. When he was in the tomb of Nicolim, he was thinking of killing, but he was almost killed. The wizards of the New Age have left us far behind. In a sense, it's time for you and me to exit. Dumbledore said with emotion. I always think that if anyone can change the magic world, it must be Yvonne Halls. You have faith in that kid, but he is probably not going to follow your path. Grindelwald said mockingly. It doesn't matter, I have done everything I can do, and leave the rest to the surviving wizards to worry about. Dumbledore said calmly. And you and I have tasted the evil consequences of rashly interfering with the current situation, haven't you? I think this is a good lesson. While Dumbledore was talking, he thought of Yvonne who used the resurrection stone to summon himself to the real world. He sincerely hoped that his portrait would not be burned by the other party. Perhaps. Grindelwald paused for a long time before speaking slowly. Before this duel, Dumbledore gave him everything he wanted, but the final outcome was the same as that of more than 50 years. Maybe he was really wrong. Dumbledore, who noticed the change in his old friend's mentality, seemed very happy. He took so much thought and risked releasing Grindelwald. In addition to wanting to pave the way for Yvonne Halls, another important reason was I hope to untie the other party's heart knot, so that Grindelwald will not die with regret and unwillingness. Now it seems that the effect is pretty good. Everything is over. Grindelwald sighed. No, I don't think it's too early to say this. Dumbledore shook his head and said kindly. If you change your mind, you will find that everything has just begun. Grindelwald looked at Dumbledore in a puzzled manner, not quite understanding what the other party meant. Dumbledore looked at the long corridor with no end in sight, and said with interest. I don't know what the end of this road will be, but I think this will probably be another great adventure. While waiting for you, I found a lot of interesting things. For example, the undead passing by here usually only move in that direction in a muddle-headed manner, but we are able to stay awake. Of course, Grindelwald could understand Dumbledore's meaning. They were able to stay awake and became a very special existence in the world of the dead. This may mean danger. www.mdlenovel.com. If there is really a of death, how will the 2 special personnel be treated? So you are waiting for me here to find a suitable pathfinder. Grindelwald's mouth was filled with a smile. I think it should be more accurate to describe it as a companion. Dumbledore corrected Grindelwald's words, and after a pause, he continued to speak. Speaking of which, we haven't teamed up against the enemy for a long time, right? Has it ever happened? Grindelwald asked nonchalantly. Probably a long time ago, who knows? I can't remember. Dumbledore chuckled lightly, and then took the lead and walked towards the end of the corridor. I remember it clearly, There was no such thing. Grindelwald shook his head and quickly followed. Extraordinary two-person adventure, Luna. Let's go faster, Yvonne, otherwise it would be too late. Scotland, near a dense forest in the Ben Nevis Mountains, a little witch with long pale blonde hair eagerly took Ivan's right hand and hurriedly ran towards the heights. Don't worry, Luna, I received the news a few days ago that it is planning to build a nest here, and it shouldn't leave so soon. Yvonne ran with Luna amusedly, and comforted with a soft voice. However, the two-headed fire dragon usually only appears on the highest peak nearby at the beginning of each month, when the first ray of sun shines in the early morning. If you miss it, you will have to wait for a long time next time. Luna very explained seriously. What, there is still this setting? Yvonne was startled for a moment, with some guilty conscience inexplicably, but still followed Luna to halfway up the mountain, and then hid in a dense bush together. It was in the early hours of the morning, and drops of dew condensed on the grass blades of the bushes, which wetted the coats of the two of them, but Luna didn't care at all, just lying in the bushes looking forward to the distance. The top of the mountain. Yvonne was also beside him, but instead of looking at the top of the mountain, he stared at the delicate side face of the little witch with a smile on his lips. The wait didn't last long. As the first ray of sunlight shone from the sky in the morning, a shuddering roar came from afar. Come! Luna exclaimed in a low voice of joy, pointing her hand to the sky far away, and a huge figure was reflected in those bright eyes. It was a giant beast with a wingspan of more than 50 meters. It was bigger than all the fire dragons Luna had seen before. It was dark green all over, and two car-sized heads looked hideous and terrifying. Quickly, grab it! Luna drew her wand out of her cuff excitedly, but considering that her spell casting level was not enough, she might be startled, so she turned her head and looked at Yvonne quickly. Yvonne also understood this, and immediately drew out his wand and pointed it at the double-headed fire dragon. Stupefy, fainted. A red beam of light flashed in mid-air, but the double-headed fire dragon seemed to have some induction. The momentum of the original preparation for landing stopped abruptly, and the strenuous spread of wings was shocked, and it was dangerously dodged. This coma spell. No, I missed it. Ivan's face changed suddenly, and after avoiding the first attack, the two-headed fire dragon changed its direction without hesitation. It didn't even have any intention to fight. So quickly swept towards the distance. Obviously, it is about to run away. Luna on the side was anxious. If she missed this time, she would have to wait next month if she wanted to find the double-headed flying dragon. At this moment, Yvonne suddenly put his index finger to his lips and blew a loud whistle. Then a white horse ran out from the dense jungle on the right side. What was even more surprising was this horse. There is a pair of wide wings on his back unexpectedly. It's Pegasus. Luna yelled happily, and immediately recognized that this was the Pegasus that she and Yvonne captured together in Switzerland half a year ago. They had tried a lot of effort to tame this guy. Come on, come up quickly. Seeing that the double-headed fire dragon was about to flee, Yvonne turned over and sat on Tianma's back, then reached out and pulled Luna up and let her sit in front of him. It was not the first time that the little witch rode with Yvonne, so she leaned in front of Yvonne and sat firmly. Yvonne held Luna's slender waist with one hand to prevent her from falling off, while holding the rein in the other hand, shouted. Charge! Tianma raised its hooves high, and rushed toward the front with great strength, then the wide wings quickly shook, and he flew straight to the sky. The sudden reverse impulse made the two on horseback tightly clinging to each other. Ready to attack, Luna! Yvonne commanded the Pegasus under him to fly under the double-headed fire dragon, and said loudly. Luna nodded, and even if she waved her wand, first a slowing curse slightly slowed the flight speed of the fire dragon, and then struck a coma curse again as she approached, trying to subdue it. It's a pity that the magic resistance of this behemoth in front of him is too high. Although the spell casting level of the little witch has surpassed the average aura under Ivan's training, this coma spell can only make it shake its body slightly, it was back to normal soon. After being offended again and again by a few small dots, the two-headed fire dragon's emotions have been irritable to the extreme. Although it has an extremely deep fear of someone, it will no longer take care of so many. One of them, the ferocious dragon head, quickly turned to the two people below, and a hot flame spewed out from the dragon's mouth. Get down! Yvonne pressed the little witch on the horse's back, and urgently controlled the Tianma to descend. The hot dragon's breath instantly swept past the two of them. The two-headed fire dragon refused to give up, and another dragon head quickly joined in. The strong breath of the dragon continued to spit out, like two huge pillars of fire, sweeping towards Yvonne and Luna. Fortunately, Tianma is agile and unexpected. www.mtlnovel.com waving its wings through the gap between the two pillars of fire, but Yvonne knows very well that he will be hit sooner or later, so he manipulates Tianma around the fire dragon to follow. The dragon flew from below to above. Jump! Yvonne shouted loudly, and then he hugged Luna and jumped from the sky, landing directly on the dragon's back. The double-headed fire dragon obviously also noticed something wrong. It shook its body vigorously and performed various stunts in the air, but this time Ivan's right hand had been freed, and he immediately waved his magic wand and turned into a magic iron general out of thin air. The other party is firmly tied up. Luna also got the best chance to cast the spell. One after another, the stupor curse hit the double-headed fire dragon's head. Just after the seventh cast, the fire dragon let out a cry and fell straight from the sky. The strong wind pressure forced the two to hold onto the iron rope made by magic tightly so as not to be thrown off. After swaying in the air for more than a minute, the two of them screamed and plunged into the lake below. Inside. Fan Y3, two-person adventure, continued. 10 minutes later, under the willow tree by the lake, Ivan and Luna, who swam out of the lake, lay comfortably on the grass and watched the sunrise today, and the hapless two-headed fire dragon was also taken out of the lake by Ivan. Was lying next to them in a coma at the moment. Tianma is still flying in the sky, the white wings are like a floating white cloud. It's so good. This is really interesting. Luna muttered to herself as she stared at the rising sun in the distance. I think it will always be so funny in the future. Ivan responded with a chuckle, then turned to look at Luna, and asked. What are you going to do tomorrow? Should you take a good rest? Or go to the harassment fly or the harpy? How about we go find Medusa? Luna's ethereal voice slowly sounded by the lake. Ivan was taken aback by the little witch's whimsy. Medusa, the legendary gorgon, possesses the magical ability to look at petrification, which is a bit similar to the basilisk. However, the problem is that there is no such magical creature in the world. Maybe there was once, but at least there is no gorgon in the classics of the magic world. Most of them are already extinct. It's not easy for this legendary creature with talents to be fully reproduced. For example, in order to create a double-headed fire dragon that fits Luna's fantasy, he really ran out to the wild and caught a few fire dragons. Use magic to forcibly transform. In the last 3 fire dragons, only one survived. Although it gained power beyond the past, it also hated him, the master who gave power. If he hadn't spent half a month loving the double-headed fire dragon, this guy would have ran away a long time ago, so how could he stay in Ben Nevis Mountains and wait for them to come look for him? If you want to get a Medusa out now, I'm afraid you have to use a basilisk to transform it. Ivan was very troubled thinking about how to carry out the transformation plan of Gorgon, and the details of the new round of adventure. Just thinking about it, Ivan suddenly noticed a hot gaze, turned his head and looked over, only to find that Luna was staring at him. There seemed to be special feelings hidden in those clear eyes. Just when Ivan was about to ask, the little witch came up first and kissed his lips gently. It was an indescribable beauty, but before Ivan was immersed in it, Luna took the initiative to separate, panting slightly, leaving only an invisible whisper. Thanks. Luna whispered softly. Luna is naturally clear about everything Ivan has done for her in the past few years, but it has not been exposed. Since Ivan wants to make herself happy, she will naturally cater to her, forget those unreasonable places, and treat every outing as a real adventure. This is also the fun that belongs to both of them. Ivan naturally heard the whisper of the little witch. Dang even smiled and pressed Luna on the soft grass, staring at the girl's bright eyes, and said greedily. It's not enough to say thank you, you have to spend a lifetime. After that, Ivan kissed it again, the original shallow kiss gradually became deeper, and the two of them felt the body slowly become warmer with their lips and tongue intertwined. However, it was a coincidence that the double-headed fire dragon that was knocked out just regained some consciousness at this time. After recalling the experience of being knocked out, he screamed and destroyed the original beautiful atmosphere. It's all clean. All petrification. Ivan angrily drew out the old magic wand and waved hard. Before the two-headed fire dragon that had just regained consciousness had time to jump, it was petrified into a huge dragon-shaped statue. Ivan didn't even look at it again, immediately adjusted his emotions, looked at Luna again, and said affectionately. Leave it alone, let's continue.